A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Cora. Thanks for calling, Angel, but I have to take a rain check. Tonight I'm tied up with a guy who fell so hard for a girl, he never got up again.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Invisible Thug. Friends, before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I want to tell you about the handiest little menu helpers a homemaker can have in her kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads that are so handy for quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, appetizers, and salad toppings. There are creamy, mild-tasting Kraft cheese spreads and sharp-tasting varieties, too, all sure to be delicious, all sure to be the finest quality, because they're made by Kraft. And you know when you see the name Kraft on a product, you can depend on its quality. Tomorrow, when you shop, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the Invisible Thug. It's early Sunday in New York, when terrified Vera Castro fumbles with the key to her apartment with shaking fingers. Finally, she locates the keyhole, unlocks the door, and enters.
Hello, dear.
Vera, what's the matter with you?
It's Pete.
Pete? Pete Lloyd?
Yes, I just saw him.
What's he doing in New York?
I don't know, but he's here.
Did he see you?
Well, I'm not sure. Ernie, he did see me. There he is. What'll we do?
Who is it?
Ask Vera, she knows.
It's him.
Aren't you going to open the door for an old friend?
Ernie, we've got to get out of here.
Oh, it's 2 floors to the street.
Looks like I'm going to have to invite myself in then.
He's trying to break in. Ernie, do something. He'll kill us. I know he will. Pete, please leave us alone.
Stop shaking, baby. I'm not going to touch you. It wouldn't dirty my hands. It's your husband I come to see.
Put away the gun, Lloyd.
Hey, funny boy.
What do you want?
Yeah, Castro, what do I want? You run off with my girl. You ask, what do I want?
Well, you don't want me. You just said so.
Yeah, I don't want you. Not now. All I want is payment. And I'm taking it.
We don't have much.
You're living. That's much.
No, Pete.
Shut up, Vera.
Please.
Shut up. All right, Castro.
Lloyd, listen, give me a chance. Don't. Yeah?
Hello, my name's Pete Lloyd. I'm looking for Mike Waring, the detective.
You found him.
Oh, good. I want to hire you to do a job for me.
In that case, come in.
Right. I want to be sure I have the right boy, though. You are the one they call the Falcon, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
I try to find your office. Don't you have one?
Don't even have a trench coat.
Hope I'm not making a mistake hiring you.
You already made a mistake, or you wouldn't be needing a detective. I suppose you tell me about it.
Well, Waring, I picked up the paper this morning, and what do you think I see?
I don't know, fair and warmer?
It says I'm wanted for murder. For murder!
Well, nothing like starting the day off on a cheery note.
I used to go with a girl in Pittsburgh. We break up, and she marries a guy named Castro.
Mm-hmm.
Well, last night somebody shoots Castro. Vera, that's the girl, tells the cops it was me. How do you like that?
I like it fine.
Huh?
Well, it brought me a client. You have an alibi, no doubt.
Well, I wasn't even in town. That's how come the law hasn't picked me up yet.
Well, it's going to pick you up.
What?
I'm not shielding you.
Oh, no, sure not, Waring. I'll give myself up. They can't hang this on me. Only, I wanted to hire you first.
Mm-hmm.
You got to prove I didn't do it.
Suppose I prove you did.
I'll take my chances.
Oh, fair enough. I'll work on it. At $50 a day in expenses.
Yeah, sure. But I can't figure. Why'd Vera do a thing like this to me? Why?
Well, maybe she killed Castro. Thought you'd make a good patsy.
Hey,
let go.
Take that back, Waring. Vera wouldn't kill nobody. Not Vera. You're not going to say...
All right, chum, but let's call off the dance. I said let go.
She didn't do it, Waring. I know Vera.
All right. You didn't do it. Vera didn't do it. Nobody did it, but the guy's dead.
I'm sorry, Waring. It's kind of edgy.
You don't say.
The paper says it happened fast. Maybe Vera didn't get a good look. Maybe she really thinks it was me. I don't know.
Well, there's one way to find out.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'll ask Vera.
I'm sure, Mr. Waring. It was Pete Lloyd. I know it. There can't be any mistake about it. I saw the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to Pete. I begged him to listen to reason, but he wouldn't.
He tells me you used to carry a gun.
Well, yes, I had a night job. A girl out late, you know.
Yeah, sure, I know. You still have the gun?
No, I sold it when I got married.
Lloyd told me you used to hide the gun in the blue urn you had on the living room table. Is this the urn?
I told you that I sold the gun, so
yeah, sure
why...
you did, but you kept the urn after you married, and... Oh, what's this?
Wait a minute. I never saw that before. That's not the gun I used to have.
How can you be so sure? You've hardly even looked at it.
But I don't have the gun anymore.
You have this. It was in the urn.
Pete must have put it there.
Right under your nose?
I fainted when he shot Ernie. He must have put it there while I was unconscious.
Did you tell the police about fainting?
No.
Well, something new has been added.
Well, it didn't seem important. I told them what I saw. That's what mattered.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm being framed. Don't you know that? Pete hired you just to find that gun. He was furious when I quit him and married Ernie Castro. He never got over it. So he killed Ernie, and he's trying to put the blame on me.
Well, I hate to be unflattering, Vera, but I'm not sold on Pete Lloyd's mad passion for you.
But it's true.
Well, it's convenient for hooking Lloyd. But I happen to know that instead of crying in his beer because he was jilted, he's been booking a chick who has what it takes to make a man forget even you, Angel.
And I know that Pete killed Ernie. I saw him do it, and he said that it was on account of me.
All right, Vera.
You don't believe me, do you?
I don't believe anybody. In my business, betting on dishonesty is the best policy.
And you think I killed Ernie?
Did I say that?
Well, what reason would I have?
How about Georgie Richards?
What?
Pete Lloyd says you were sort of interested in Richards.
Pete says. It seems that he's been making quite a study of me. I thought he just found me.
Well, people knew Pete used to go with you. They've told him things.
Oh, Mr. Waring, can't you see that he's just crazy jealous? Any man I ever spoke to he's going to make something of. Yes, I know Georgie Richards, but I'm not interested in him. He was interested in me, but I didn't want to have anything to do with him.
Oh?
Now, look. I loved Ernie, and that is the truth. Georgie Richards is just like Pete. Anything to make a buck. Gambling, stealing, whatnot. Well, I'm through with that sort. All they mean is trouble.
Well, some people like trouble.
I've had my fill. And now, if that is all, Mr. Waring...
Yes, for now. Goodbye, Vera.
Goodbye. I'll show him. Hello. Georgie Richards, please.
Action soon in the Triangle murder case. Pete Lloyd, sweetheart of Vera Castro and accused by her of the murder of her husband, surrendered to the police early today. He was grilled for hours, but the police were unable to shake his story, and he was released. It is believed, however, that he gave some important information which, if confirmed, may lead to an arrest. The nature of...
It'll be confirmed. The Falcon will see to that.
Tell me something, Pete.
Yeah, sure, Kay. What do you want to know?
Did you kill Ernie Castro?
Well, you heard what the man said, didn't you? Police couldn't shake my story. He couldn't shake it.
You didn't answer my question.
Now, stop worrying. They can't pin this on me.
I'm not worried about that.
Just want to know, is there blood on my hands? All right, Kay, look at him. Look at him.
I just want to know, do you still have a case on Vera?
That's all over. I told you.
I wonder.
Baby. Come here.
I don't care what you do, Pete. I don't care how many men you kill, but not for another
Will you
woman.
cut that out? I told you I'm through with Vera. All I want from her is for her to get what's coming to her.
You hate her.
I hate her.
Well, that means you're still interested.
Oh, I don't know. Hello.
Hello, Pete.
Vera.
Yes, your address was in the newspaper.
What does she want?
Pete, I've got to see you. Can you come over here right away?
Why?
I'll explain when I see you. It's important.
All right, Vera. I'll be over.
You're not going to see her.
The heat's on. She's squirming. I want to see her squirm.
No, Pete. Forget her.
Will you shut up?
Pete, listen to me.
I said shut up.
My lip's bleeding.
Here's a handkerchief. Now get out of my way, will you?
Come on in, Pete.
Yeah, sure, baby, sure. And now, Vera?
Why don't you come on over here? Sit down beside me.
Sure, why not? That's it, Vera. Turn on the glamour. See how far it gets you.
All right, Pete. Isn't it enough that you killed Ernie? Can't you leave me alone?
Leave you alone? You asked me over. It was your idea.
I mean the gun. And hiring Mike Waring. Telling him there's something between me and Georgie Richards. You're trying to put the blame on me for Ernie's murder.
Like you tried to put it on me.
Well, could we make a deal? If I change my story?
Couldn't we make a deal?
All right, laugh. Just laugh. But you had your chance. Remember that.
I'll remember.
I'll prove you killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did.
Relax,
You
baby.
killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that. I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else, what are you grinning about?
I'm not grinning.
You were. What is it? Why did you make me... The other room. You got somebody in the other room, haven't you?
Ow, you're hurting me.
Answer me. The other room. Maybe the law, huh? Will you answer
Hey,
me?
please, stop me.
Well, I'll find out. Hey, you come back here. Well, what do you know? Georgie Richards, huh?
Let go.
So this is your witness, Vera. Some witness.
What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? I'm not going to do anything. Vera thinks your word's going to help her. Cheap punk like you. And for a minute she had me worried.
Leave him alone, Pete.
Sure, baby, sure. I wouldn't think him messing up, pretty boy. All I'm trying to figure... Just what were you trying to pull here anyway?
Nothing.
Well, that's all it's going to amount to. You can bet on that. Just a great big zero.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, Pete Lloyd may think that Vera's ideas add up to zero, but I have an idea that'll add up to a lot of eating pleasure for you. It's an idea for some delightful appetizers to serve before dinner, and such easy ones at that. You just clean some celery stalks, be sure they're chilled and crispy, and then stuff them with delicious Roca cheese spread. One of the 9 delicious cheese spreads made by Kraft. What appetite tempters they are. Because creamy Roca cheese spread has a zesty blue cheese flavor that's unusually delicious. And it's as smooth as satin for really easy spreading. Like all the Kraft cheese spreads, Roca is a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest ingredients. And for a variety of appetizers, try Sharp Old English brand spread, full-flavored smoked hell, and the new Kraft cheese and bacon spread, too. But, of course, you'll want to try all 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in colorful new tulip-designed drinking glasses you can use again and again. Why not collect a whole set? Tomorrow, get several of America's favorite cheese spreads, the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Pete Lloyd was tricked by Vera Castro into revealing his guilt in front of a third party. Now in Mike Waring's combination apartment office.
Hello?
Is this the Falcon?
Yes, this is the Falcon speaking.
Well, this is Vera Castro.
Oh, yes, Angel. I'm glad you called. Just got a report on the gun. It's the murder weapon, all right.
Oh, so now you're sure I killed Ernie?
I didn't say that.
Not in so many words.
Well, it's not important. What do you want?
An apology.
When I see proof.
I have proof, positive proof, that Pete Lloyd killed Ernie. That's why I phoned.
Oh?
If you will meet me at police headquarters in half an hour, I'll show it to you. You will see that... Ow!
Vera. Hello. Hello.
Who is it?
Me, Mike Waring.
All right. Just a second. Hello, Mr. Waring. Come on in.
What happened to you, Angel?
I got knocked out.
That proof you were talking about?
Gone.
Surprise.
You don't believe me, do you? You think I just faked the whole thing?
Well, it does look phony. As phony as the gun in the urn.
Oh, then you realize that was a plant.
No, I didn't say that. I just said it looked like it. But you never can tell. Just what was the proof you were supposed to have had?
A tape recording of a conversation between me and Pete Lloyd.
How'd you get it?
Well, I remembered that Georgie Richards had a tape recorder, so I called him.
I thought Richards was nothing but trouble. You weren't going to have anything to do with him.
I needed his machine.
Uh-huh.
You don't believe me, do you? You think there's something more to it?
Look, why are you so concerned about what I believe?
I don't know.
All right, anyway, you made a recording.
Yes, I did. Georgie hid the microphone under the pillows on the sofa. I got Pete to admit that he killed Ernie, and we got it on the tape. And then when he left, I called you.
Mm-hmm.
But Pete must have figured out that something was wrong, because he came back, heard me talking to you, and knocked me out.
How about Richards?
What about him?
Was he here when you phoned me?
No, he'd gone too.
Oh, too bad. He might have seen.
But he was here when we made the recording. He'll tell you.
Yes, I'm sure he will. But I'd rather hear what Pete Lloyd has to say about it, so let's go, shall we?
What are you going to say to Pete, Mr. Waring?
Oh, just check his story against yours, Vera. And look, don't you think it's about time you started calling me Mike?
Could be.
Well, here's his floor.
Except that you're still working for him. What's that?
I think that came from Lloyd's apartment.
Is the door locked?
Yeah, I'm going to break it in.
Wait a minute. I think someone's coming.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Angel. What happened?
It's Pete.
Where is he?
Right there. On the floor. Oh, Mike.
I see him, Angel. Oh, no wonder she screamed.
Is he dead?
Yes, Vera. Somebody knifed him. He's very dead.
Mike, don't you think we should have stayed back there with Kay until the police came?
No, I didn't want to waste time. I'll check back. How do I get in?
What's the hurry? Where are we going?
To see Georgie Richards.
You said you wouldn't take his word.
I won't.
Well, then why?
Now, you'll see.
Mike.
Yeah?
I didn't kill Pete.
Mm-hmm.
You don't believe me. I wish you'd believe me.
Where does Richards live?
KIBM apartment. But I still don't understand.
Look, you borrowed his recording machine. Now it's my turn, that's all.
Well, what do you want it for?
You didn't notice me pick this up at Lloyd's, did you?
What's that? The tape!
A tape. Whether it's the tape remains to be seen. It was lying on the floor.
Well, that must be it.
Well, we'll see.
And if it is, will you help me?
If it is, will you need help?
Well, it'll prove that I didn't kill Ernie, but I may be accused of Pete's murder. So will you prove that I didn't kill him?
You want to hire me, Angel?
Yes.
Well, I just lost one client, so I'm available. But considering what happened to that client, maybe you'd better think it over.
Here's Richard's apartment, 205.
Hey, what's going on in there?
Well, it sounded like something fell over.
Yeah, there goes some more. Must be a free-for-all. Come on, open up.
What do we do?
Well, I just guess I'll have to... Wait a minute, stopped. I was just about to break it in.
Yeah. Anybody coming?
No, I don't think so. Maybe they couldn't hear me during the fight. I'll try again.
Wonder what that was all about.
I wouldn't know. Seems we're always butting into something. Hello,
Mike, catch him!
I got him. Wait till I get him into this chair. Close the door for her.
All right. Well, I don't see anybody else in the apartment, Mike. But look, everything's all upside down.
He's gone, the window.
Who was it, Richard?
I don't know. Big guy. I never saw him before.
What was he doing here?
When he was searching the apartment, he had all the doors out. I came in, caught him, and right away started swinging.
Mm-hmm. Say, Vera, go in the kitchen, see if there's some ice in the refrigerator.
Hey, what's that for?
You should see your face, chum. It's all out of shape.
Huh?
And that shiner's a honey.
Mm.
Well, we'll patch you up, and then I want to try your recording machine, okay?
I'll prove you killed Ernie.
Is that a fact?
Because you did kill him. You did. You did.
Relax, baby.
You killed him. You're a murderer.
How many times are you going to say that?
Until you admit it.
What's to admit? I killed him. You know that, I know it. But if you expect I'm going to admit it to anyone else,
Well, Mike,
what are you grinning about?
Well, I guess that does it.
now you see that I've been telling the truth.
All right, Vera. Lloyd killed your husband. But who killed Lloyd?
Well, that's what you're supposed to find
Well,
out.
maybe it's the character who beat up on me.
Yeah, maybe so, Richards. What did he look like?
Well, he's a big guy.
Yeah, so you said.
Blonde, straight hair. He had a pushed-in nose.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
A rugged jaw. He looked sort of like an ex-bug.
Mm-hmm. How was he dressed?
He had a gray pinstripe suit, a blue shirt, a dirty yellow tie, a two-tone shoes. Oh, and yeah, his belt buckle.
What about it?
It was initialed J.H.
J.H., huh? Well, now we're getting somewhere.
You think you know who it is, Mike?
Think I know where I can find out?
Where?
Phone book.
The phone book?
Yes, I'm not the only private detective in town. I'll try all the J.H.'s till I land our boy.
You think he's a detective?
Think it's worth a try. This case is tightly knit. You, Vera, Kay. I don't see an outsider fitting in. Unless he was working for one of you. So a detective looks like a good bet.
You could be right, Mike.
Oh, sure, Angel. Why so surprised? Come on, I'll take you home, then I'll go to work on it.
This is Ed Hurley again, friends. Well, now, while Mike takes Vera home and does some more work, I'd like to say a few words about those 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. That's right, I said 9. So there's a variety to please every taste. There are the creamy, mild-tasting ones, like Kraft pineapple cheese spread, Kraft olive pimento cheese spread, and Kraft relish spread. And there are the sharp-tasting kinds, too, such as Kraft Limburger cheese spread, Smoke Hell, and the new Kraft cheese and bacon spread. All of them are delicious. And good for you, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest, purest ingredients. For easy sandwiches and snacks your folks can help themselves to, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 10 minutes have passed, and the Falcon is fulfilling his promise to drop Vera at her house on his way to solving the case.
Well, so long, Vera. I'll let you know how I make out.
All right, Mike. Good night. Oh!
I've been waiting for you, sister.
Hey, stop it!
Tear your eyes out.
You'll have to tear out mine first, eh?
That's a good idea.
Come on, break it up. Break it up.
She killed Pete. She killed him, and now I'm gonna kill her.
You're not going to do anything.
Ow, you're breaking my arm.
Let go of her. Let go of her.
Ow.
You all right, Vera?
Yeah.
Good. Now, you okay? No use making like a maniac. That won't help anything.
You don't understand. I loved him.
Sure, well, everyone to his taste.
Why, you... Ow!
I don't like to hurt you, Kay, but I can't let you go till you calm down. Now, come on, Kay. You better go with me. So long, Vera.
Goodbye.
Sorry if I hurt you, Kay. I don't like to rough a lady, but you haven't exactly been a lady, Angel. Now, come on. How do you feel now, Angel?
Rotten, thanks.
And belligerent?
No. Tired.
Well, that's an improvement.
Where do we go from here?
You go home, I go to work.
I see.
Yes, and you stay home.
If I don't?
You'd just be wasting your time. I'm phoning Vera to keep her door locked until I get back.
Oh, you're going back?
Uh-huh, as soon as I nail J.H.
Who's J.H.?
He's the key to this case.
And you know where to find him?
I know where not to find him, and under the circumstances, that'll be just as good. Hello, Waring. Did you find J.H.?
I have a lead on him, Richards.
Oh, good. Come in and tell me, huh?
Yeah. If you saw him again, Richards, could you identify him?
Sure.
Well, maybe I can arrange it. But I want to be sure I'm not making a mistake. Now, you said he's a big guy.
Well, at least 6'2".
Mm-hmm. Now, how'd you say he was dressed?
Pinstripe suit, gray.
Gray? Thought you said it was brown.
Did I?
I'm pretty sure you did. Vera will remember.
Yeah, well, wait a minute.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's right. It was brown. Brown pinstripe, I forgot.
Mm-hmm. You should have kept notes, Richards.
Well, so I made a mistake.
Yeah, it's a big mistake. Because you did say gray before.
Well, okay, then. I told you.
Yeah, sure. And you switched when I bluffed. Because you weren't sure. Because you weren't describing J.H. from memory. You were describing him off the cuff. Because there isn't any J.H.
Are you nuts?
Well, that's been so rumored, but verification is lacking.
You think I busted my face out of shape like this myself?
No.
Whoa.
I think Pete Lloyd busted it for you.
Lloyd?
Yeah, when you tried to blackmail him.
What are you talking about?
After you and Vera made the tape, you returned to Vera's. Your Conte, you swiped the tape and tried to blackmail Lloyd with it. He offered to pay, but when you produced the tape, he made a grab for it. There was a fight, and you knifed him.
I suppose you can prove that.
I'll come on down to police headquarters, and I'll show you.
Well, I have a better idea.
I'm glad you decided to put up a fight. It gives me a chance to black your other eye.
Oh, no, you don't.
I thought so. The knife.
Come on, let go. Let go.
Sure, when you drop that knife, go ahead, drop it.
All right.
Thought if we got in a fight, you'd pull that knife again. I have an idea the police lab will find specks of dried blood on it, Lloyd's blood. That's the trouble with playing with knives, Richards. You're likely to get stuck.
For a detective who operates out of his hat, you do all right, Mike.
Oh,
What's the matter?
Well, it's bad enough my setup isn't according to Hoyle, but on top of that, do you realize the awful faux pas I pulled on this particular case?
No, what?
I went all through this case without once getting knocked out.
That's right. I took the lumps for you.
Uh-huh.
Well, don't you worry. I won't breathe it to a soul.
That's my girl.
Hey, but I know one way we can keep from being too unorthodox.
What's that, Angel?
Well, right now I can ask you, how did you know that Georgie Richards was the murderer?
Oh, well, that business with J.H. The only time Richard saw that stranger was when they were struggling. Yet he gave me a perfect description.
Yeah, but what was the purpose of creating the mythical J.H. anyway?
To explain Richard's shiner. Richards killed Lloyd in a fight. The fight left marks on him. He had to explain them away, so when we arrived at his place, he staged the sound effects of battle and invented J.H. to account for the condition of his face.
I see.
And I pretended to go along with the gag to give him time to forget some details. Well, he did, and that's it.
And now you see that I didn't have anything to do with either of the murders. You didn't want to believe that at first.
Oh, what gave you that idea?
I could tell by the look in your eyes.
You mean you can tell what I'm thinking by just looking in my eyes?
That's right.
Well, can you tell what I'm thinking now, Angel?
I certainly can. Good night, Mike.
For the best in taste in the margarine you buy, get Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Yes, Parquet is the margarine millions prefer to any other because it tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its wonderful new Flavor Saver aluminum foil wrap. Elsewhere, get Parquet in the regular package or handy Color Quick bag. In any package, Parquet is the margarine that tastes so good because it's always fresh. That's Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Get a pound tomorrow. The Case of the Happy Hoodlum. The Case of the Happy Hoodlum. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that for people who want to crash out of jail, murder can be a bad break. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon, transcribed today, are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Chuck Webster as Lloyd. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime now comes transcribed to radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Coming.
Mr. Templar.
Yes?
Let me in quickly.
All right.
My name is Claire Gordon.
Well, I can recommend that chair.
I don't have time, Mr. Templar. I want to confess.
Confess what?
Murder.
Huh. Well, maybe I'd better take the chair. You're quite serious?
Well, of course I am. When anyone confesses to murder merely as a joke.
It might depend on their sense of humor. However, whom did you murder?
My husband.
I see.
You don't believe me.
I've no reason to believe or disbelieve.
But I did kill him.
All right.
You ought to do something about it.
Mrs. Gordon, I can think of many reasons why a woman might want to kill her husband. In some instances, she actually does. But I can think of no reason why she should come to me and tell me about it.
Well, I had to confess to somebody.
Well, you could have chosen the police.
Oh, they're so vulgar.
Murder is not a monopoly of the upper classes, nor is it in itself an especially refined activity.
You don't understand. Before I married Jim, I was Claire Wheelock.
Of the something or other Wheelocks, no doubt. Still,
I absolutely refuse to go to some poky, dirty little police station.
Well, some of them are quite large, and I understand clean from time to time.
Tell some grubby little man all about my personal affairs.
Murder, according to the statutes, is a public affair.
I think you're nasty.
I'm only trying to be reasonable, after all.
I've heard you weren't always reasonable when beautiful women were concerned.
Oh, that's true only on Shrove Tuesday.
Oh, I despise you.
Hey, wait. Maybe today is Shrove... Oh, no, it's Sunday. Hey, she could be coming back to make an appointment for Shrove Tuesday. No.
You're Simon Templar?
I'm afraid I am. You seem to object?
Why was my wife here?
Your what?
Wife. And don't try telling me you didn't know she was married, you low individual.
I think you'd better tell me about myself inside, huh? Now then, you are...
James Gordon. And my wife was just here.
How do you know?
I saw her leave. Are you going to try denying it?
Well, not if you saw her just leave.
Oh, that's good. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take my coat off.
You're warm?
I'm about to beat your brains out, you know.
Watch your language. And why do you think your wife was here?
Pretty obvious, isn't it?
I don't know. After all, I never met your wife before. Furthermore, Mr. Gordon, you're dead.
Are you being whimsical?
I'm only trying not to make a liar out of your wife.
She told you she was a widow?
More or less. Actually, she came here to confess.
Are you trying to pull my leg?
I've always thought that a highly overrated indoor sport, except, of course, in the right company.
She came here to confess to what?
To murdering you.
What?
Apparently her confession was premature. If, that is, you really are James Gordon.
Well, thanks for the premature. And, of course, I'm James Gordon. Who else would I be?
Shall I guess?
No. No, you can take a look at my wallet.
Oh, thank you. Driver's license. Blue Shield medical plan card, dated. Oddly enough, only a week ago.
What's odd about that?
Apparently you don't expect to die. You are James Gordon.
Well, thank you. Now, would you like to tell me why my wife was here?
She came to confess to your murder.
You know, Mr. Templar, I think I'm beginning to believe you.
Fine. Keep working at it.
Claire is eccentric. If you say she told you she'd murder me, well, she must have told you.
She did?
But why? I'm not dead.
Therefore, she didn't murder you.
Then why did she make such an idiotic confession?
Wishful thinking, perhaps.
No, just some
Or
minute.
perhaps it was only anticipation. Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Mr. Templar.
Louis.
Louis. A half an hour ago you called for a cab. A half an hour ago I arrived. A half an hour ago I was still warm. I am now understudying an icicle.
Oh, Louis, I'm sorry. Come upstairs and thaw out. I have had company.
A blunt?
To start with,
What are you up to now?
her husband.
I'll come up. I'll bring a large wrench.
That won't be necessary, Louis. Bye.
Mr. Templar, what you said just before, you mean perhaps she intends to murder me. But why should she want to?
She came to confess, not to confide in me.
I better run along. Get hold of Claire and Well, I'm sorry I bothered you, Mr. Templar.
Oh, it's all right.
Thanks for your patience.
Forget it.
Goodbye.
Bye. Well, so much. That's right, Sergeant. A man named Gordon, shot to death on my doorstep. No, Sergeant, I never shoot anyone on my doorstep. It's untidy. I don't know. Look, Sergeant, I have an idea. Why not drop in and see for yourself, Sergeant was quick. Come in.
Hi, Mr. Templar.
Oh, Louis, I forgot you were coming up. You warmer?
Yeah, a little bit, thanks. Friend of yours?
Who?
The gentleman who's laying down dead outside your door.
No, we'd barely met.
Oh, well, that's nice. You ready to leave now?
I'm afraid not. I have to wait for the police.
That's too bad. You know, the guy might be a conservative dresser, but I don't think he does credit to your doorstep.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. His name is James Gordon of the, Gordon.
Oh, well, that's different, yeah. Did he kill himself, or did somebody help him?
I don't think he killed himself, Louis.
Why?
Well, he'd just taken out a Blue Shield card.
Oh, planning for the future, huh?
Yes, it also means he expected to have a future. Louis, while we're waiting, would you look up James Gordon in the phone book?
Okay. But I could tell you now he won't answer the phone.
I want his address.
But he's moving. It's going to be the morgue.
But his wife will still be there?
Oh. Well, here it is. 12 Seven Oaks Drive. Yeah, it's a very high-class neighborhood.
A very high-class wife.
Maybe I ought to run home and put on my white tie.
Don't be silly, Louis. Under the circumstances, the tie should very definitely be black.
You know, those cops were very nice.
So they were.
In spite of what you asked them.
What do you mean?
You asked them if somebody confessed to murdering James Gordon.
So I did.
Yes, so don't you think it's a little early for a confession?
Louis, you don't understand. You see, in this particular case, the confession was made before the murder.
Oh, well, that explains it. That explains nothing.
Louis, Mrs. Gordon visited me just before Mr. Gordon did.
Uh-huh.
No.
No?
No. What she did do was confess to murdering her husband.
Yeah, but he was still alive.
That's right.
Maybe she's got clairvoyance or something. Oh, 12 Seven Oaks Drive, Mr. Conte.
Good.
Yeah. Should I wait?
You'd better come with me.
Okay. Except but why?
Well, I have a feeling I'll need a witness.
Oh, so you really don't know Mrs. Gordon very well.
Well, if her confession was true, I don't want to know her at all.
But it couldn't have been, huh? Except maybe it was, huh?
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Sure. And that's a way nobody understands, too, me included.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Boy, is he half wrong.
Good evening. We should like to see Mrs. Gordon.
Come in, please. Whom shall I say is calling?
Who?
I beg your pardon.
Who shall I say is calling? Better grammar.
Listen, Bud, for what I dragged down here, whom is good enough.
Oh? Oh, the Gordons don't pay well?
If you are referring to recent history, the Gordons don't pay, period.
Oh, they're having financial difficulties, huh?
No, they ain't having no difficulties on account they ain't got no finances.
Explains the hospital plan, and you'd better slip your English accent on and announce it. I'm Simon Templar. This is Louis.
Yeah, hi.
Very good.
Since when is Brooklyn growing buttless?
Louis, the Gordons have been in trouble.
Mr. Gordon ain't. Not anymore. About Mrs. Gordon.
Mrs. Gordon will see you. This way.
Oh, thank you.
Not only will she see you, but you'll see her. Looking at it objective, you're getting the break. She is quite a dish.
Sir, you are speaking of the woman Mr. Gordon loved.
Who says? That's the door. She's on the other side.
Hey. You might open it for us.
What's the matter? You broke an arm or something?
If he ain't careful, they're going to send him back to Brooklyn.
Mrs. Gordon?
Yes?
Of course, it's been a little while since we last met, but...
Since we've what?
Met.
We haven't met.
We haven't...
If we had, surely I'd remember, Mr. Templar, I believe is my butler, sir.
We met at my home within the last hour.
Well, I'm sure you have a very charming home, but I was never in it.
Well, I may be able to refresh your memory if you'll be patient with me. You came in order to confess.
Confess? What?
The murder of your husband.
Mr. Templar, if this is some kind of joke...
I'm not so...
Then it's not in the best of taste. Besides everything else, my husband happens to be alive and in splendid health. So you see, I couldn't very well have confessed to any such silly thing.
Mrs. Gordon.
Yes?
Your husband's health is no longer what it used to be. He's dead.
Dead? Him?
Yes, Mrs. Gordon.
Oh, no.
The Temple, she's going to faint.
This letter.
He did faint. The Temple King Arthur would never have let you sit down on his round table.
I couldn't afford to be chivalrous, Louis. I had to make sure her faint was...
Oh, you thought she might be putting on an act?
Yes. However, from the way she fell...
Oh, it wasn't no act, huh?
No.
Could that mean that the rest of her story about never being in your apartment and confessing that that's also true?
Hardly.
Well, then maybe she's a twin.
No.
Oh, why not?
Too easy. Come on, help me put her on the couch.
Yeah. You think maybe she's just plain nuts?
Perhaps, and I quote a playwright of some insight. There's a method in her madness. If she's coming to. The butler can look after her. Come on along.
Okay.
Think you guys can find the front door?
Oh, yes, we brought our compass.
How was Mrs. Gordon?
She was fine. I don't think she's doing quite so well now. You might look in on her.
It will be a pleasure.
Good night. Good night.
Well, that was a nice visit. Of course, our hostess happens to faint, but where are we going now? Maybe we could make somebody else faint.
No, your cab, first of all. And then...
Yeah?
We wait.
For what? Santa Claus? Mr. Templar, he was here recently.
Not Santa Claus, Louis. We're waiting for Mrs. Gordon to recover.
Oh, that's considerate of us.
Not really. It's nasty of us.
Oh, it is, huh? We're going to hate ourselves in the morning?
Well, that will depend on where Mrs. Gordon leads us tonight.
Well, she ain't in no hurry. We've been waiting 10 minutes already.
I'll give her time, Louis. She had to recover from a faint, make a phone call, dress for the street.
Yeah, maybe, but I get nervous.
You probably need a tonic. Had a call.
That reminds me. I had a call up in the Bronx once.
Oh.
Sorry. A redhead comes out of the house 15 minutes after I start honking the horn. Has me drive her to Grand Central. I ask her why the delay. She says she was very busy murdering her husband, and I laugh like anything. But you know what?
She had murdered her husband.
That's the last time I'll tell you a story. I was supposed to say that.
I'm sorry. Hey, Louis.
Oh, yeah, down the block. Mrs. Gordon, huh?
Mrs. Gordon.
Yeah. It's a nice car she got.
Yeah, give her a chance to get into it.
Oh, yeah, I always forget. Well, she's in now.
Yeah, wait a minute. Give her time, Louis. She has to straighten her hat, do her lips, put on her gloves, signal for a right turn, and then...
Yeah, and then pull away from the curb and then turn left.
Right. Come on, let's go, Louis.
All right. Hey, Mr. Templar. Do you think maybe she's leaving for parts unknown like that redhead?
I doubt it. It would amount to a second confession and one that would be believed.
Yeah. For a woman who just fainted, she's driving plenty fast.
True. You see, Louis, no one dawdles in the shadow of the gallows.
Hey, She's pulling up in front of that park entrance.
We'd better stop here.
Out, huh?
Out.
She's heading into the park. We follow her, huh?
Yes. Strange.
Maybe she's just a nature lover, Mr. Templar.
At this hour of the night?
Well, as the law says you gotta love nature only in the daytime.
It isn't love which brings her here. Careful, Louis. She's stopping.
Yeah. Near the lake. Hey, there was a guy waiting for her.
There's no way we can get any closer. She might spot us on the path.
How about getting in amongst the trees?
That's an idea.
Yeah, except how good is it? They ran out of trees just here.
Not close enough to see him, but at least we've just met another figure in the case.
I'll stick to Mrs. Gordon's. That is, we can't see him. We haven't been introduced to him.
We have to do something about that.
Hey, Mrs. Gordon is scrambling.
Coming back along the path. We stayed where we are.
Look, she's almost running.
Yes, probably on very good advice.
Huh?
She has to be on time for her appointment with the police. They might not approve of her having gone for a midnight stroll in the park on the night her husband died. Yeah, she's gone.
Yeah, but the guy is still there. Mm-hmm. We're interested in him now?
Mm-hmm. Very much interested. He'll have to come back this way. We can cut him off. Got to find out who he is. Louis. Got a handkerchief.
Why, you want us to blow my nose?
No. Do as I'm doing.
Oh, make like a masked bandit or something.
That's the general idea. Hurry, Louis.
Yeah. Okay. I do am now a masked bandit, but I ain't happy.
I don't have a gun, but perhaps it'll work anyway.
Want the gun you don't have?
Yes, I'll double up my right hand in my coat pocket.
Here he comes.
Okay, stop right there, bud.
What?
Get behind him, Lefty.
I ain't left-handed. Oh, yeah. I'm behind him, Miggsy.
What is this? Stick up. What do you think it is?
You can't do this.
Sure we can. Or maybe you like to argue so much you would prefer being ventilated?
Being what?
Shot.
Look, you don't have to shoot me.
More of your lip and I'll enjoy it. Shut up. Hand over your poker.
Hand over my what?
Boy, are you ignorant. The money bag, mister, the wallet.
Oh, here.
Thanks. Now, keep walking the way you were, see? And don't try looking around. I ain't got no objections at all to shooting a guy in the back.
I won't look around. I won't.
Well, he's gone.
So he is.
Now, we ought to scram through, Mr. Templar. If he yells for cops...
I don't think he will. He might have to explain what he was doing in the park at this time of night.
He'd have an easier job than we would.
Let's see. His name is Timothy Kerrigan. Papers in his wallet. Member of the Bar Association. A lawyer, though.
Oh, fine. He'll probably sue us for nothing.
A lawyer? Most probably the lawyer for the Gordons.
Well, that would explain why Mrs. Gordon yelled for him, but why would they have to meet in the park?
I don't know, Louis, except that anywhere else they might have been seen together and overheard.
And that would be bad?
It might be murder.
Well, here's your house, Mr. Templar.
Yes, Louis.
Gonna go to sleep?
I imagine so. Nothing to be done tonight, so far as I know.
Yeah. Well, anyways, now we got 3 suspects instead of 2.
3?
Yeah, Mrs. Gordon, Kerrigan, and the butler.
The butler is never guilty, Louis. Hey, how about coming up for a drink?
What was that you said?
Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Templar. About butlers. Maybe this one ain't guilty, but sometimes one could be, huh?
That's true, but the one we met tonight is too charming a character.
Yeah, don't look now, Mr. Templar.
Keep walking.
But your charming character is carrying around the young tenant.
Good evening. How's butling these nights, huh?
Go on. Inside the apartment.
With pleasure.
Now, hold it. Nobody move till I put the light on. Okay. All the way in. Now, sit down, both of you.
Courtesy?
No, you can't jump me easy sitting down.
Intelligent. We, sit. As for you, you're either an idiot or, in love?
It's the same thing.
I didn't come here to make conversation with you, Templar.
Why did you come?
To make sure you forgot about Mrs. Gordon's confession.
An idiot in love.
That's got nothing to do with you.
Suppose I refuse to forget Mrs. Gordon's confession.
You'll forget it, either by agreeing to or by being dead.
You want me to promise to say nothing of the confession to the police?
That's right.
Well, suppose I do promise, and then you leave, and then suppose I don't keep that promise.
No, why do you have to bring that up?
I come back.
And kill me then? Oh, what good would that do, Mrs. Gordon?
All right, if what you're getting is that the only way I can be sure is by killing you, then
How much was Mr. Gordon's life insured for?
$100,000. Wait, how'd you know?
There had to be a motive for his death. A motive that would place Mrs. Gordon in danger of being considered likely to have murdered her husband. The Gordons had no money. Insurance was the most probable motive in existence. Kerrigan handled the Gordons' finances?
Yeah.
Mrs. Gordon is in love with Kerrigan, isn't she?
No.
I think yes.
Who cares what you think?
All right. Let's find out how innocent Mrs. Gordon is. Look, pull the window shade down, Front window. Pull an armchair over to the window and sit in it.
Why?
You'll then be silhouetted prettily for the benefit of anyone outside in the street. The drawn shade will make it impossible for you to be identified exactly. Your build is much the same as mine. You will therefore appear to be me to anyone outside. You will also provide a perfect target.
To who?
To the only one who would have any reason for wishing me dead. The murderer of James Gordon. You love Mrs. Gordon. You're convinced she's innocent. She's been here before and should be able to find her way back. Well, will you sit in that chair? 2 a.m. And by this time, the police would long have reached Mrs. Gordon. They're probably finished with their preliminary questioning. She could plead sleepiness. They'll have left the Gordon home, allowing 15 minutes to get here. She should be arriving at almost any moment.
Shut up.
Well, naturally, you're not worried. Perfect target, though you make.
Yeah, and besides, Mr. Templar, even if she does shoot him, he'll be killed by the woman he loves. What more could a guy want?
I told you to...
Yes, you were saying?
That car.
Yes, I heard it.
It doesn't have to be her.
But I'm sure it is. High heels. Well, Mr. Butler?
I'm getting out of here.
He dives very nice.
And in time. I wonder, with no ready-made target for her, what will Mrs. Gordon do? You better get in the next room, huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Louis. Will you open the door?
Oh, I don't mind if you do. I wouldn't like to get shot on your doorstep. It's no way to appreciate your hospitality.
I get it. Hello, Mrs. Gordon.
Oh, you're not alone.
No. That's Louis, remember? But better remember inside,
All right. Send him away.
Oh, I promised him a drink. He hasn't had it yet. I can't send him away.
But what I have to tell you is confidential.
Louis is in my confidence.
Well, all right. It might turn out more convenient if you're difficult.
About what?
Forgetting that I was ever here before. Forgetting I came to you with a confession of murder.
Sorry, but I have a remarkably retentive memory. For example, I remember a girl I used to go to school with.
You'd better forget her for the moment.
Oh, I couldn't. I loved her very deeply.
How would you feel about $25,000?
I love them very deeply, too. They're being offered to me for a promise to forget?
Yes.
And if I don't keep it?
You'll sign a paper admitting your promise and acceptance of the money. That would make you an accessory. You wouldn't dare change your mind.
Hey, she's smarter than me.
Still going. Mrs. Gordon, you're young, you're beautiful, and $25,000 is very attractive. Nevertheless, I shall refuse all of you.
Even
Yes, I wondered how long it would be before you produced that. And the revolver you killed your husband with?
I didn't.
You could convince me in a lot better way.
Can I convince you?
Oh, yes, your confession helps.
It does.
Of course. Your husband's death makes you richer by $100,000, doesn't it?
Yes.
Otherwise, you had nothing.
Well, our investments, they were unfortunate.
Mr. Kerrigan handled them?
Yes, he's our lawyer.
So your husband handed over his money to Kerrigan. Did he also know he was handing over his wife as well?
What did you say?
I meant his life, of course, a natural slip of the tongue, you know.
You still haven't told me how my confession was going to help me.
I didn't say it would help you. I said it would help convince me you hadn't killed your husband.
Well, that's the same thing.
Not quite.
Mr. Templar, that was the back door.
Yeah, I know. I was saying, oh, yes. The fact that you didn't kill your husband is actually of minor importance in view of... Now would be a good time to borrow your gun. Louis, will you keep Mrs. Gordon company while I see what the boys in the back room are doing?
Yeah, all right, Mr. Templar.
It was Kerrigan.
Uh-huh. I thought it would be.
He didn't see me. Came into the room, headed for the door to the living room. He'd sneaked it open a bit when I...
Is he alive?
Yeah, I just got him in the shoulder. He was working in the back while she was...
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Louis.
What, Mr. Templar?
Will you phone the police? They've one wounded murderer to collect, one beautiful accessory before and after the fact.
Oh, no.
But of the highest class. Her butler will help her wait. More soda, Louis?
No. What are you trying to do, drown me?
Here you are, Louis.
Oh, thanks a lot. Oh. Hey, Mr. Templar, look. I know Kerrigan shot Mr. Gordon, and I kind of hear Mrs. Gordon will like that. This is a new phrase.
It'll catch on, Louis, believe me.
Also because they needed the insurance, though, to live happy ever after on, being the high-class types. But why did Mrs. Gordon confess to you before her husband got killed?
Oh, it was an attempt to establish an alibi for herself, Louis. She expected that I'd immediately phone the police or else take her back to her home to view the corpse. In the meanwhile, Kerrigan would murder Gordon. And that would have left Mrs. Gordon in the clear.
Yeah, but you didn't do either of those things. Why?
I didn't believe her.
Oh.
She had really killed her husband and was willing to take whatever consequences there might be. Why come to me?
So that loused up her alibi. Especially because her husband, instead of staying home and getting shot, had become suspicious of her and he trailed her here.
And was in turn trailed by Kerrigan, who saw a natty opportunity for double-crossing Mrs. Gordon and keeping the money for himself. He handled the Gordons' affairs and had the power of attorney.
Yeah, but look, Mrs. Gordon's faint when you told her about her husband's death, that was real. You pointed that out yourself.
Of course it was, Louis. But she didn't faint at the news of her husband's death as such. The reason she fainted was because she realized that she'd confessed to me and that her husband had been shot at a time for which she had no alibi.
Well, now I'm almost smart. Now I can enjoy my drink. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Hey, that lovesick butler tells me he's going back to Brooklyn, and the kind of life in the upper classes is too low for his taste.
Poor fellow. He loves not wisely, but too well. On the other hand, what's wrong with Brooklyn?
You have been listening to another transcribed adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. Now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our cast you heard Joan Banks as Claire and Peter Leeds as her husband. Hy Averback was the butler and Jim Nusser, Kerrigan. Larry Dobkin plays Louis. This is Vincent Price inviting you to join us again next week at this same time for another exciting adventure of the Saint. Good night.
This adventure of the Saint was written by Louis Vittes. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris, is a James L. Safier production and is directed by Helen Mack. Vincent Price is soon to be seen co-starring in RKO's production of His Kind of Woman. All you Saint fans will be glad to know that the Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Don Stanley. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Well, it's Sunday again. That means another gala broadcast of NBC's Big Show. This evening, hostess Tallulah Bankhead has a whole flock of guest stars, including Marlena Dietrich. And when the two glamour gals, Tallulah and Marlena, get together, look out for flying sparks. For drama this Sunday evening, Theater Guild on the Air presents the 10th story, The Third Man, starring Joseph Cotton and Signe Hassel. Join Tallulah and her Big Show with Marlena Dietrich later on NBC. By transcription, the National Broadcasting Company presents Counter Spy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy. Washington calling David Harding, Counter Spy.
Harding, Counter Spy, calling Washington.
United States Counter Spies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
These Counter Spy reports to the American people are brought to you each week at this time. Now, the case of the Kleptomaniac clues.
Going on a little trip, Mr. Trafford? What the? I wanted to see you before you left Frisco.
Hey, who are you? And how did you get into my hotel room?
What's the difference?
I'll call the manager and have
Drop that phone, Trafford. That's better.
What is this? What's that gun for? What do you want?
That briefcase you're carrying?
What?
The briefcase. Hand it over and you won't get hurt.
I'll do no such thing.
Give me that.
You won't get away with this.
Shut up. Sit down in that chair. Now, we'll just tie you up so you won't make no fuss while I'm blowing out of here.
Just why are you doing this? Just why?
For dough. What else? I don't know what's inside this thing, but certain people are willing to pay plenty to find out.
Well, Mitchell, you glad to be back in San Francisco again? Or is that a foolish question?
In view of being met at the boat by you, love, let's say it's a superfluous one.
Darling. Always the appropriate sentiment.
The Orient has its fascination, Elise, but it does not have you.
I hope it was dull, of course.
Oh, business was quite good, but nothing else. And speaking of business, how is our little curio shop with its clocks, knickknacks, and whatnot?
Excellent, darling.
Good.
I'm expecting a rather interesting shipment soon.
Oh? Will that mean another seagoing excursion for me?
It could. Perhaps I'll go with you this time. Would you like that?
I refuse to answer a question like that. Its intent is much too obvious.
Ah, darling. Oh, here we are.
Here you are, driver. Keep the change.
I left Doreen in charge of the shop.
Oh, how is she?
As usual. She handles the carriage trade exceedingly well.
Uh-huh.
At times I think you're a bit too interested in her.
What? Oh, nonsense, Elise. Why, she's hardly more than a child.
Yes, I know that, but do you?
Oh, Miss Pomeroy, you're back.
Well, hello, Doreen.
How are you, Mr. Monroe? Nice to see you back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. How have you been?
Just fine, thank you. Was your trip successful?
Very.
I'm glad.
Doreen, were there any messages while I was gone?
No, Miss Pomeroy, but there's a man waiting to see you in your office.
A man?
Mr. O'Mac. A very curious thing happened.
Curious?
Yes, I could have sworn he deliberately put one of our teakwood figures in his pocket.
What?
And as though he realized I'd seen him, he put it back on the display shelf. But perhaps it was a mistake.
Perhaps. Come along to the office, Mitchell. Mr. O'Mac may be a buyer.
Yes, or a seller. See you later, Doreen. It's a lovely girl.
If one likes the type.
Always waiting for somebody. That's me.
I don't like you sitting behind my desk, O'Mac.
Oh, excuse me. I hope I didn't soil nothing.
You have what you were sent to get?
You mean Mr. Trafford's briefcase?
You know that's what I mean. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it.
Give it to me.
Not so fast.
Well, what is it?
There's been a change made since I first talked to you.
Change? What do you mean?
The price you're paying. I don't like it.
Oh, you don't?
No, I don't. So you'll have to make it fatter.
Tell me, love, where'd you find this cheap highwayman?
Never mind that now. O'Mac, we agreed on $10,000.
Yeah, well, I need 10 more.
You deceitful pig.
You know how it is. Cost of living going up and up.
I won't hear of this kind of street corner conniving.
Okay, suit yourself.
And may I ask just what will happen if you don't get what you want?
The counter spies would love to get their hands on a little setup you've got here.
What?
You've got till tomorrow to pay my price.
You wouldn't go to the counter spies.
No? Try me and find out.
David Harding, Counter Spy Headquarters, Washington. To San Francisco Field Office. Special directive to Agent Carl Braden. Mr. George Trafford. Proceed on description of man who stole briefcase and on any other information Trafford can supply. Am leaving by jet immediately. Have correlation of data ready for my inspection upon arrival. End of message. Oh, Miss Johnson, have you contacted Agent Peters in the St. Louis Field Office yet?
He's on the wire now, sir. Line number 3.
Oh, good. Hello, Peters.
How are you, Mr. Harding?
Peters, I'm leaving Washington by jet for San Francisco within the hour. I'm picking you up en route, so gauge your time carefully.
Right, what's up?
No time now. I'll fill you in later.
Okay, Chief. I'll be standing by at the St. Louis airport.
And preparatory to leaving San Francisco, Trafford stopped to rest at a hotel until his train was due to depart for Washington.
I follow most of it up to now, Mr. Harding, but,
What, Peter?
Well, who is Trafford? And just what was in this popular briefcase of his?
Well, Trafford is in no official capacity with the government, Peters. He's merely a private citizen who happens to be an astute industrial organizer.
Sort of an efficiency expert,
Yes, you could call it that.
And the big top secret in that briefcase?
A draft of plans for mobilization of certain key industries. Plans, factory locations, working schedules, objectives, probable results, so forth.
I see.
Which, of course, was intended for the hands and eyes only of the defense coordinator in D.C.
I wonder in whose hands and under what eyes they are now at this very moment.
That's what we've got to find out, Peters. And fast.
Oh, Mac, this is Elise Pomeroy.
I was expecting your call.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you?
Yeah. And I'm even more sure of you.
You still demand 10,000 more?
That's right.
I was thinking of a counter offer. Shall we say 7,500?
You know, I can't hear a word you're saying.
8,000.
I still can't hear you. So long, Miss Pomeroy.
Wait.
My price stands at 20,000. You can't auction with me. 20,000, or like I said, the briefcase goes to the counter spies.
All right. Very well. You shall have your money.
I wasn't worried for a second. Love.
Don't be insolent.
Why not? I can afford it.
I'll have the money for you at 11 o'clock tonight.
Where do I pick it up?
My home. 245 Ridgewood Drive.
Ridgewood Drive. Okay, love. I'll be there.
Here's your drink, Mitchell.
Oh, and just right. Thank you, love. To your very good health, Elise.
And to yours.
May you always feel as wonderful as you look.
And may you always be as truthful as you sound.
So much for that. Why did you ask Omac to come here to your house, Elise?
I don't want him seen near the shop again. It's much too risky, darling.
Quite a fellow, isn't he? Or should I say felon?
He's been useful.
Let's see now. Within the short space of 24 hours, he's committed a hold-up, blackmail, and incidentally gave way to a touch of kleptomania. Very impressive.
Kleptomania?
Of course, yesterday in the shop. You heard Doreen describe his attempt to palm a teakwood piece just before we arrived?
Perhaps she made it up.
Oh, come now, my dear. Does it sound so incredible, considering what Omac is? Besides, why would Doreen make up a thing like that?
I wouldn't know, would you?
No. And, by the way, she knows nothing about business transactions in the Orient, does she?
No. Unless she knows about anything concerning us, the better.
Why, Elise, I would almost think you're jealous of Doreen from your tone of voice.
Would you now?
Yes, but you've no reason to be. Look.
Oh, that must be Omac. I'll let him in. come in.
Thank you. Well, say, quite a joint you got here. A little far from town, though, ain't it?
Do you have the briefcase?
You're looking at it. Hi, Jack.
If you're talking to me, begin again. I'll leave Jack out of it this time.
Take it easy, Governor. Just being friendly.
I'll take the briefcase if you don't mind.
First, my payoff, if you don't mind.
Just as you say. I'll get it from my desk.
You mind if I have a drink? See, you got a few spread around here.
Take mine if you like. I haven't touched it.
Well, thank you. And believe me, I wouldn't mind if you did. Love.
Now, see here, O'Mac.
Disregard him, Mitchell.
Sure, Monroe, do that. After tonight, you two won't be bothered with me anymore. Well, here's to the end of a beautiful friendship, huh?
Something wrong, O'Mac?
This drink.
Now, look at the mess you've made.
You put something in the drink.
Only a drug. A very quick, effective, and deadly poison.
I'll kill you.
A very quick poison, O'Mac. Even quicker when you expend energy unnecessarily.
I'll get you out.
The end of a beautiful friendship. Exactly as he said.
Elise.
I should have let you in on my little plan, I suppose.
Well, I didn't expect anything like this.
Don't be so shocked, darling. After all, you realize you can't trust a blackmailer. He would have eventually given us away, you know.
You really do mean business, don't you?
Yes, Mitchell, I really do. Now let's get rid of him.
Well, that's about the size of it, Mr. Harding, and I have no idea how he got into that hotel room.
Or who could have sent him, Mr. Trafford?
No, I'm afraid not. My completion of the draft, as well as my trip to the Capitol, was strictly secret as far as I know.
But you'll be able to identify this man when we pick him up.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Peters.
Mr. Harding, isn't it possible that he's passed the plans to another party by now?
Yes, more than likely.
Can't a new draft of your survey be substituted?
Oh, yes, certainly. With putting in another 7 or 8 months on relocations and shifting schedules. It's not the happiest situation, I can tell you.
And time's important.
So it's a question of retrieving what we have or substituting a plan which at best will be inferior to the original.
Well, we can't risk the operation of your plan, Mr. Trafford, as long as there's a chance of its being known to unfriendly powers.
Then you've got to get it back to me, sir, before it's somehow shipped out of the country.
We'll try, Mr. Trafford. You can be sure of that. We're going to try every way possible.
Well, hello, Doreen.
Mr. Monroe.
Oh, I didn't expect to find you in Elise's office.
I was just filing some invoices. Miss Pomeroy should be back shortly.
Good. We can wait together, hmm?
Of course, Miss Monroe.
Oh, no. My name is Mitchell.
Miss Pomeroy might not like me to call you that.
Oh, Miss Pomeroy isn't here, and my friends call me by my first name. I consider you a friend.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm glad. I've always been afraid she might misunderstand.
Elise? Oh, not at all. What is there to misunderstand?
Well...
Doreen, do you like me?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I like you, too.
Will you be going away soon?
Yes, I'm afraid so, within a few days.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yes.
I'll be back, though.
Will you?
Mm-hmm. But until I...
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Hello, Elise. I've been waiting for you.
Not expecting me quite so soon.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was getting a bit impatient.
I'm glad you were able to find a way of containing your impatience. Doreen, you better get out front in the shop.
Yes, Miss Pomeroy.
Before you go, Doreen.
Yes?
I want you to remember something.
What is it?
This. Now, go about your business. And remember that.
I'll be sure to remember it, Miss Pomeroy.
Why did you do that?
You know, without being told, so we won't discuss it.
For heaven's sake, Elise, behave sensibly.
Be quiet. You and your affairs are unimportant at the moment. I've had the plan we stole from Trafford microfilmed. You leave with it on the first boat out of San Francisco for Hong Kong.
When is that?
Tomorrow night.
Are you coming along with me?
No. Because everything we do from now on will be done on a strictly business basis.
Really?
Yes. So mind your step, lover. You know the way I do business.
You are listening to the case of the Kleptomaniac Clues,
on Counter Spy. There's a big evening's entertainment with the Chimes today and every Sunday over most of these same NBC stations. The Big Show brings you 90 minutes of the very best in comedy, music, and drama with Tallulah, the distaff dynamo, and the leading personalities of show business. The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show means 30 mad and delightful minutes with the unconventional Harrises and their friends. Hedda Hopper brings you dramatized stories of Broadway and Hollywood. Tales of the Texas Rangers stars Joel McCrae in an authentic drama from the files of the nation's oldest police force. And genial Jack Parr quizzes a group of courageous contestants on the $64 question. Remember, the Chimes are your invitation. Now, back to Counter Spy.
Agent Braden to Harding, San Francisco field office. Braden to Harding.
Harding, go ahead, Braden.
The body of a man fitting description furnished by Mr. Trafford was found on the outskirts of the city. Death by poisoning. Identification, Charles O'Mac. He is now at the city morgue.
All right, no further instructions, Braden.
Yes, Chief.
Pick up Mr. Trafford, Peters, and meet me at the city morgue. A dead man just turned up who may be the one. We'll need Trafford to identify him.
Yes, that's him. That's the man who took my briefcase.
You're certain, Mr. Trafford?
Absolutely.
His driver's license said Charles O'Mac. Does that name mean anything to you?
No, nothing.
They found this in his pocket, Mr. Harding.
Oh, let's see up there. Teakwood. Little teakwood figure.
Odd thing for a guy who was also carrying a 38.
Yeah.
Mr. Harding, will you need me any further?
Oh, not at the moment, Mr. Trafford.
Then I'll leave if you don't mind. I don't care for the atmosphere of a morgue very much.
No, nor do we. Come on, Pete.
Any place special, Chief?
Yes. Very special, I think.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Harding, of course, but I don't see how I can.
Well, this man O'Mac was carrying in his pocket a small teakwood figure on the base of which was the name of your shop, Miss Pomeroy.
Well, that's strange, I'll admit, but I'm at a total loss to explain it.
You're quite sure that you've never heard the name Charles O'Mac?
I'm sure I'd remember if I had.
Would you have any record of sale on such an item?
Hardly. It's not a terribly expensive piece. That one sells for $2. And as you can see, I have many more of the same type on display here in my shop.
Yes, I see.
Oh, hello, Mitchell.
Hello, Alice.
This is my business associate, Mr. Monroe. Mitchell, this is Mr. Harding and Mr. Peters of the United States Counter-Spies.
Gentlemen, how do you do?
How are you?
They seem to think that we might have information concerning a man named O'Mac who was killed recently.
O'Mac? Ever hear the name, Mr. Monroe?
No, I don't believe I have.
Well, we'll bother you no further at the moment. Should anything of importance occur to you, you'll contact us, of course.
Of course.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.
That dame is quite a number, huh, Chief?
Maybe a wrong number. Get a stakeout on this shop, Peters.
You think they're lying?
That's what we've got to find out, for sure. Harding speaking.
Mr. Harding, this is Doreen Bridgeton.
Yes?
I work in Miss Pomeroy's shop. I was there this afternoon and you were questioning her.
Go on.
I remained out of sight, but I could hear everything that was said.
I see. Go ahead, Miss Bridgeton.
She lied to you. She did know a man named O'Mac. He was in the shop the day before yesterday.
Will you swear to that in court, should we call upon you?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Harding. Most happy to.
Well, where can you be reached? Hello? Hello? Yes?
Peters, I'm fine, Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Go ahead, Peters.
Dave, I have that stakeout on the curio shop, and I personally tailed Monroe.
What did you find out?
He picked up a steamship ticket for the Trigania leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow night. I checked with the clerk.
Any report on the shop itself?
No, not yet. What do we do about Monroe? Stop him?
Yes, but not officially. If he's a decoy and not carrying the papers, I don't want a false arrest charge. That'll tip our hand completely. We've got to stall him without him knowing we've done it.
How?
Well, a call to the Customs Department ought to do the trick. Now, in the meantime, put a surveillance squad on a girl named Doreen Bridgeton. She works for Elise Pomeroy.
She may not realize it, but Miss Bridgeton is a sitting duck right this minute. I'll come in, Peter.
I got a check-in from Braden, Mr. Harding. Monroe's going to the dock.
Good. I expect a call from Customs on that any minute. Now, you have a man watching Doreen Bridgeton's apartment, huh?
Since last night.
Good. Oh, this is it.
We hope.
Harding. Yes. Oh, fine. Fine. No, nothing else. And thank you very much. All right. Goodbye.
What's he?
The customs people wound Mr. Monroe in red tape, the details of which I'll spare you, and revoked his passport temporarily.
Which means he won't sail tonight.
Or any other night. Now, we've got to move fast. First, we'll have the Bridgeton girl picked up. We'll need her later. Then we'll see what the deluxe quarters aboard a luxury liner look like, Peter.
Yeah, I like that part.
Don't pack, though. We're traveling light.
Mitchell,
Hello, Elise.
what are you doing here? Why aren't you aboard ship?
It seems the best laid schemes of mice and men.
Will you make sense?
All right, my passport's been revoked. I can't sail.
What?
I think I speak distinctly.
How did that happen?
I don't know. Some sort of a mix-up on dates.
Oh, you are an idiot. This changes everything. Give me your ticket.
Huh? Ticket?
You still have that, don't you?
Yes.
Well, give it to me.
All right. Well, what are you going to do?
I have an hour and a half to make the boat. I'll sail in your place. Where's the microfilm?
My wristwatch case.
Well, give it to me.
All right. Here, take it.
I've got to rush. At least my passport's in order.
Now, listen, you can't leave me here holding the bag, my sweet. I won't take
Oh,
it.
do be still. You're such a bore.
Bore, is it? We'll see how boring I am. Hello, operator. I'd like you to put me through to the United States counter-spies. Yes, please, and hurry. Counter-spy field office. My name is Mitchell Monroe. We should be at the dock in a few minutes, Mr. Harding. Hope our suspect doesn't miss the boat.
We'll ask the captain to postpone sailing time if necessary. But I don't think it will be.
Agent Braden to David Harding in control car S1.
Harding, come in, Braden.
Mitchell Monroe was shot and killed about 15 minutes ago while attempting to call our field office from a pay station.
How did you check it that quickly, Braden?
The receiver was off the hook. We got a police report on it within a few minutes after.
All right, Braden, no instructions.
Little Elise is going to have plenty to answer for, Chief.
Let's get to that boat, Peter. Step on it. What time is it, Peter?
20 minutes to midnight and the sailing time, too. I wish something would break, Chief.
It will. Don't worry.
I'm getting a little too accustomed to the grandeur of this deck cabin. Kind of tempts me to chuck everything and go for a little cruise myself.
Well, Miss Pomeroy.
Mr. Harding.
Come in, Miss Pomeroy.
What are you doing here?
We asked the same of you.
Just how dare you ask me anything? What right have you to be in my cabin?
We thought it was Mr. Monroe's cabin. It's in his name.
What of it?
He had passport trouble. But nothing that wouldn't clear up in a day or so. He'd have been able to sail. It must be urgent business that prompts you to so hurriedly take his place.
I want you to leave immediately.
When we leave, lady, you're leaving with us.
On what charge?
Treason for one.
Murder for another.
Ridiculous.
I think we'll be able to make it stick, Miss Pomeroy. I'm sure that a thorough search of your belongings will reveal the presence of certain top-secret plans for wartime mobilization of industry in this country.
You're mad.
Probably on microfilm. And added to that, we have the eyewitness testimony of Doreen Bridgeton that you knew Charles O'Mac, knew him well.
She's lying. She's trying to get even for a personal difference.
You know Mitchell Monroe is dead?
What?
Murdered?
No. No, I didn't know.
You're almost convincing.
He's probably telling the truth, Peters. I don't think he'd have had time to kill Monroe.
If you're going to arrest me, then do so, and let's get off this boat.
Not so fast, Miss Pomeroy. There's more where you came from, so let's just wait here for a few minutes and see who it is.
What do you mean?
I'm sure you know exactly what I mean.
Elise, do you...
Well, come in, Mr. Travers.
What's the... Hey, what is it, Harding?
Don't you know?
Oh, I certainly don't.
Then I'll tell you. You had yourself robbed of your own plans.
Robbed?
What are you talking?
Omac didn't know you. Miss Pomeroy did the hiring and carefully pointed you out. A perfect way of deflecting any and all suspicion from yourself.
Why, that's absolutely ridiculous.
You had a neat setup for an espionage agent, Trafford. You enjoyed the confidence of high government officials while you were planning to transmit your industrialization plans to an unfriendly power.
You don't know what you're saying. Neither one of you do.
But you made one small slip. According to the desk clerk of the hotel here in San Francisco, it was 2 o'clock when you checked in.
They won't listen to this.
You'd better listen, Trafford, and close, because the United States Attorney is going to ask you questions later.
When you arrived at the hotel, there was a southbound train leaving San Francisco at that very moment. So there was no reason for you to have been anywhere but on that train. No reason but your own personal one.
Harding, you're making a grave error.
The error is all yours, Trafford, for showing up here in Miss Pomeroy's cabin.
What's the angle for your coming, Trafford? Skipping? Or just to give her some last-minute instructions?
It couldn't have concerned the microfilm plans. You have your own copies, I'm sure.
Don't move, any of you.
Is that the gun that killed Monroe? A ballistics test should tell.
There won't be any test.
I don't know about that. My agents have the dock area completely surrounded. They let you in, but they're sure not to let you out, except with me.
I'm willing to run the risk. Now stay right where you are.
Don't leave me, George.
Sorry, Elise. I have to travel light now. I'm sorry.
You're no good.
Come on, Peter. There he is, Chief.
Stop or I'll shoot, Trafford. He's headed for the rail. Stop, Trafford. Stop or we'll fire.
Let him have it.
He's falling overboard.
He's finished, Chief.
Yes, but Miss Pomeroy isn't. Not yet. She'll stand trial and pay the penalty all traitors eventually pay.
Tune in every week, same time, same station, to Counter Spy. Listen next week for the exciting Case of the Captured Contact.
When a famous lecturer canceled his tour, a solicitous friend canceled his life by murder. How a weak eye and a strong arm led your counter spies into a most intriguing adventure will be unfolded next week in
Case of the Captured Contact on Counter Spy. Tonight's Counter Spy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. Counter Spy is a Phillips H. Lord production. The preceding transcribed. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
We're about to be entertained by some of the biggest names in show business. For the next hour and 30 minutes, this program will present in person such bright stars as
Fred Allen, Phil Baker,
Arlena Beasley,
Portland Hoffa,
Edward G. Robinson,
Danny Thomas, Fran Warren,
Meredith Wilson,
and my name, darlings, is Tallulah Bankhead.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Big Show. The Big Show. 90 minutes with the most scintillating personalities in the entertainment world. Brought to you this Sunday and every Sunday at the same time as the Sunday feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And here is your hostess, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead.
Well, darlings, here it is, 1951. 1951. It seems like only yesterday it was 1941. But, of course, 1941 was 5 years ago. I may be a poor mathematician, but I'm going to be the youngest poor mathematician. Well, I woke up this morning, thank goodness. And I looked in the mirror and I said to myself, now, good morning, Lula, darling. I call everybody darling, darling. And I had a little talk with myself. Now, I talk to myself all the time. Goodness knows no one else has anything I want to listen to. So I said, now, look here, Tallulah. This is a new year. Now, let's make it a good one. No tantrum, no temper, no insult. And the face in the mirror said, yes, darling, and no radio show. It was then that I realized that it wasn't the mirror at all I'd been looking out of my window at a poster advertising all about Eve.
Pardon me, Tallulah. May I interrupt this conversation you are having with yourself?
Fred, darling, Fred Allen.
Tallulah, I happen to be all about eavesdropping, and I overheard you talking to yourself. You don't know how lucky you are. You know, I was on the air 12 years before I found out that I was talking to myself.
Now, Fred, I loved you on radio. You had a faithful audience. They never missed your show.
Ah, and my audience is still faithful, Tallulah. I've been out of radio for 3 years, and they still don't miss my show.
Darling, I'll never understand why you don't have a radio program.
Well, I had to give it up. Circumstances, Tallulah. I had a minor problem. You see, my Hooper and my Pulse both went down to 5.
Well, you look simply divine now, darling. That trip to Florida must have done you a lot of good. I just adore your tan.
Well, this isn't a tan. It's sort of a yellow frostbite. You know, it went down to 5 in Florida, too. It was so cold in Miami, I had to put sleeves in my electric blanket so that I could go out in the daytime. My teeth kept chattering all night.
Well, why don't you keep them in hot water? Well, darling, you of all people don't have to worry about not having a regular radio show.
No, that's true, Tallulah. I am gainfully unemployed.
Isn't it boring, darling? Nothing to do all day.
Oh, I'm always busy. I have a hobby. Unemployment insurance.
Unemployment insurance?
Yes, that is controlled by a government agency that insures you against finding a job. They pay you a small weekly stipend while they try to place you. Now, last week, for example, I was interviewed for a job in the automat as a banana turner.
A banana turner?
Yes, in the automat, you see, sometimes when the fruit chef is in a hurry, he will put a banana into a compartment the long way. Well, the banana sticks out and the little door won't close. And that's where I come in.
You as the banana turner?
I turn the banana crosswise so that little door can close, you see.
Now, Fred, you're joking, darling, with this unemployment insurance. Surely you have some plan for the future.
Well, yes, I have. I'm coming back to radio.
Oh, that's good news, Fred. With
Really?
a comedian like you coming back to radio could really come back.
Is that trip necessary? Well, confidentially, Tallulah. It's that tea. I'm off a tea. I have to leave it out of my words, even. Confidentially, Tallulah, I'm not coming back as a comedian. That's too tough a job today. When I come back, I'm going to have the easiest job in radio.
What's that, Fred?
I am going to be a sponsor.
Fred, you a sponsor?
Mm-hmm.
You must be losing your mind.
Well, that's the first requisite.
Well, what are you going to say? Oh.
Nothing. You know, I think that people have been listening to radio commercials for so long that their houses are cluttered up with stuff that they really don't need. So I am going to sell nothing. And I'm going to charge 37 cents for it.
Fred, isn't that a lot of money for nothing?
Oh, the way prices are today, about all you can get for 37 cents is nothing. And for 47 cents, you can get the big economy size nothing. Well, I can sponsor a radio show and build it around a personality who could make something big out of nothing.
Mr. Allen!
Well, here's nothing with a head on it. Well, as I stand here and cleverly feign astonishment, if it isn't Portland. Lola, you remember Portland, Hopper?
I recognize the city, but the state is unfamiliar. Portland Hopper, that's an odd name. Why do they call you Portland?
Well, Miss Bankhead, you see, I was born in Seattle.
Then why didn't they call you Seattle?
Seattle is such a silly name for a girl.
Yes. Well, lucky for you, you weren't twins. Your mother might have called you Walla Walla.
Oh, come now, Miss Bankhead. You're joking.
That's what we're here for, darling.
Oh, honestly, Miss Bankhead, we do have twins in our family, but it would have been ridiculous to call them Walla Walla.
Well, what did they call the twins?
Minneapolis and St. Paul.
Well, look, Mrs. Rand and Mrs. McNally, I hate to put my map in here at this time, but I'm sure that Portland didn't stop by to discuss the states of the Union. Now, what is on you should excuse the expression, your mind, Portland?
Well, Mama says she's an admirer of Miss Bankhead's from way back.
See, that's rather a broad statement. But carry on, Portland.
Mama listens to Miss Bankhead's shows religiously.
Well, it's on Sunday, so naturally.
I think your mother is darling, Portland.
Mama asked me to ask you a question, Miss Bankhead, if you won't get mad.
Mad? Oh, why should I get mad, darling? Of course I won't get mad. Haven't you heard, Portland, dear? It's the new Tallulah. No tantrums, no temper. Especially not for such a devoted listener as your mother. Mad indeed. Now, darling, what is your mother's question, darling?
How old are you?
None of your mother's neurotic business.
Say, Portland, if you will climb down from that chandelier, I'd like to tell you that you may inform your mother that I am going back on radio myself. I'm going to be a sponsor.
Really, Mr. Allen? What are you going to sell?
Well, I'm going to have a program that sells nothing.
Oh, just like your old program.
In rebuttal, Miss Hopper, I must say that you have the makings of another Tallulah, only an octave higher.
On this high note of hilarity, let us take leave of beautiful Portland, the city of Hopper, and wend our way towards Meredith Wilson and his big show, orchestra and chorus. Here they are now in their first bright, sparkling arrangement of 1951, a brand new tune by that grand old master, Zygmunt Romberg. Zing, 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 zing.
Zing, zing, zoom, zoom, my little heart goes boom when I hear this melody play. Zing, zing, zoom, zoom, a little simple tune. Who cares what the words may be saying? Zing, zing, zoom, zoom, you hear it once, and soon you find that you're humming and swaying. It's more than a waltz, for after it halts, it lingers with you night and day. With this song in mind, your troubles you'll find. Sing, sing, and zoom, zoom, away. Ding, ding, ding. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ding, ding, ding. Zoom, zoom. We'll sing. We'll zoom. We'll fill the room with the zing, zingingest, zoom, zoomingest, inhumanest sound. Sing, sing. Zoom, zoom. My little heart goes when I hear this melody playing. Sing, sing. Zoom, zoom. A simple tune. Who cares what the words may be saying? Sing, sing. Zoom, zoom. You hear it once. You find that you're humming and swaying. And ladies who can get close and there through your matrimonial door. With this song in mind, your troubles you'll find. Sing, sing, and zoom, zoom, he's yours. Sing, zoom, you hear it once, and soon you find that you're humming and swaying. And darling Tallulah, especially you, have got to keep up with the time. Whenever it's time for ringing your chime, sing, sing, and zoom, zoom. Sing, sing, zoom, zoom.
that was divine. Meredith Wilson, darling.
Oh, yes, Miss Bankhead. I'll be over there in just a minute.
Oh, Fred.
Yes, Tallulah?
Have you met Meredith Wilson?
No, I have never had the pleasure.
How lucky can you be?
Well, I'll tell you as soon as I meet him.
Now, believe me, Fred, your luck is running out.
Yeah?
Here he comes now. You're trapped.
Trapped? You mean...
Fred, now listen, I'm very fond of Meredith. I think he's divine. I adore him.
Huh?
You'll find he's a lovely chap, but you mustn't encourage him, or he'll bore you to tears with some revolting story about that remote little hamlet he comes from, Mason City, Iowa.
Cheese it, Tallulah. Here he is.
Mr. Allen, gee, I've been wanting to meet you.
Really?
You'll find me a lovely chap if you don't encourage me to bore you to tears with some revolting story about that remote little hamlet I come from, Mason City, Iowa.
Why, I am very interested, Mr. Meredith.
You'll be sorry, darling. Press on, Meredith.
Well, sir, gentlemen, back there in Mason City, Iowa... I want to say back there in Mason City, Iowa... That's my hometown, you know.
I know that.
Well, it is, you know. Well, sir, the big social event of the season used to be the Strawberry Festival.
Uh-huh.
I tell you, this one year it was wilder than a corn husking bee.
Really?
Jiminy crickets. Oh, excuse me, Miss Bankhead. I forgot there was a lady present.
Fred, have you ever heard a more inane little tale?
Well, this is the first time I've ever seen a fellow fall asleep in the middle of his own story.
He's lucky.
Well, sir, this one year that I'm talking about, we just couldn't wait for the strawberries to arrive.
No?
I didn't tell you this, but we don't grow strawberries in Mason City.
No?
No. Every year we have them shipped in for our strawberry festival.
One at a time?
Well, of course, without strawberries, it wouldn't be a strawberry festival.
No.
Well, anyhow, they were coming all the way from Minneapolis, you know.
Oh, yes, I know his brother, St. Paul.
Well, sir, when those strawberries came in, we had a festival that I'll never forget as long as I live.
Yeah?
And Mason City will never forget it either.
Not as long as you live, they won't.
Well, thank you. Boy, it was some party. Every boy and girl in town was there, and they'll never forget that evening. On account of that strawberry festival, some of them later got married, some got engaged. Something happened to everybody who was there.
What happened to you?
I ate too many strawberries and broke out in a rash. And from then on, whenever I hear the word strawberry, I just want to run.
Strawberry, strawberry, strawberry.
Say, I'll take a box of those strawberries, lady.
Well, Fred, was that or was that not the dullest story you've ever heard in your life?
Well, sir, Tallulah. It's a funny thing, you know. When I was a kid back there in Boston, a suburb of Mason City, we used to have these bean festivals. And I remember...
Beans! Oh, isn't it awful? Meredith and his strawberry festival. Fred and his half-baked story about beans. Now, I remember when I was a little girl, down there in Alabama, we used to have cotton festivals. I'll never forget the year Jefferson Davis and I led the grand march to the... What am I saying? We have come now, darlings, to an exciting moment in our big show tonight. We ask you to join us in bidding welcome to an outstanding personality, a distinguished artist, Mr. Edward G. Robinson. We hear now a famous story by the well-known writer and celebrated master of suspense, Mr. Cornell Woolrich. The big show stars Mr. Edward G. Robinson in the role of Harold Hardiker in Woolrich's After Dinner Story. The scene, the sumptuous dining hall in the apartment of Harold Hardiker, Park Avenue. A soft summer night in August. A lavish dinner for 5 has come to the brandy and the cigar.
Yes, it's been very nice. So, Evans, kindly pass that silver bowl. Let each of the gentlemen see what it contains.
Mr. Mackenzie first.
Not another dessert, Mr. Hunt.
No, not quite, sir. Mr. Kenshaw?
Mayonnaise?
Close. Mr. Pendergast?
What is this, a gag?
No, I'm afraid not. Mr. Lambert, please.
I'm too full to care, sir. All I can say is it looks hot, sticky, and it smells funny. Eggnog, huh?
Oh, that's very good. Oh, Evans, place the bowl in the exact center of the table. That's it. Thank you. Oh, and you may remove the glasses and coffee.
Okay, mister, we give up. What's in that thing?
Oh, quite a number of things, Mr. Pendergast. Whites of eggs, mustard, certain other ingredients, all well beaten together. Sounds like an antidote.
That's not a funny joke, Mackenzie.
No, it's not a joke. It is an antidote. Oh, Evans, you have the gun I gave you. All right, stand there. Please, on the other side of those doors, and see to it that no one comes out of here. If they try, you know what to do.
I thought there was something screwy with this idea coming to your house for supper. Why should you invite 4 characters you don't even know? Then throw us a feed like this? I'm getting out of here.
I assure you, Pendergast, Evans will not hesitate to shoot. He has orders. You see, gentlemen, there's a murderer in our midst.
What? What are you talking about?
Murder?
Gentlemen, I know you all quite well. Mackenzie, you're still a salesman of water coolers. Lambert, you're a salesman of novelties. Henshaw, you're still a clerk. Pendergast? Well, the police have an interesting dossier on you.
What of it?
Only this. One of you is a murderer. One of you killed my son. You killed him a year ago today. The murderer has not yet paid the price.
You setting yourself above the proper constituted authorities? The findings of the medical examiner were suicide while of unsound mind. Why do you hold him in
This
confidence?
isn't a discussion. This is an execution. A year ago, an elevator making its descent picked up at different floors in an office building 5 passengers. 5 men, presumably on their way home from work. Including the operator, there were 6 people making the descent. That elevator went out of control and crashed to the basement, killing the operator. 5 of you were still alive after the crash. While the rescue crew worked with acetylene torches to cut through the steel top of the car, one of you shot and killed my son, lying there in the dark. The inquest found that he was killed with his own gun, died by his own hand. But you know differently. I know differently.
Oh, but surely, Mr. Hardick, the inquest was thorough. I recall that there was testimony offered to prove that your son had been of a highly nervous type, that he was overwrought, that the noise of the torches, magnified as it was within the car, was the factor that pushed your son beyond endurance.
Yeah, it was rough in that elevator. I thought we were going to get burned down.
My ears have never been the same. I can still hear that roaring.
The net is, Mr. Hardecker, that if you were right, the police would have long since proved it. After all, they are interested in justice. It's their business. But it's been a year now, and the case is still not closed.
No, Mr. Mackenzie, it is not closed. You see, I know who the man is. It's taken me a year to find out, but now I know beyond the shadow of a doubt. The police wouldn't listen to me. They insisted it was suicide. But I demand justice for the taking of my son's life. It is now 9 o'clock. In a matter of minutes, one of you will be dead. You probably noticed at dinner that each of you was served separately. One dish, and one alone, was deadly. It's putting in its slow, sure work right now as we sit here. Look at that silver bowl, gentlemen. It contains the antidote. I have no wish to set myself up as executioner above the law. Let the murderer be the chooser. Let him reach out and save himself and stand convicted before all of you. Or let him keep silent and go down to his death without confessing, privately executed for what can't be publicly proved. In, say, 10, 12 minutes, collapse will come without warning.
But are you sure you did this to the right one?
No, I haven't made any mistake. The waiter was carefully rehearsed. You're all perfectly unharmed, but the killer.
Now, he tells us, a fine way to digest a meal. Why didn't you serve the murderer first so then the rest of us could eat in peace at least?
Shut up, Lambert.
You can't be sane and do a thing like this.
Did you ever have a son, Mr. Mackenzie?
Can't stand it. Let me out of here. I didn't do it.
I don't feel so good.
Then why don't you take the medicine our dear host has provided?
Why not, Lambert? Just reaching for a cigar, Mac. Got a light Pendergast? Thanks. Something's shaking, either my head or your hand.
What are you trying to do? You trying to kid us? What's the idea of reaching like that if you ain't going to take this stuff? Can't you see this ain't no time to kid? This guy Harddecker is nuts. He's nuttier than a fruitcake.
Quit it, Pendergast. Act like a man.
Harddecker, you're alienating whatever sympathy's due you by pulling a stunt like this.
I'm not asking for sympathy. It's atonement I want. 3 lives were taken from me. My only son, my daughter-in-law, and their prematurely born child. I demand payment for that.
I can't breathe. He's done it to me, so help me.
Gas around the heart may be Pendergast. Don't fall for it if you're not sure.
Don't fall for it. If I drop dead, are you going to bring me back?
He ought to be arrested for this.
Arrested? He's going to get sued like nobody was ever sued before. When I get through it...
I'd say about 4 minutes left. No, the murderer seems to prefer death to confession.
Oh! What's the matter, Mackenzie? It hit you? My heart. Hey!
Oh, dear God in heaven, I didn't do nothing to deserve this. I'm dying, I know, I'm dying.
If the antidote is not downed in 30 seconds, it will most certainly fail. 30 seconds.
No. No. Give me that bowl. There. I've drunk it. I've drunk it all. Will it save me? Don't stare at me. Tell me. Will it save me? Did I drink it in time?
So it's you, Cantrell.
Yes. Yes, I killed him. I'd kill him again. Over and over and over 1,000 times. He used your name, cashed in on your wealth and position to work himself in my company. Got my job, got me fired. Yes, I killed your son. I killed him. So what? So what, Harddecker? No matter what they've all heard me say just now, you'll never be able to prove I did it. Nobody saw me. Only the dark.
Well, that's where you're going. Into the dark.
You can't prove it. Nobody saw me. Only the dark.
He fell like a ton of bricks.
What's the matter with him?
He's dead. Well, Harddecker, I guess your antidote didn't work in time.
No, that wasn't the antidote. That was the poison itself. He hadn't been given any poison until he gulped that down. He convicted himself and carried out sentence on himself with one and the same gesture. I hadn't known which one of you it was until then. I'd only known it hadn't been my son's own doing because, you see, the noise of those torches burning above your heads while the crew worked to free you from the elevator wouldn't have affected you much. It was partly death from birth. And now, I'm ready to take my own medicine. Call the police. Let them and their prosecutors and their courts of law decide whether I killed him or his own guilty conscience did.
Bravo to Edward G. Robinson and the supporting cast for a splendid performance. Come over here, Eddie, darling. We have so much to talk about.
Shut up.
Fred, isn't that darling? Sweet little Eddie Robinson trying to act like a gangster.
And you shut up, too.
Wait a minute. I didn't say anything.
Well, just in case you're thinking of saying anything, just shut up.
Now, Ed, you're kidding, aren't you?
What do you think this buzz on my hip is?
Little egg spread.
A 45, see?
Have you ever considered cutting down on potatoes?
Now, listen, you big tomato. You get in my way, and I'll push a grapefruit in your mush and throw a pineapple into your apartment, see?
Say, I'll take a pound of that fruit salad, sir.
Now, look here, I'm warning you, see? One more crack out of you, and you'll need protection insurance.
Say, I'll take some of that, too. It'll go well with my unemployment insurance. Polly going there.
Wait a minute, Fred. Now, look here, Ed. I don't understand this. Now, I've always known you to be a mild, sweet-tempered, intellectual man who spends most of his time collecting valuable paintings.
That's a blind. On the backs of them, their paintings or blueprints of some of the biggest banks in the country, see?
But, Mr. Robinson, I understood that you had a collection of authentic paintings by Rembrandt, Renoir, and Degas.
Oh, sure. I had those guys paint over the blueprints.
But Rembrandt, Renoir, and Degas, they're all dead.
Well, that's the idea. Dead men don't talk, see?
Now, Eddie.
Now, don't butt
Eddie.
me, will you? Don't butt me, see? Now, don't get in my way, see? I'm hard as nails, see? You're going to get hurt, see?
Please, I'm getting seasick.
Come here, short, broad, and... Broad? Don't teach you not to fool around with me, see? I'm going to give you a little lesson as to how to behave, see?
Oh, you struck me. This has got to stop. This is the movie Edward G. Robinson. The movie Edward G. Robinson, not the real Edward G. Robinson.
Well...
What's the matter with you?
Well, everybody's picking on me. All my life, I never had a chance. I used to be on Broadway. You know, I was a nice, quiet guy who minded his business, never got in any trouble. And then I went to Hollywood and I did a gangster picture. And from then on, my troubles began. People avoided me. Children cried when I came into a room.
Hey, wait a minute. If I had known this was for the Academy Award, I'd have worn my tux and my suspenders.
When I walked down the street, horses would bolt.
It must be for the Ruffling Academy Award.
Oh, I just hated myself. I hired a publicity man. No, really, now, please don't laugh at me. I hired a publicity man to tell people that I was really a gentleman, but it worked too well. And suddenly people began to push me around. The minute they knew I wasn't really tough, they took advantage of me. So I gave that up, and I tried to go back to being tough. And I was doing so well, too, until you hit me. The humiliation of it. To be hit by a woman in public. Tallulah, why did you do it? Now, why? Why did you do it?
I'll take a pound of that ham. We'll be back in a moment, darling. Just as soon as I ring my chime. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Big Show. This is the National Broadcasting Company Sunday extravaganza with the most scintillating personalities in show business. The Big Show, the Sunday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival, is brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The big stars on this program are Fred Allen, Phil Baker, Marlena Dietrich, Portland Hoffa, Edward G. Robinson, Danny Thomas, Fran Warren, Meredith Wilson and the Big Show Orchestra and Chorus, and every week, your hostess, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead.
Well, darling, here we are with the Big Show and a dipper full of stars. The Big Dipper, of course. I'm particularly thrilled over the impending appearance this evening of Marlena Dietrich. Marlena Dietrich. A magic name, which is synonymous throughout the world with beauty, charm, talent, glamour. Of course, darlings, you realize they hand me this stuff. I have to read it. I don't know why they think she's so attractive. Just because she has beautiful hair, a lovely face, a perfect figure, gorgeous legs.
I'll take 110 pounds of that.
Bill Baker.
Hello, Tallulah. It's really a pleasure to be... Which camera do I face?
Camera? Well, there are no cameras here, darling. This is not a television show. It's a radio show.
A radio show? So why did I wear my toupee?
Well, at least it looks nice.
See, I even fooled you, Tallulah. I don't really wear a toupee.
I know, darling. I'm just joking. But I always thought they were worn in the center of the head.
Look, honey, I'll wear mine the way I like, and you wear yours the way you like.
Now, darling, what were we talking about before we started blowing our tops?
Well, I don't know why, but I had an idea this was a television show. I'm sure I've seen you on television. Aren't you the one who wears those low-cut gowns?
That's Emerson, darling. This is RCA.
Oh, But I'm sure I've seen you on television, Toulouse. I can't remember where, but, oh, well, never mind. But surely you must be thinking of going on television, Tallulah.
Well, to be very honest, Phil, I've been wrestling with the idea.
That's where I saw you wrestling.
Oh, I couldn't be a wrestler, darling.
Why not? You're a good enough actress. Listen, Toulouse. Believe me, television is for you, especially now. The screens are getting larger and larger and larger.
And your check is getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
Look, Tallulah, it would be a sin to convert this radio show into a TV show. I know just how to do it.
Well, I'm willing to try. Goodness knows I've tried everything else. All right, I'll try TV even if it kills me.
Well, we all have to go sometime.
What's the first step?
Well, as you know, in television, they don't use any scripts at all. Mm-hmm. Why don't we just put our scripts aside for a while and see how it works?
All right. Well, this is pretty dull. Nothing's happening.
Well, that's television.
Oh, but they must have something else.
Well, personally, I don't watch television very much. It sort of depresses me. I used to look at those mystery shows. So many people get killed. It's all very sad.
Well, television is great for baseball. The Giants are my team. I watched the Giants play all last summer.
Yes, it's all very sad. It really is.
Not this year it won't be, brother.
But there's... Huh?
Come on, applaud,
kid. Come on, applaud.
I don't know that lib on this show.
Was that an ad lib?
I don't know, darling.
You really put it over there. But there's one thing I do like on television.
What's that?
They're getting some beautiful new actresses. They're so young and gorgeous.
Yes, it's all very sad. Well, television isn't for me. I love the theater. It's vibrant, it's real. It's a true expression of great art. The theater doesn't limit you to the narrow space of a camera under hot light, leaving you to wonder if you're going to remember your lines instead of reacting to your fellow players and giving your character that third dimension so necessary to make it a living, breathing thing. See what I mean, Phil?
Yeah, I don't photograph well either.
I think I'll stick to radio where I'm doing very well.
Who said? Listen, what's so terrific about this show? Great comedians, magnificent dramatic actors, sensational singers. What have you got in this program that you can't get in any Broadway show right now for $6.60?
Me, darling.
Well, I agree with you, sir. But with all that, you're still missing one element that would really make this a big show.
Oh, what's that, Phil?
Me, darling.
Well, it's been so long having you on this program, Phil.
I don't get
it. So long, darling. Happy unemployment insurance.
Hello, I didn't mean to get fresh. It's just that I play the accordion, you know, and after listening to this show for so many weeks, and now after meeting you in person, I feel that you should have an accordion to support you.
Well, thank you, darling, but fortunately I can still get around by myself.
Believe me, Toulouse, the accordion would complement your voice.
Well, that would be a change around here. Why does everyone poke fun at my voice? I can't understand it.
I can't understand it either. To me, you have a voice like any other normal American boy.
Play, Phil. Oops, sorry, wrong program.
Thank you, Tallulah. I'd like to play a tune I wrote especially for this program 20 years ago. Strange interlude. Would you like to hear it?
No, darling. But I'm sure that won't stop you.
I wrote this torch song on one of the saddest days of my life. I was engaged to a lovely girl, but we had a quarrel. I wrote this on the day the ring was returned. She made me give it back.
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you've heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter.
Very well said, Ed Hurley-High, Hurley-Ho. I have so much trouble with that darling man's name. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. I was about to, Hello, Tallulah. Ah, hello, Fran. Fran Warren, darling. How are you today, Fran, sweetie?
Oh, I'm very excited, Tallulah.
Yeah?
What with Marlena Dietrich on the show, she's so glamorous.
I've heard that said about me, darling.
She's such an international celebrity.
I've heard that said about me, darling. Who?
I remember she was my ideal when I was a child.
And I've heard that said about... Oh, darling.
You know, Tallulah, with Marlena on the show, I knew we girls would have a lot of competition. So I thought I'd dress very carefully today. I really extended myself.
Darling, your extension is showing. Besides, I wouldn't let Marlena Dietrich upset you. She's just another glamorous, beautiful woman.
No, she doesn't bother me as long as you're here, Tallulah. It's so reassuring to see your old face.
Now, just a moment, Fran Warren. You're making it very difficult for us to remain friends.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Tallulah. I didn't mean that at all. I don't think you have an old face. I don't think your face is as old as the rest of you. No, I didn't mean that either.
Fran, darling, it would probably be wiser for both of us if the next time you opened your mouth, it was to sing. What song do you have in mind?
Don't take my love from me.
All right, darling, I won't if you'll sing. Meredith, if you please, sir.
And the sky is blue. Tear a petal from a rose, and the rose weeps too. Take your heart away from mine, and mine will surely break. So please keep that spark away. Would you take the wings from birds so that they can fly? Would you take the ocean's roar and leave just a sigh? And this my heart won't let me do. This is why I beg of you, don't take your love from me. Would you take
from birds so that they can't fly? Would you take the ocean's roar and leave just the stars? This my heart won't let me do. This is what I beg of you. Don't take your love from me. Don't you ever take your love from
Well, you're in great voice today, Fran, and,
Hello, Tallulah, darling.
Is this a dagger I see before me? Darling, it's Marlena Dietrich. Oh, Marlena, it's simply wonderful to see you again.
Thank you, Tallulah. How long has it been? I was thinking only this morning that I haven't seen you in 20...
careful, Marlena, darling. People are listening.
Weeks?
Oh, darling, weeks.
Oh, Tallulah.
Yeah?
After all these years, guess whom I met the other day? Claude. I ran into him on the street.
Hard, I trust.
Why, Tallulah, precious, he was so crazy about you.
Oh, no, Pet, it was you he was crazy about.
Of course not, darling. Everybody knows he was crazy about you.
Well, now that I come to think of it, he was crazy about me.
Yes, he was crazy.
Yeah, isn't he sweet? Dear old Claude, does he know that you're a grandmother now? Oh, excuse me, darling. He knew you were a grandmother then, of course.
Isn't it sweet? Tell me, Tallulah, what's new? I hear so little about you since you've hidden yourself away in radio.
Oh, come now, Marlena, sweet. If you could read, you'd know that I just got a big spread in Collier's magazine this week.
Well, you need a big magazine, Tallulah. Fortunately, I can still make the slimmer magazines. As a matter of fact, Tallulah, I was just interviewed this morning by the Woman's Home Companion.
No? Are they changing the name to Old Woman's Home Companion? Now, let's face it, darling. Look at you. False eyelashes, mascara, powder, rouge, lipstick.
Yes, darling, but the rest of it is all me. Well, look, what are we talking about? Let's stop pretending and tell the truth. There's no use denying it. I'm not quite as young as I used to be. Everybody knows that I'm a mother, and now I'm a grandmother. The silly idea women have that they must lie about their age is ridiculous. I don't care if everybody knows how old I am.
You really mean that, Marlena?
Of course, Tallulah.
Well, then, darling, how old are you?
32.
32? Now, just a minute, Marlena. Do you mean that you're only 1 year older than I am? Now, look here, Marlena. Marlena, my sweet, I happen to know that you have a daughter who's been married for a few years and has 2 children.
Isn't it amazing? One day on her birthday, I turned around, and there was my daughter, 3 years older than I am.
Now, darling, why don't we stop this stupid quarreling?
All right. Would you like me to do a number?
Oh, please do, Marlena. You've performed such miracles with numbers.
May I sing Falling in Love Again?
By all means, Marlena. Sing Falling in Love Again. Why don't you sing it for us again, just the way you sang it 35 years ago? Before you were born, darling.
again. Never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Love's always been my game. Play it how I may. I was made that way. I can't help it. Men cluster to me like moths around the flame. And if their wings burn, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again. Never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Man cluster to me like moths around the flame. And if they're winter, I know I'm not to blame. Falling in love again. Never wanted to. What am I to do? I can't help it. Can't help it.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. For 5 kinds of wonderful fun and all in one, there's nothing like a new RCA Victor million-proof combination console. The whole wide world of entertainment is yours. Clear, steady, million-proof television, powerful AM/FM radio, 3 speeds of phonograph, all in one beautiful cabinet at a truly modest price. It's not just one hit show, it's all of them, especially designed for your living room. You'll watch television pictures with million-proof quality, locked in place by RCA Victor's Eyewitness Picture Synchronizer. And the RCA Victor new television picture pickup brings in the picture even in fringe areas. All the television, radio, phonograph sound comes through the famous Golden Throat tone system. That means rich concert hall listening. And it all costs many dollars less than you would pay if you bought the instruments one at a time. Here's entertainment you don't want to miss, and a chance to make a real saving, too. Why not see the variety of RCA Victor combination consoles for yourself? One look is all you need. Visit your RCA Victor dealer today.
Thank you, Ed Hurley. Hurley hi, ho, hoo, ho. Well, that takes care of the vowels. Shall I try the consonants? Oh, Marlena, darling, I must tell you how divine your song was, darling.
Thank you, Tallulah.
Such a wonderful way to lead into the commercial.
I have you know, Tallulah, that men have killed themselves after hearing me sing.
I'm sure of that, darling. I died a little myself.
Well, we all have to go sometime.
Say, speaking of going, I think I'll be going. I've been wading through this script looking for a line or two for myself.
Why, Fred Allen.
Not even a joke line, mind you. Just an ordinary old feed line would do. Any line at all. A bread line. Marlena's lines would do. Say, as a matter of fact, Marlena's lines are perfect. And besides, not that you girls need me to throw you a curve, but I've noticed that Phil Baker had an accordion solo, Marlena Dietrich had a bronchial solo, and I would like to play a little clarinet solo. I just happen to have my clarinet with me.
Why, of course, Fred. Did you think I would do a show and neglect having you play your clarinet?
Well, frankly, yes.
Oh, of course you can play.
Oh, goody. What a night for music lovers.
May I begin?
Now, wait a minute, you guys.
Edward G. Robinson, darling, what is it?
You know, I'm looking for some lines myself, see. If everybody's doing a solo, I want to do one too, see?
But, Eddie, darling, what instrument do you play?
I don't play any instrument, but I carry a violin case, see?
That might be odd, a machine gun solo.
Well, when do we get to it?
Wait a minute. How about me, fellas?
Ed Hurley, you a soloist, too?
Well, we all have to go sometime.
Be a solo first, darling, and then Fred and Ed, they'll follow, huh?
Oh, thank you, Tallulah. All I wanted to say was that this portion of the program was brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television.
You're soloing quite well, Ed Hurley. Now, Eddie Robinson, what did you have in mind?
Spread out, you guys, see? I'm taking over the station break, see?
Oh, are you still doing that imitation of Edward G. Robinson? You know, Eddie, you and I are probably the two most widely imitated people in the whole world.
Oh, she imitating me now, too?
No, darling, but I am. Watch this. Ready with your clarinet, Fred?
Lips akimbo, Toulouse.
All right, you guys. I'm taking over, see? Now get this, see? This is NBC. The National Broadcasting Company.
This is The Big Show, where tonight the glamorous Tallulah trades darlings with the fabulous Marlene. The score at the half, Marlene 32, Tallulah 31.
Ages, that is. It's like golf, darlings. Low score wins.
4.
Danny Thomas.
Thank you. Please, no applause. With all that applause, it sets up a big wind. I'll catch a cold and wind up sounding like Tallulah Bankhead.
Danny, darling, I've been wondering when you were coming back to us.
Yes, I remember I was here for the birth of this show.
Mm-hmm.
9, you should excuse the expression, weeks ago.
And you were a big hit then, Danny. What have you been doing, darling?
Well, I've been out in the great and glorious West, Tallulah. And as a native son of the Golden West, I kind of noticed that there ain't been nothing said about Texas in the past hour. So I'd like to sing for you a little Western song.
Well, didn't you once tell me that you came from Toledo, Ohio?
Originally, Tallulah, but when I was a little boy, my parents emigrated from Toledo, Ohio, and came to this country. And then they settled in the West. And to me, it's the greatest place in the whole world. And that's why I'd like to sing for you a Western song. A little song that was doing right smart before Bing Crosby came along and made a recording of her. But I reckon he didn't hurt her none. That's Western talk, man. Oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam. How'd you like to have a buffalo walk right into your living room? It's the craziest song I ever sang in my whole life. Give me a home where the buffalo roam. There's more yet, where the deer and the antelope play. What an awful-looking living room you'd have after they got through. I come here tonight representing the West. I think it's an insult writing these kind of songs, Tallulah. It's terrible. Fellas that write these songs haven't been farther west than Passaic, New Jersey. What is that other crazy song that Vaughn Monroe sang for over a year? They stole it from a lost Semitic tribe to begin with. Get a load of these words, will you? An old cowpoke went riding out one dark and windy day. And then he came to rest upon a ridge as he went on his way. When all at once a mighty herd of flying cows he saw. That bum must have been tighter than a hoot owl. Mighty herd of cows flying in the sky, snorting fire with hooves of steel. I like that other line. Their hot breath he could feel. If they ever got a whiff of his, they'd have keeled over for sure. Yippee-yi-vey, yippee-yi-vey. They stole this song, brother.
What, is it so hard to write a song about the West? It's all there. The subject matter is clear and plain and beautiful. The fellow just takes the time and the trouble to visit the West and spend some time there. I reckon if I were one given to making pretty speeches, I'd go to work and turn around and say to you, the West is my home. Mother Nature, resplendent in her God-given regalia, with her mountains and her valleys, her rocks and her rills, and her streams and prairie and ranch country. There's no place like the West. And there isn't a man, regardless of his creed, and even if he didn't have one, has ever stood upon the precipice of the Grand Canyon and has not been forced to exclaim in complete gratitude and wonderment, thank God. And there's a bus leaving in 15 minutes. Of course, I know what you're going to say if you're a dyed-in-the-wool Easterner, a typical cosmopolite. Especially if you're from Manhattan, I can quote you. New Yorker. What's with that West mode? What is that already? What are you hacking me with the West? That means, what are you chopping me with the West? I'm the kind of guy likes to bet a horse, spin the wheel, shake the dice. What do you give me the West? You could die a slow death out there. Well, if there's anybody listening that comes under that category, I got news for you. They're waiting for you in Las Vegas, Nevada. You think you're a betting man? Get out to Las Vegas. They'll bet you how the wind is going to blow next day and give you your choice of direction. I never got both feet off the train my first trip when some tough-looking hombre walked up to me, cased me for a split, and he said, "Hold it, Flicker, 2-1, you're dead." Would you believe it? I was afraid to bet. I mean, there was one bet I couldn't afford to lose. I had my first meal in Las Vegas with 7 other men, sort of family style. I nudged the fellow sitting next to me. I said, "Would you pass a slice of bread?" So help me, I caught him dealing from the bottom of the loaf. Just a snide hint there'd be a game of poker any minute. Well, Toulouse, the hint was good, the game was on. 5-card draw. I got to thinking, shucks, 5-card, a baby can play that game. Of course, baby don't win, you understand, but he can play if he wants. This baby didn't win either. Win when I tell you a royal flush wasn't good enough. You got a rough idea what kind of game this was. What do you think beat my royal flush? A hand called Timbuktu. I never heard of it either. Timbuktu, a pair of deuces, and 7, 8, 9 of clubs. And a 6-shooter about that long. I was in no mood for arguing with new rules. I played along. I finally caught the dangest hand I ever saw in 5-card poker. 6 queens. You're laughing. I threw him in. I didn't even bet. And it's a dang good thing I didn't. The fellow next to me had 6 kings. He come in third. Finally, about 4 o'clock in the morning, I'll be dag-blasted if I didn't catch Timbuktu myself. And I'd bet it, brother, every last dollar. Lost to a pair of 4s. Same-size 6-shooter. The fellow was nice about it. He said, "I'm sorry, Bob. Timbuktu is good only once a night." That ain't the part of the West I'm talking about. I'm talking about the ranch country. Places out in Texas. Big, broad expanse of land. Fenced in by them crisscross whitewashed logs. Just such a ranch used to ride out to, visiting with a friend of mine who was a rootin', tootin', shootin' pioneer of the West. Man by the name of Hopalong Manischewitz. The fellow had a matzo ball plantation. I'll never forget it. I was out with Manischewitz one day just to see how the matzo balls were matching. I was riding what you might call a polite horse. Every time we came to a fence, they let me go over first. Never had so much fun in my whole life. That's the country I'm talking about. And if I were asked to sing a Western song, I reckon it'd be the kind of a song that my accompanist, Walter Pop, wrote. It's a pretty song about the West. I'm sorry I have to be the one to sing it for you, but I'm the only one who knows the words. Nervous? Take it pretty. How I love to sing about the wonders of the Golden West, for I just love to sing all about my home, about the mountain high and the valleys that I love the best, and her purple sky. I could write a tone. I swear nowhere is there such beauty, and brother, you can bet. That's why the sun chose it as the place to set. I love to sing about the glory of the Golden West, for I just love to sing all about my home. I love to sing about Texas, that's my home.
Thank you, Danny, darling. That was a wonderful routine.
I agree, Tallulah. Oh, Danny, I wish you had been at this New Year's Eve party I went to. We could have used some entertainment.
Listen, Eddie, if you wanted entertainment, you should have come to my New Year's Eve party.
Yeah?
Everybody was there. It was real high society. You know, dukes and counts, the Whitneys, the Vanderbilts, the
That's a
Rockefellers.
ritzy crowd you travel with, Phil.
I travel with a ritzy crowd. They call me all the time, Tallulah, and I love to go because they're really very democratic people.
Now.
Why, do you know something? After the party, they even invited the drummer, the violinist, and me to eat with the guests.
Well, I went to a party in Hollywood at the Colemans. You know, Ronald Coleman and his wife, Benita, and all the Hollywood people came. Actors, directors, comedians. There was a very funny fellow there. I understand he lives next door to the Colemans. They had to serve early dinner because of him. At about 5 minutes of 7, he got up from the table, left a nickel tip, and ran like mad. Said he had to be somewhere at 7. I guess he didn't want to miss your show, Tallulah.
A nickel tip with all his jack?
I was at a lovely party, New Year's.
Oh, really, Marlena? Who was there?
Well, let me see. There was a Mr. Barry and a Mr. Harvey, Mr. Harris, Mr. Joyce, Mr. Brown, Mr. Benson.
Now, just a moment, darling. All men? What kind of a party was this that you went to?
I didn't go to the party, Tallulah. I gave it.
Well, no wonder when I announced you were going to be on the program, I got letters of protest this week from Mrs. Barry, and Mrs. Harvey, and Mrs. Harris, and Mrs. Joyce, and Mrs. Brown, and Mrs. Benson.
Tallulah.
Yes, Meredith.
I had a wonderful New Year's Eve. Greenie and I.
Oh, dear.
Greenie used to be a girl, but she's now Mrs. Wilson.
Get to the point, darling.
Well, sir, Miss Bankhead, we sat around New Year's and listened to a wonderful recording of the song I wrote for the big show.
Oh?
May the good Lord bless and keep you. Eddie Arnold just made it for RCA, and it's such a great record that I could listen to it hour after hour.
I'm sure you could.
You know you can play it 5,742 times before the record wears out?
I'm sure you did. Daddy, what did you do New Year's Eve?
Oh, I went to a kind of a strange party, Tallulah. It was given by one of the vice presidents of this network.
Well, what do you mean strange?
Well, at 12 o'clock, instead of singing Auld Lang Syne, he made us all stand up and sing, Oh, NBC, the gem of the ocean.
NBC, the gem of the ocean? Don't you mean...
Wrong network, Tallulah.
Tallulah?
Yes, Fran?
I went to a party and had a wonderful time. Everybody was so gay, and I kept singing carol after carol.
But Fran, darling, at a New Year's Eve party, carols are for Christmas.
That's when the party started. Miss Bankhead! Miss Bankhead!
Yes, Rochester. Ooh, wrong city.
Wrong network again, Tallulah.
Miss Bankhead, we just wanted to thank you for inviting us to your party on New Year's Eve.
Yes.
Did you have a nice time, darling?
Oh, we had a double George time, Tallulah. Where were you?
Oh, darling Fred, I never go to my own. I give such dull parties. But I might just as well have stayed home. I went to one of those impossible New Year's Eve dances. It was, well, Dorothy Parker must have been to a dance of this sort at some time or another, because she captured it so perfectly in her amusing little piece, The Waltz. You know, darling, you're standing there, the music starts. And a man comes up. Don? Oh, certainly I adore you. Now, what did I say that for? I don't want to dance with this character. I don't want to dance with anybody. Even if I did, it wouldn't be with this one. I've seen the way he dances. He looks like the MC of a nightmare. Just think, not 10 minutes ago, when I was sitting there with my heart bleeding for the poor dame he was dancing with. Now I'm elected. Well, isn't it a small world? And you can have it, too. A little dreamboat of a world. Its events are so unpredictable, are they not? There was I, minding my own business, not harming a living soul. And then this dopey Don Juan has to come into my life. All smiles and city manners to sue me for the favor of one passionate polka. Why, he scarcely knows my name, let alone what it stands for. It stands for despair, bewilderment, futility, mayhem, manslaughter and assorted murder, corporated and unincorporated. But little does he want. I won't watch his name either. I haven't the faintest idea what it is. Jukes would be my guess from the look in his eyes. How do you do, Mr. Jukes? And how is that dear little brother of yours with the two heads? What do you say when a man asks you to dance with him? I most certainly will not dance with you. See you drop dead first? Why, thank you. I'd like to awfully, but I'm about to throw a fit. Oh, yes. Do let's dance together. It's so nice to meet a man who isn't a scaredy cat about catching my dirty. No, there was nothing for me to do but say I'd adore it. Well, we might as well get it over with. Now I know how furniture feels on moving day. Okay, Cannonball. Let's run out on the field. You won the toss. You lead. Huh? Oh, why, I think it's more of a waltz, really, isn't it? Well, we might just listen to the music a second, huh? Shall we? Oh, yes. Here's a waltz. Mine? Why, I'm simply thrilled. I'd love to waltz with you. I'd love to waltz with you. I'd love to have my tonsils out. I'd love to be hit on the head with an atomic bomb. Well, it's too late now. I'm trapped like a trap in a trap. We're underway. Why didn't I ask him to sit this out? We'll be sitting on the floor in a minute if this keeps up. It's a good thing I warned him this is a waltz. I bet if I told him this is a rumba, we'd have made a touchdown in Times Square. Why does he always want to be somewhere that he isn't? Why can't we stay long enough in one place to get to know the neighbors? With this constant rush. It's the curse of American life. That's the reason we wrote out! You have to kick, you idiot. Oh, my poor shin. My poor little shin. I've had ever since I was a little girl. Oh, no. Goodness, no. It didn't hurt the least bit. And anyway, it was my fault. It really was. Honest, truly, yes, it was, really. Oh, now, you're just being sweet to say that. It really was all my fault. I wonder what I should do. Throttle him this instant with my naked hands, or let him have a stroke and drop in his tracks. Maybe it's best not to make a scene. I guess I'll just lie low and let him burn himself out. He can't keep this up indefinitely. He's only human. Well, I wonder. I don't want to be the oversensitive type. You can't tell me that kick was unpremeditated. When it comes to kicking, I am outraged womanhood. When you kick me in the shin, smile. I bet he grew up in the hill country. I bet I had to throw him on his back to get his shoes off him. What? Oh, no, it's lovely. No, it's simply lovely. It's the loveliest waltz I ever heard, isn't it? Yes, I think it's lovely, too. Sure. Well, what's it to me if I have to spend the next 2 years in a plaster cast? Well, he wants to live forever. Dance, little gypsy, dance while he can. I wonder if the band leader shoots you when you break a leg. Oh, he's all right, thank goodness. For a while, I thought they'd have to carry him off the field. Oh, I couldn't bear to have anything happen to him. Ah! Get off! I intercept, you hulking peasant. What do you think I am anyway, a gangplank? Out! Oh, no! Of course, it didn't hurt a bit. Why, it didn't hurt a bit. Honestly, it was all my fault. You see that little step of yours, well, it's perfectly lovely, but it's just a tiny bit tricky to fall at first. Oh? Did you work it up yourself? You really did? Well, aren't you amazing? Oh, no. Now I think I've got it. Oh, no, I think it's lovely. Yes, I was watching you when we were dancing before. It's awfully effective when you look at it. It's awfully effective when you look at me, too, I bet. I must look like something out of The Fall of the House of Usher. This sort of thing takes a fearful toll of a woman in my condition. And he worked up this little step himself. He and his degenerate cunning. Well, I'm past all feeling now. I didn't know what trouble was until I got drawn into this dance macabre. I think my mind's beginning to wander. It almost seems as if the music was stopping. Oh, it couldn't be, of course. No, the governor refused to sign the reprieve. What? Stop? Oh, they have stopped, the mean thing. They're not going to play anymore? Oh, you darling, do you really think they would? You really think so? If you gave them $20? Oh, that would be lovely. And look, do tell them to play the same thing. I simply adore to go on waltzing. Well, darling, that approximates my New Year's Eve. And what a New Year's Day. Soaking my head and my feet. Luckily, I didn't sit out too many dances.
Hey, Lula, I liked your one-sided little story, a monologue, I believe they call it.
Yes.
And I noticed that you are the only one who gets to do a monologue on this show. But I'm afraid that I'm going to have to burst that little bubble tea. It's very entertaining hearing your side of the evening, but have you ever considered what your partner was thinking?
I don't believe he could, darling.
Well, I think Fred's right, Tallulah. You know, you women always think you're getting the worst of it in the war between the sexes, but I'd hate to be able to read your partner's mind.
Say, just as a lark, Tallulah, would you consider it de rigueur? One of Hildegard's writers... Say, would you be upset if we tried to reconstruct the scene from the fellow's side?
I smell a monologue coming up, but go ahead. I'll try not to listen. Don't listen to this, girls. Portland, put your hand over your ears. Now, you two, Fran. Marlena.
Yes, Tallulah.
Be an old dear, darling, and don't listen to this. You put your hands over your hearing aid.
I disconnected it while you were dancing.
What'd you say, darling?
Tallulah? I disconnected it while you were dancing.
Now, go to it, Fred and Eddie. We fellas are with you. Right, Danny?
Yeah, you can count me in.
Count you in, okay. How about you, Meredith? Fellas against the girls.
Okay, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Rainey, who used to be Mrs. Wilson.
Say, a little music, Meredith, if you don't mind.
Oh, Fred.
Yeah, Eddie?
See anything you like?
Oh. I I don't know. They're not getting as sharp a crowd as they used to here at Roseland. And the music's louder, too, notice?
Yeah, there are only two left that aren't dancing.
Which one do you like?
Well, how about the mousy one with the neon sign on the back that lights up and spells Tallulah?
I'd rather dance with that truck driver. He looks nicer. Oh, shoot, somebody's got him. I'll have to dance with her. Dance? Get a load of that voice. Oh, brother. That's who she sounds like, my brother. What are they playing? It's a waltz, miss. They're playing a waltz, but this kid's doing the Big Apple. And she's the type that leads. What's that? My name? It's Jukes. Fred Jukes. My family makes all of those boxes you see around in town. Jukes box. No, I'm not married. No, I've never been married. Yes, I'm single. Yes, I've thought about getting married if the right girl came along. Oh, what a grip on this kid. She's clutching me like men are going out of style. She's so hard to push around, too. She must have lead in her wedgies or something. Maybe it's her makeup. That makeup she's wearing must weigh as much as she does. I almost feel like I'm dancing with her and Max Factor. Gee, there must be some way I can get rid of this dame. Maybe I ought to kick her in the shins. Hey, I think I will kick her in the shins. The way she's dancing, it'll look like an accident. But how can I kick her? She's standing on both of my feet. She must have a sideline selling corn plaster. Hey, look through the window. It's getting light outside. We're the only couple left. Everybody else is gone, but the music is still playing. I thought I saw her slip that band leader $20. No, I'm sorry, miss. No, really, I have to be going. No, it's almost morning. Where am I going? Well, I have to get in line at the unemployment insurance office. What? Why do I need unemployment insurance? Because I'm out of radio. Why am I out of radio? I can't hear myself think. If only that music wasn't so loud. So you want to know why I'm out of radio, eh? Well, I'll tell you why I'm out of radio, miss. Stop the music. That's why.
Fred, that was divinely insane.
Well, I hope you're not angry, Tallulah.
Oh, no, Fred, I loved every moment of it. It was very charming. There's just one thing. I wonder what happened to that friend of yours at the dance, the part Eddie played.
Oh, that guy, he wound up going out with the boys.
With the boys? What fun is that?
Oh, he was at that party with Mr. Barry, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Benson, Mr. Harris, Mr. Joyce, Mr. Brown.
Now, Len, I don't know how you do it. How do you manage to keep so many men interested?
I make such good Wiener Schnitzel.
Well, it must be something else, darling, because Betty Crocker comes to me for cupcake lessons.
Let's be honest, Tallulah, darling. No matter what, a better cook than you am I.
Ah, come now, Marlena, my precious. Everybody knows that I can do anything better than you can.
You must be joking, Tallulah.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I can do anything better than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Oh, no, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
You're pressing, darling.
I can do that better, too. Any age you can be, I can be younger.
Oh, I can be younger than you'll ever be.
32.
31.
25.
23.
21.
19 and a half, 18 and a half, 16 and a half.
Is that your age, darling, or your shoe size? I can fill a sweater.
I can fill it better.
I am known for glamour.
I am known for glamour.
I can do most anything.
Can you pronounce Ed Hurley high?
No.
Neither can I. Any note you can sing, I can sing lower.
I can sing any note lower than you.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep. So beware.
Step aside, Buster. Thank you, my Lena, darling, for coming to our show and permitting us to toss you around the way we did. You've been an absolute angel. We hope you'll all be with us next week when our stars will be Louis Calhoun, Jack Carter, Florence Desmond, Jimmy Durante, Martha Ray, Fran Warren and others, and, of course, Meredith Wilson and his big show orchestra and chorus. Until then, may the good Lord bless and keep you, whether near or far away. Friend.
May you find that long-awaited golden day today. Edward?
May your troubles all be small ones, and your fortunes 10 times 10. Marlena?
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again. Scotland?
May you walk with sunlight shining and a bluebird in every tree. Meredith?
May there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see. Phil? Fill your dreams with sweet tomorrows. Never mind what might have been. Fred?
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again. Danny?
May you walk with sunlight shining and a bluebird in every tree. May there be a silver lining back of every cloud you see.
Fill your dreams with sweet tomorrows. Never mind what might have been.
May the good Lord bless and keep you until we meet again.
May the good Lord bless and keep you till we meet again.
Good night, darling.
Listen to The Big Show next Sunday when we'll have with us Louis Calhoun, Jack Carter, Florence Desmond, Jimmy Durante, Martha Ray, and others. Fran Warren, Meredith Wilson, and The Big Show Orchestra and Chorus, and as always, the glamorous, unpredictable Tallulah Bankhead. The Big Show is directed and produced by D. Engelbach and written by Goodman Ace, Selma Diamond, George Foster, Mort Green, and Frank Wilson.
Listen to Joseph Cotton and Theater Guild on NBC.
Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Alice's brother William has just figured up Phil's total income tax for the year 1950. He has shown the figures to Phil, and Phil's reaction is that of any good, loyal American citizen.
I ain't gonna pay it. I don't understand it. I keep the band working all the time. They won't even give me a quarter deduction for uniforms, the blazers I'm using.
Phil. Don't get yourself all excited. You'll have to pay your taxes.
Oh, honey, I know, but gee whiz, after working hard all year, I haven't got nothing left. Willie, are you sure that you figured my tax right? Did you deduct all of my dependents?
Yes, I copied the list you gave me. It included Alice, myself, baby Alice, little Phyllis, your mother, father, Aunt Matilda, and Lord Calvert.
Lord Calvert?
My English uncle. I send him a halfpenny or two to keep the old ancestral estate. The hop gardens and such, you know. I can't understand, though, why I got such little left.
It's your own fault, Philip. You're too extravagant in your business dealings. You pay your employees much too much.
They're worth every penny I pay them. That's why I have the best band in the country.
This is the best?
You said it. Them guys have talent. They can play even when they're blindfolded. They're very capable musicians.
And another thing, why do you have 60 men in your orchestra? Only 30 of them play instruments. What do the other 30 do?
They sit behind the guys with the instruments and tap them on the shoulders when it's turn to join in. Or something like that. Let's make it when it's their turn to join in.
Now, Philip, if you want to save any money, you're going to have to reduce the salaries of your band. You should think about saving something for the future.
Don't worry. I've got a little annuity stashed away for my old age.
What annuity?
Your sister. She's my little blonde coupon clipper.
You know, Phil, Willie's right. You can't run a business on a losing basis.
You just have to fire all your musicians who don't have any talent and are completely worthless.
Like who?
Like all your musicians? And the first one to go should be Frankie.
Now, wait a minute. Frankie ain't worthless. He has certain rare qualities that are seldom found in human beings. Why, only last week he was offered $100 a day for his services, wasn't he, Alice?
Yes, he was.
Who would pay him $100 a day and for what?
The Mayo Clinic, just to study him.
It wasn't the Mayo Clinic. It was some big band leader named Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. Besides, I'd never get rid of Frankie. I need him.
You need him like you need a third thumb. Well, anyway, I didn't mean that you should fire Frankie, but you'll have to cut his salary along with the rest of the band.
Oh, Alice. You've led too sheltered a life. I mean, you just don't tell musicians that you're cutting their salary.
Why not? Don't be a coward, Philip. You just stand right up in front of those fellas and tell them you're reducing their wages.
I like the way this guy spills my blood. Besides, I tried to cut the band's salary a few years ago.
What happened?
It took 5 hours for the plumber to remove the tuba from around my neck.
Philip, if they get tough with you, you'll just have to fire them.
But I tell you, I don't want to fire them. Anyway, I can't. Who else could I get to play my type of songs? Who'd be willing to play things like this? In my dreams I seem to hear a whistle shrill, like the whippoorwilling of the whippoorwill. In my ears I hear it ringing, and to me the past it is bringing. It reminds me of the dear old Mississippi, when I loaded cotton on that stern wheel ship. Roused about, knocked about, those were the happy days, there's no doubt. On the Mississippi, where those boats go puffing along. On the Mississippi, people all go dippy when they hear a little bit of ragtime melody. It seems I hear them singing, see them bucking, winging, hear those banjos ringing. Woo, my heart is clinging to that Mississippi, dear old Mississippi. That's where I belong. I just have to close my eyes to see that side, that river all a-glistening in the bright moonlight. With my gal, again I am strolling, and her eyes at me, they are rolling all along the levee. See those people dance, listen to the music, watch that shuffling dance. Lordy me, can't you see that there is only one place for me, and it's on old Mississippi, on the Mississippi, where those boats go puffing along. On the Mississippi, people all go dippy when they hear a little bit of ragtime melody. It seems I hear them singing, see them bucking, winging, hear those banjos ringing. Ooh, my heart is clinging to the Mississippi, dear old Mississippi. That's where I was born.
Now, Philip, I've checked your tax report again, and you'll just have to cut your musicians' salaries. If you don't, you'll go bankrupt.
Oh, it's as bad as that, huh? Well, in that case, I'll just have to tell the guys. But it ain't going to be easy. And the only one that'll understand will be Remley. He won't mind taking a cut.
What Remley are you talking about?
I'm talking about Frankie. He'd work for me for nothing if I asked him to. Frankie's a true pal. If the rest of the guys in the band were like him, I wouldn't have any trouble at all. I wouldn't mind going down and tell... Oh, I'll get that.
Hiya, Curly.
Ah, hello, Frankie. Glad you showed up. You can help me prove a point. Look, if I ask you to, pal, you'd work for me for nothing, wouldn't you?
Well, this guy's still hungover from New Year's Eve.
Frankie, I don't like your answer.
I didn't think much of your question, either. What kind of a way is that to greet a guy? What are you getting at, anyway?
Well, it's about your salary with the band.
What about it?
Well, look, Rem, I know that you're aware that living costs have gone up, taxes are higher, everything costs more, and, well, there's only one thing I can do.
Well, thanks, Curly. I accept the raise.
Remley,
Oh, this is wonderful of you, Curly. Now I can afford to send my mother to Ireland. She's always wanted to go back to see the old sod.
Well, I didn't know your father still lived in that. Oh, the old sod. Remley, I'm not giving you a raise. I'm cutting your salary.
I'll thank you to watch your language in front of a paid-up union member.
But, Frankie,
One more filthy remark like that, and I'll have Papa Petrillo wash your mouth out with soap. And water.
Will you listen to me, Remley? Now, look, I've been going over my taxes for the year, and well, either I cut your salary in half, or I go bankrupt.
Oh. Well, that's different, Curly. You have no alternative. Go right ahead.
I can cut your salary?
No, go bankrupt.
You want me to go bankrupt?
Well, no, Curly, but I just can't take a cut, especially at this time.
Well, why not?
Well, I don't want to burden you with my troubles, but when they lifted the rent control, my landlord raised my rent. I couldn't afford it, and he threw me out on the street this morning with all my belongings. Sidewalks all cluttered up with everything I own.
How much cluttering can a toothbrush do?
I have more than one toothbrush. In fact, I had to hire a van to put all my furniture and personal effects in. Now I have a moving van full of my belongings and no place to go.
Oh, well, Remley, Wait a minute. Now, who are you trying to kid with that sob story? I don't believe that you've been put out.
If you don't believe me, look out of your window and you'll see them unloading the van now.
Holy smokies, telling Remley, you can't move in here.
Why not?
Well, we got children in the house and the Board of Health won't allow it. Frankie, I'd like to have you, but I just can't take...
But Curly, we've been pals since we were kids. We've always shared things. Don't you remember when we were 12 years old, we made a vow that we'd split everything? And we took a knife and signed it in blood?
Yeah. I'll never forget it. We used your knife and my blood. Look, Frankie, I'd love to have you stay here, but you'll remember, you lived here for 3 weeks once.
So?
So after you left, Alice had to go to a psychiatrist. I was forced to drink to forget. And we had to keep the kids on a leash for 2 months.
Well, it ain't my fault if you're a high-strung family. Curly, Alice won't mind if I move in for a while. The least you could do is ask her.
All right, I'll ask her. Hey, Alice, will you come in here a minute, please?
And when she comes in, make it sound like you're happy about it.
Yeah, I'm going to be happy.
What do you want, Phil? Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hiya, Alice. Curly's got some great news for you.
Yes, honey. I have some wonderful surprise for you. Frankie's moving in with us again. All right, there she goes again. Call us to honey. Honey, please control yourself. Alice, get down off of that chandelier.
Oh, stop exaggerating, Curly. Look, Alice, you gotta take me in. I was put out of my apartment this morning. I have no home. I have no place to go.
Oh, Frankie, I didn't know. I'm awfully sorry about that. I'd ask you to move in here with us, except for one thing.
What?
I don't want you. You behaved horribly the last time you stayed here, and I'm not going through with that again.
But, Alice, you can't turn me out. I'm the oldest friend Curly has. Why, we used to go to school together.
That's right, honey. Frankie used to carry my books home for me.
Frankie carried your books home?
Yeah. In those days, my curls were longer, and I had him completely fooled.
And every day after school, we used to play together on the same lot.
I know, but... Wait a minute. How could you two play together every day when you were kids? Phil lived in Tennessee, and you lived in North Dakota.
We used to meet in Chicago.
Look, honey, why don't we try it for a while? We can manage.
Phil, if Frankie moves in, I move out.
Well, thanks, Alice. Your bed is much more comfortable than the one in the guest room. Isn't that nice of her, Curly, giving me her bed?
Alice ain't moving out.
Now, Frankie, you're not moving in here, and that's final. There's no necessity for it. All you have to do is find a new apartment.
I've looked everywhere, and I just can't find a place.
Then we'll help you look. I'll find you a place to live if I have to buy every apartment house in the city.
She can do it, too. Well, if we're going to look, let's get started.
Well, wait for me, fellas. I'll get my hat and song and go with you. The breeze is chasing the zephyr. The moon is chasing the sea. The bull is chasing the heifer. But nobody's chasing me. The rooster's chasing the chicken. The pee-wee, some wee pee-wee. The cat is taking a licking. But nobody's taking me. Nobody wants to own me, and I object. Nobody wants to bone me, not even collect. The leopard's chasing the leopard. The chimp, some champ, chimpanzee. The sheep are chasing the shepherd. But nobody's chasing me.
Nobody's chasing me. The flood is chasing the levee. The wolf is out on a spree. Mary.
But nobody's chasing me. Each night I get the mirror from off the shelf. Each night I'm getting nearer, chasing myself.
The clams are almost a-mixin'. The hams are chasing TD. The fox is chasing the vixen.
But nobody's chasing me. Nobody's chasing me. You were right, Frankie. It is hard to find an apartment.
Well, here's one more. Let's try it. It wouldn't be so hard if you weren't with us, Remley. You look so darn sloppy, nobody wants to rent to you.
I resent that. I'm very fastidious.
Frankie, this time let me talk to the manager, huh?
You insist, but it's ridiculous. I create a very good impression on people.
How do you do, sir?
Oh. How do you do, miss? What can I do for you?
Do you have a vacant apartment?
Oh, yes. Is it for you?
No. No, it's for Mr. Remley here.
This one, lady?
Yes. What do you say?
Get out of here with that!
How do you like that guy?
I like him fine. He bought my record.
Come on, fellas, let's keep looking.
Look, I'm ready to give up looking for a place for Frankie.
Me too.
I'm not.
Hey, wait a minute. Here's a nice-looking apartment building. Yeah, I think I'll be very happy here. I'll take anything they got just to get in this place.
What's the name of the apartment?
I don't know. It's got kind of a Polish name. Yaucha. Yowika. I don't know. I can't pronounce it.
How's it spelled?
YWCA.
Come on, it's Polish. They'll never understand you. Alice, why don't we give up? There aren't any apartments available.
Well, then let's check the newspaper for furnished rooms.
Alice, it's no use. They won't even take him in a furnished room. We've tried them all.
Well, this is the last place. It has a sign, furnished room for rent. Ring the bell.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not going to live in this broken-down neighborhood. The house looks like a fire trap.
Don't argue. If they have a room, you're going to take it.
All right. Before I do, I'm going to look it over carefully. The beds, the closets, and the way it's furnished. I'm going to examine everything.
How do you do? I suppose you're here to see...
I'll take the room.
I never saw such a careful examination.
May I see the room, miss?
Well, I'm sorry. I rented about 5 minutes ago. It's been taken by a young man.
Well, I got connections. I think I could have them drafted.
I'm sorry we don't have that room, but we do expect to have a vacancy in about 6 months. Why don't you call me?
Why waste a nickel? I'll just wait here.
Come on. Tell me when you get out of there. Thank you, miss.
Well, that's the last place. I guess I'll have to stay at your house.
Not so fast. Let me look at that paper again. I may have missed something.
Hey, honey, look at this ad. Big new housing project. Plenty of apartments for rent to men who... Oh, nuts. It's not good for Frankie.
Why not?
They're only available to men with families.
Then we'll get him a family.
Alice, I'm beginning to get the impression that you don't want me to live at your house.
Let's see. First, he has to have a wife. I wonder who we can get to pose as his wife.
If I put my long curls on again, maybe
No,
huh?
No. Alice, how about you pretending to be my wife?
Me, I would... All right. I'm so desperate, I'll even think that low.
And I'll borrow your kids to be my children.
Oh, no, that I draw the line at. You're
Me
not...
too. But don't worry, Frankie. I'll find a child for you. In the meantime, you fellas rush over to the housing project and put a deposit on an apartment. Tell them your wife and child will be over in a little while.
Okay, wifey dear. I can't wait for you to return so I can embrace you and tell you...
Ramley.
What?
Look. Now, let me brief you about this wife routine. Alice is only pretending to be your wife. Pretending like in make-believe. Not real, old boy.
Spoil sport. Come on, let's get over to the housing project. Then I can have the apartment, Mr. Barbie?
I don't see why not, Mr. Remley. This housing project was built specifically with men with families. Now, you do have a family?
Oh, yes. I have a lovely family. Don't I, Curly?
Oh, yes. His wife, Alice, is a beautiful girl and very talented.
And what a figure. Now, bathing suit, she's a combination of Lana Turner, Jane Russell, and Betty Grable.
She is? I gotta take her swimming more often.
Well, your wife must be a very young girl.
Oh, she is.
If I'm not too inquisitive, how old is Mrs. Remley?
42.
She's 48.
She's 29.
She's 34. I ought to know. I've been living with her for 9 years.
What?
I mean, I've been living with the two of them for 9 years.
Oh, I see. Now, just how many children do you have, Mr. Remley?
One.
A boy or a girl?
It's... I don't know. My wife hasn't told me yet. But they'll be here any minute. We can see for ourselves.
Mr. Remley, how come you don't know what sex your own child is?
I'm not the nosy type. See, I believe in complete freedom for the child. Let it grow up to be whatever it wants to be. The way my father raised me, he said to me, Francis, when you grow up, you can be anything you want to be, as long as you turn out to be a man.
Too bad you let him down. Look, mister. Can't we sign the lease for the apartment now?
No, I'm sorry, but we'll have to wait for Mrs. Remley. It will need her signature, too. Oh, by the way, Mr. Remley, how old is your daughter? Your son.
Just call it the thing.
All right, how old is the thing?
Only 8 weeks, and I've already sold 1,224,000 records, for which RCA Victor gave me a gold record because I was the most popular artist.
We know. We know.
You said that.
Mr. Barbie, just wait till you see my little one. It's a...
Oh, Francis, where are you, darling?
There's my wife now. I'm right here, sweetheart.
Hello, dear.
Oh, I've missed you terribly, my gorgeous one. Come into my arms. Let me kiss you.
Cut! Henry, what are you kissing Alice for?
I'm trying to get an apartment.
Kiss the manager.
Curly.
If anyone kisses Alice, it's going to be me. Come here, Alice. There. Isn't that better, honey?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's go around once more and see.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Remley.
Yeah.
Why do you allow this man to kiss your wife?
Well, I have to. You see, Mr. Harris is my wife's father.
Aren't you, Dad? Yep, that's my son-in-law. That's Frank. Well, I call him Frank, but his real name is Orville. He changed it for commercial purposes. Seemed to go better in his business. He was a real estate man. That's how he met my daughter. He was trying to sell her Mulholland Drive. Of course, I thought it was kind of funny. It was 1:30 in the morning. Couldn't see a gall darn thing, so I walked up, throwed my flashlight on him.
All right, Dad, that's enough.
Mr. Remley, is your father-in-law going to live with you?
Oh, yes. If Alice and I take the apartment, he'll move in with us.
You just ain't kidding, Herschel.
Mrs. Remley, your husband tells me you have a child. Where is the little one?
Oh, he's outside. I'll call our son.
Gee, it's a boy. Just what I always wanted. Tell our little boy to come in, dear.
Very well. Oh, Junior, come in a minute, dear.
Yes, son, come in here. Your father wants to talk to you.
What's on your mind, man?
So you're Remley's son, huh? Well, don't stand there, egghead. Go over and kiss your father.
What are you trying to do, poison me?
I have a better idea, Julius. Kiss your grandfather.
Which one is my grandfather?
That one.
He looks like an old Indian.
Naturally. Don't you remember your grandpa Wanga?
Oh, of course. How could I forget that Navajo grandpa of mine? How's your blanket concession in Albuquerque, Gramps?
I wish I had my Tommy Hawk with me. I'd scrape his insides out and make a canoe out of it.
My, the boy doesn't seem to get along too well with his grandfather.
Well, he's just a smart papoose. Beat it, kid. Go back to TP and make Grandpa buffalo meat sandwich.
How?
On bagel.
Now, Junior, make up with Grandpa Harris. Go over and kiss him on his withered old cheek.
I don't want to.
Why not?
I'm liable to get my nose caught in one of his wrinkles.
Then kiss him on his elbow.
All right.
Junior, you mustn't get fresh. Your grandfather will punish you.
Yeah, I'll break every bone in your body.
You do, and I'll smash every martini glass in your bar.
Martini? Mr. Harris, this housing project has very strict rules against liquor. Do you drink?
Oh, I toast a friend now and then.
He's got more friends than anybody I know. And if it happens to be a stranger, that don't stop him either.
Well, tell me, son, how about your father? Does he imbibe?
Yeah, he's got a little toaster going for him, too.
I may be jumping to conclusions, but you don't sound like an ideal family to me. I'm afraid I can't let you have the apartment.
Oh, mister, you've just got to rent us the apartment. We have no place to stay, and you can't throw us out in this freezing weather. My husband is a sickly man, and he can't stand the cold.
Maybe we could fill him up with antifreeze.
All right, leave it alone. Mister, you got to give us the apartment. I don't care about myself, but my little grandson is so frail and delicate. You can't throw this little schnook out in the street.
I'm sorry, but you're not the kind of tenants we want. Goodbye.
Please, mister, you've got to give Frankie an apartment. He has no place to stay.
Don't plead with the man, Alice. Rather than have you lower yourself to the point of begging, I'll sacrifice myself. I'll stay at your house.
Oh, no, you don't. I refuse to sleep in the same house with you, and that's final. Phil, I can't stand any more of this. You can hear Frankie snoring all the way down here.
Well, don't blame Remley. He's not used to our bed.
Of all the nerve. He takes our room, our bed, and now I have to lie here and listen to him snore.
Honey, if it bothers you so much, get up and close the flap to our tent.
This program was produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Included in today's cast were Gene Bates, Joe Kearns, and Gerald Moore.
Stay tuned for Hedda Hopper, then The Third Man on NBC.
From Hollywood, NBC brings you Hedda Hopper. Hedda Hopper,
who daily reports to 30 million readers in America and 8 foreign countries, now reports to you on the air. Here is Hedda Hopper's Hollywood, from the desk by the window looking right down on Hollywood and Vine. And here she is, Hedda Hopper.
Hello, everybody. Look over my shoulder while I write my column. We'll have news about famous people here and elsewhere, and personal visits with Jimmy McHugh, Harold Adamson, Andre Previn, Gordon McRae, and Mr. and Mrs. Richard Conte. Okay, let's go. Danny Kaye plays the life of Hans Christian Andersen on the screen with that beautiful ballet dancer of red shoes, Morris Shearer. Glenn McCarthy hit the ceiling when it was suggested that for his next picture, he have a story written based on his daughter's secret marriage to the son of a cobbler. Ida Lupino will soon have the same sort of job in the State Department that Myrna Loy enjoys. As a member of UNESCO, she goes to Washington and Lake Success in February. Helen Cahagan wasn't acceptable to the citizens of the state of California as senator, so what? So now she's representing the whole United States in the United Nations. Plenty of excitement at Mike Romanoff's home New Year's Eve when Oscar Levant, who drank nothing but coffee, disliked the way Walter Wanger was dancing with his wife and pushed him so hard he fell to his knees. Then George Raft came up from behind and acted as peacemaker. Well, a raft saved Robinson Crusoe. Ruth Roman's new mother-in-law, Dorothy Schiff, was in town last week and gifted Ruth with a diamond bracelet. Ethel Barrymore during the holidays came down with the flu and hasn't been able to shake it off. So her picture was closed down until she's completely recovered. One of the busiest girls in town is Dorothy L'Amour. She's learning to swing by her teeth for the greatest show on earth and packing like mad to go to Florida on location. We thought Dottie would be with us this week, but she'll join us next Sunday. The great names of Hollywood got their start in all sorts of ways. Ever since I've had a radio column in NBC, I wanted to tell the story of the famous young man who got his start at NBC in New York, believe it or not, in the men's washroom. His name, Gordon McRae. I caught up with Gordon the other day over at Capitol Records. They were recording the music from Cole Porter's current Broadway hit, Out of This World. And Gordon, of course, was doing exactly the same thing as he started out doing in that washroom. Singing a song called I Am Loved.
I am loved. I am loved by the one I love in every way. I am loved, absolutely loved. What a wonderful thing to be able to say, I'm adored, I'm adored by the one who first led my heart astray. I'm adored, absolutely adored. What a wonderful thing to be able to say. So ring out the bells and let the trumpets blow and beat on the drums, for now I know I am loved. I am loved. What a wonderful thing. What a glorious thing. What a beautiful thing to be able to say. So ring out the bells and let the trumpets blow and beat on the drums, for now I know I am loved.
And that was beautiful.
Well, thanks very much, Hedda. But about that washroom, let's get it straight. I was working as a page boy, and I used to run in there for a quick smoke, where the boss wouldn't catch me.
Then somebody spotted you and made you a model for a cigarette ad.
Well, not exactly, Hedda. You see, I was singing away when a fellow from Horace Heights band walked in. And, well, that led to my very first break. So, you see, it never pays to keep your mouth shut. Oh, by golly, that's a good one.
It certainly was, and thanks, Gordon McRae. Back at the office, I wrote this advice to NBC page boys. Gordon McRae has been voted one of America's top 10 male singers. He's a big star at Warner Brothers who produced Operation Pacific. Yes, your co-worker is on the top. So if you have a voice as good as his, spend more time ducking out for a smoke. Sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire. Lana Turner's singing was so good in the picture she made with Pinza that they've added another song for her. You Belong to My Heart. Hollywood will certainly roll out the red carpet when Lord Beatty arrives here to visit Merle Oberon. Collier Young's telling friends he'll marry Joan Fontaine as soon as she's free. But he's not yet divorced from Ida Lupino. Nancy Giles hasn't set the marriage date with Ernie Martin, producer of Guys and Dolls in New York. She hopes he'll come west so they can have the knot tied here. Sally Forrest was all set to marry her agent, Milo Frank. Now she's very indefinite about it. Could it be that her agent got her so many picture jobs that she has no time for matrimony? Deanna Devon and her new husband returned to Hollywood in March. The word genius gets kicked around a lot out here. It's a word I try to avoid. But I've no reservations about using it in connection with a young man named Andre Previn. I haven't been seeing Andre much lately. His last picture was 3 Little Words at Metro. As musical director, he scored and conducted the music for it, and he's a candidate for an Oscar. And guess how old he is? 21. Well, as I said, I haven't seen Andre much lately, but the other day I caught him walking down the street, and immediately I thought of the last time we'd met. It was on the set, and during a break, Andre sat down at the piano. Now you know why I think Andre Previn has genius. There's another thing I didn't tell you. Andre was wearing the uniform of a corporal in the United States Army. June Allison discovered a new way to reduce. The day after the birth of her son, she weighed 5 pounds less than she'd weighed in 10 years. She said having a baby is much easier than making pictures. Dick Powell doesn't agree, and he took off for Palm Springs to rest. It's a wonder Gypsy Rose Lee was allowed to finish her engagement at Las Vegas. She took a 5-year-old son along and put his electric train under the Christmas tree in the lobby of the Desert Inn Hotel. All the men left the gambling tables to play with the train. John Wayne's in Mexico for 10 days visiting his wife, who's been ill 4 months. I asked John how he became the #1 box office star, and he replied, I guess I just got out of bed every morning and went to work. In the past few years, the name of Richard Conte has loomed bigger and bigger on the Hollywood horizon. And well it might. He's a fine actor, one of the best. There's another Conte in town whose following is so far has been limited primarily to stage audiences, but whose critical notices read as extravagantly as her husband's. She's Ruth Conte, Dick's wife. Next week, when Dick finishes Hollywood Story at Universal International, the two of them will team up for a raid on New York City. Objective, to find a play which they can do together. Being heartily in favor of husband and wife teams, I paid a visit to the Contes. I wanted a world's preview of Dick and Ruth starring together for the very first time.
Thieves Highway? Sure, I remember that one.
It was one of your best, Dick, but I also thought since it has such a good part for a girl...
The girl in the picture did quite all right by it, Hedda.
And so will you, Ruth.
Well, let's see. Thieves Highway. It was a story of a guy in the produce business. A writer named A.I. Bezerides based it on his own novel, Thieves Market. It had a lot of color.
Well, you're doing fine, Dick. Mr. and Mrs. Richard Conte, you're on.
You would think that driving a truckload of fruit would be as dull as dishwater. Well, brother, you're wrong. Say you're a guy like me, Nick Garcos. You sink all the money you own into a truck and a load of golden, delicious apples. The first of the season, worth their weight in gold. You drive 700 miles to get them down to San Francisco. You get to a big produce market, the Thieves Market, in the middle of the night. And you park in front of the warehouse owned by a Mike Figlia, and you wait for him to show up. But you've had no sleep, and you're dead on your feet. You've got a fresh cut on your neck where you bumped against your truck.
You wipe your hand like that on your neck, it'll give you blood poisoning.
Huh? Well, what's the matter with you, sister?
There, you did it again. Well, your neck's cut, dopey.
Well, that's just grease.
Don't touch it. It's blood. Come on with me and I'll fix it for you. It isn't the Ritz, but it's the best I've got. Anyhow, you can see where your truck's parked from the window.
Yeah, it's a nice place you've got. Oh. Hey, it's a soft couch. Ever try sleeping in a truck? You got a steering wheel in your ear.
You can sit down. No steering wheels on that couch. Here, take this. You need it. Here's to friendship.
Long and sweet. But I'll pass up the drink. It put me right to sleep.
What's the matter? Don't you like girls?
Sure I like girls. Always wished I had a kid sister. Wearing pigtails down to here, giggling behind her hand and throwing sparks out of her eyes. You were somebody's kid sister once.
And look at me now.
You look nice. Nice face, nice eyes. But you look like chipped glass.
Do I?
Yeah, how do you feel inside when you look like glass?
I feel fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
Don't touch me. Why did I do that? Here, hold still. I'll fix your neck. I got some iodine. How did it happen?
I'm trying to jack up my truck with the back of my neck. You know, I got apples on that truck. Beautiful apples. I sunk every penny I have into... Ah! Hey, that stuff stings.
I'm sorry. I don't know your name.
Oh, Nick Garcos. What's yours?
Rika. Just a second, I've got a Band-Aid. There.
You've got soft hands, Rika.
But sharp nails.
You like to make tough, huh?
I am tough. Me, I never had pigtails. Do you like how I wear my hair?
No. But come here.
Don't.
Oh, what's the matter? I thought that's what you wanted.
That truck of yours out there.
Huh?
You don't know it, but you've got it parked in front of the biggest crook in the market, Mike Figlia.
I know that.
You do?
Yeah. Figlia gypped my old man out of a truckload of tomatoes while I wasn't around. They got him drunk so the old man wouldn't know he was never paid.
That's tough.
Got him so drunk, Pop turned his truck over. Lost both his legs.
I see. Better take a look out there. Figlia's stealing your apples, sucker. Selling them from the truck.
What?
He paid me here to get you up here so he could do that.
Why, you dirty little...
I'm
not stealing your apples, Churros. I'm selling them. It's strictly legal.
You've already sold them, you mean? They're my apples.
It's my place your truck's stalled in front of. Go on, call a cop. The law says I can unload your truck. You're interfering with my establishment of business, aren't you? Leaving a stalled truck that can't be moved because the tires are all flat?
Flat?
Yeah, on the bottom. Sure. Just a little bit flat on the bottom.
You slashed them.
Did I? Anyway, I sold the apples. But Mike Figley is a fair man. What do you say would be a fair price to pay, huh?
$6.50 a box.
6.5's the price I got. I'm talking about your end.
Your end of nothing is nothing.
You're a tough kid. Okay, we split. 3.25 for you and...
$6.50 for me.
Listen, you cheap little peddler. I was in this business when you were sucking a bottle. You probably got that load for $1.50 a box. I'm giving you more money than you ever saw in your life. When'd you ever make more than a day's pay, you truck jockey?
Look, Figley, you don't know me, but I know you. And you cut my tires. You got that dame to get me out of the way while you did it. While you sold my...
So she told you, huh? Okay, kid. The joke's on me.
Give me my money, all of it.
Sure. After all, like I say, Mike Figley is a fair man. Here, you see? I like you.
I don't like you. $3,900.
Here. That's quite a killing. Only take good care of it, Jocko. Don't lose it.
I can't figure you out, Rika. You set me up for Figley at the Jiffy and then tell me what he was doing. Why?
I wore pigtails once. But that was a long time ago.
You're not really tough. Who do you think you're fighting? You're only taking it out on yourself. What's breaking you up? What's so funny?
Isn't that sweet? He wants to save me. Go ahead, lover. Tell me what a bad girl I am. I'm lost unless you save me.
Look, I don't care. I'll never see you again after tonight.
That's right. Never again. Kiss me goodbye. Goodbye, lover. Miss, look out!
Once a sucker, twice a sucker. When I came to, the money was gone.
Oh, Nick, what did they do to you?
Give me my money.
Nick!
Give me my money or I'll kill you. You got my wallet, didn't you?
No, two guys named Frenchie and Mitch, they did it.
But you'll meet them later and get your share.
No, Nick.
You set me up for Mitch and Frenchie. Where do they live? Where do they live?
New Day Hotel, but don't go there.
Nah.
To them, life is very cheap. Nick, go to the police.
Ain't you afraid if I go to the police?
Go to the police. I'm trying to help you, Nick. Mitch and Frenchie work for Figlia, but you don't have to worry. Dirty your hands on Figlia.
Yes, I do. When I get through with that guy, he won't pull any more tricks. He gave it to my old man and to me and a lot of guys like me. And I'm going to give it back to him, but good.
Nick, they'll kill you.
I caught up with Figley in a little bar. He was very pleased with himself. He stopped laughing when he saw me. I had an axe handle I picked up in the truck. Go on and laugh, Figley. It's good for the lungs. Finish your drink.
Suddenly, I don't like the company. I'm leaving.
Sit down.
Listen, cocky boy, you got your money. There are 10 witnesses. I know you got it.
That's right. I gotta shut up.
You crazy? You broke my hand with that axe handle.
And does my pop have to shut up? Cut off his leg. Put your hand back on the table. I'll split your skull.
No.
Put it down.
No, don't hit me no more, please. I was going to pay your old man. I was going to show you the check in my office. But here's the cash. Here, you see, I'm paying you.
What about the dough you rolled me for? You had Rika set me up for those guys, didn't you?
No, they did it for me. She didn't know nothing about it. But I'll make it right to you, sir. You see, this pays for everything, don't it? Here. Oh, why don't you take the money?
Not before I pay you first.
No! For my pop! For my pop! For my pop! For my pop! For my pop!
You wipe your hand like that on your eyes, it'll give you mascara poisoning.
Nick.
There, you did it again. Where you been crying, Dopey?
I haven't been. That's just... Oh, Nick, are you all right?
Sure. The truck's downstairs. Come on, we're getting out of here, you and me. We're going to stick together.
But, Nick, look at me. No pigtails.
I like the way you wear your hair.
Thank you, Dick and Ruth Conte, and good luck in Manhattan. Lex Barker, the new Tarzan, met the original, Elmo Lincoln, the other night and asked the old-timer the difference between the Tarzan then and now. Replied Elmo, "In my day, our lions had teeth." Mario Lanza was offered a private car to travel in while touring from coast to coast on a concert tour. He turned it down. With war on, nobody should take up that much space on the railroad, said Mario. John Steinbeck arrives next week and will spend his honeymoon in Palm Springs writing a screen story for Darryl Zanuck. This afternoon, Spike Jones signed a contract with NBC for an hour's TV show which starts February 11th. On Thursday night, I went to the world premiere of 20th Century's Fox picture, Halls of Montezuma, a story of Marines starring Richard Widmark. As part of the occasion, Tony Martin sang the Marine Corps hymn, and I pricked up my ears when I heard that he was singing some new words. The next morning, I looked up the two men responsible. They were top songwriters, Harold Adamson and Jimmy McHugh.
Now, Hedda, don't think for a moment we thought we could improve on the Great Marine Hymn. We didn't change any lyrics. We just added to them.
Yes, you see, we felt that since Iwo Jima and Korea, there was a lot more to be said.
Well, Harold, you two certainly did a beautiful job for the Air Corps. I know when you wrote Coming In on a Wing and a Prayer.
Well, thank you, Hedda. Now we're real proud to be able to pay our tribute to the Marines.
Jimmy, they and the rest of the boys certainly deserve every tribute we can give them right now. How do you think America will like these new lyrics?
Well, Hedda, let's find out right now. Let's put it on the air.
That's fine. It's a world premiere.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we fight our country's battle on the land as on the sea. Federation of the nation, we're the finest ever seen, and we glory in the title of United States Marine. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of any sea, you will find the fighting leathernecks pushing on to victory. You can talk of planes and battleships, but the greatest war machine is the fighting heart and spirit of a United States Marine. Marching once again, they will sing to young America, make them know what freedom means, with the story of the Leathernecks, the United States
United States Marines played in the halls of Montezuma. Then they fought in Korea. 16 were wounded, and the 16 returned to attend the premiere of that same picture here 2 nights ago. The other 2 boys gave their lives in Korea. And why am I telling you all this? Because this time we can't have politics as usual and finish first. This is a moment for wisdom of words and actions. Wisdom in our foreign policy and its direction. Wisdom in our military affairs at home as well as abroad. This is the moment of Americans for America. The moment we must all stand and be counted. So let's boot out the chiselers, the doubters, and the disloyal now.
NBC will again bring you Hedda Hopper with news of the stars that make news. We'll visit with a woman who made history in Manila during the last war. Her name is Claire Phillips, and she was an American spy. There'll be a dramatic highlight by last year's Academy Award winner, Dean Jagger. And to top it off, a hot and heavy argument with Dorothy Lamour.
Good night, everybody.
And make a date for next Sunday for Hedda Hopper's Hollywood. From the ringside seat, the desk by the window looking right down on Hollywood and Vine. The Hedda Hopper Show is an FMB production directed by Gil Faust and with music by Frank Worth.
United States Steel Hour presents the Theater Guild on the Air, starring Joseph Cotton and Signe Hassel, with Anthony Ireland in The Third Man. Helping to build a better America through better steels and products of steel is the job of the industrial family that serves the nation, United States Steel. Look for our trademark, USS, on any steel product. It's your guide to quality steel. And now, as the lights go down at the Velasco Theater in New York, here, speaking for the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost theatrical producers, is Roger Pryor with a word about our play and players.
Tonight, the Theater Guild on the Air inaugurates another year of outstanding radio drama with the first radio presentation of the David O. Selznick motion picture triumph, The Third Man, from the story by Graham Greene. As our stars, we bring you Joseph Cotton, who will recreate his original screen role of Holly Martins, and Signe Hassel, who plays Anna. Anthony Ireland, the stage success Black Chiffon, plays Major Calloway. Our featured players are Barry Kroger, Herbert Berghoff, and Stephen Schnappel. We raise the curtain now on The Third Man, adapted for radio by Halstead Wells and directed by Homer Fickett.
I never knew the old Vienna before the war. By the time I got there, it was already in the classic period of the black market, in charming buildings with fountains and cupids all bombed out. But if Vienna looked somber from the train window, at least the sun was sunny and my spirits brightened as I stepped off, headed past an American MP.
Hey there. Passport.
Oh, I'm Holly Martins. I'm expecting
Passport, please.
Here you are.
Purpose of your visit?
A friend of mine offered me a job here.
Where do you figure to stay?
With him.
What's his name?
Lime. Harry Lime. He's American.
Okay. Here's your passport, Mr. Martin. What's the matter?
Well, I don't know where to go. I thought he was going to meet me here. Oh, wait a second. I got this address.
Show it to a cab driver. He'll take it.
Thought I'd walk.
13 Steve Grasse.
I'm broke. You see, I was in Paris broke when I got this letter offering me a job.
Well, now, let's see. You go out here to the front of the depot and follow the main drag till you come to the fourth fountain. Then turn right and go on down the...
see Mr. Lime. Harry Lime.
Lime? Yeah. Ja, der Wenska, komm lieber her.
You the porter here?
Ja, Porter. Ja, Sie kommen zu spät. 10 minutes. Already gone.
Who's gone?
To the cemetery. With his friends. In the coffin.
Coffin? Whose coffin?
Your friend, Mr. Lamb. Accident. Killed at once by the car.
Killed?
Yeah. Here, in front of the house. Have seen it myself.
That's really a shock.
You want maybe I call you a cab to the cemetery?
No, thanks. No cab.
No?
Cobblestone roads for miles lined with scraggly cypress. It was quite a hike to the cemetery, quite a cemetery. Miles of it. Finally, through a clump of cypress, I saw a little group by an open grave. Priest reading the service. There's something curious and grim about that little group. An English major, intelligent-looking, tight-lipped. Next to him, 2 men with a wreath. Dark, well-dressed in an odd way, probably Austrians. They kept eyeing me suspiciously. And then there was this girl. She didn't see me at all, just kept staring in the grave, all dreamy and sad and very striking. What could these people be to Harry Lime?
Im Namen des Vaters und des Sohnes und des Heiligen Geistes. Amen. Amen.
That was that. We sprinkled spoons full of dirt on the grave, and the service was over. The girl turned and left down the long road. I started to follow. English major came up to me.
Are you a friend of Lime?
Yes.
Like I left to town, I've got a jeep here.
Thanks.
My name's Calloway.
Martins.
You could do with a drink, couldn't you? Sergeant Payne. Yes, sir? We'll go back now. Come on, hop in, Mr. Martins. Where to, sir? Where would you suggest? For a drink, sir? For several drinks. Well, say, if it's for several drinks, then it ought to be the Kotnerstrasse bar. Be quiet this time of day.
No, thank you, Major. Not another drop will start boiling in my beer. I guess no one knew Harry as I did.
When did you see him last?
4 years ago. Best friend I ever had. Aside from a horse.
Sounds like a cheap novelette.
Well, I write cheap novelettes. Ever read The Lone Rider of Santa Fe?
No, sorry.
Death at Double X Ranch?
No.
Bloody shame. Criminal.
What is?
Him dying like that. Heard from him only last month. Offered me a job. Now he's dead.
Best thing that ever happened.
What'd you say?
Harry Lime was a racketeer.
Who are you, a cop? Listen, Calloway, he was my friend. If you think you can...
In fact, he was one of the richest and most unsavory characters in the city of Vienna.
Say another word against Harry, I'll let you have it smack between the eyes.
You have any need for me, sir? Thank you, Payne. Payne, offhand, could you possibly think of a form of humanity lower than Harry Lime?
Cops. You're all cops. Anything you can't solve, pin it on a dead man. Rackets, murder.
That's right. Murder was a big part of Harry Lime's racket. He lived on murders. Death
Why, you dirty cop.
Thank you, Payne. Thoughtful of you to stop him. You almost got me first. Oh, Payne.
Yes, sir?
When he comes to, take him around to the Sackers Hotel for the night.
Very well, sir.
I'll ship him out on tomorrow's plane. There we are, Mr. Martins. Just step up to the desk and sign.
Passport, please, sir. Will you fill this out?
Only Not only Martins, the writer.
That's me.
Excuse me, Sergeant. Did I hear you say you had a writer? Ollie Martins, sir. Oh, he's very good, sir. I've read quite a few of his books. Death at the Double X Ranch, sir.
Oh, Mr. Martins, my name is Crabbin. I represent the CRS of GHQ.
You do?
I'll tell you what, Mr. Martin. On Wednesday night at our institute, at Cultural Relations section of General Headquarters, we're having a little lecture on the contemporary novel. I thought perhaps you'd like to speak.
Well, I'm only staying as long as my money holds out, and I should think that might be another 10 minutes.
Well, Mr. Marston, if you'd agree to be our guest speaker, we'd be delighted to put you on.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Well, bye-bye then. I'll drive you back, Mr. Crabbins.
Mr. Martins, excuse me, sir. This gentleman has been waiting for you. Who?
I am Baron Kurtz. I was a friend of Harry Lime. I saw you at the funeral.
Very glad to meet you.
I think you called at Harry's house this morning, talked with the porter.
That's right, I did.
If you would care to hear how the accident happened...
I certainly would.
Good. Then I will show you the very spot. Come, please. Harry and I came out of his house like this, Mr. Martin, and we were walking this way. A friend of his called to him from over there. Harry went across, and from up there came the truck. It was just about here.
Here.
His friend and I picked him up. The two of us carried him to this statue, and this is where he died. But even at the end, his thoughts were of you.
Oh. What did he say, Baron Kurtz?
I don't remember the exact words, Holly. I may call you Holly, may I not?
You said he died instantaneously. How could he...
Well, he died before the ambulance could reach him.
Who was this friend who called to him?
A Romanian, Mr. Popescu.
I'd like to talk to him.
He's left Vienna. Do you have some purpose to speak to him?
Yes. Yes, I want to clear Harry's name. The police have a crazy notion that he was mixed up in some sort of racket.
They get rather absurd ideas sometimes. Well, I say good day now.
Wait a minute, Baron. Who was at the funeral besides you?
Only his doctor, Dr. Winkle.
Wasn't there a girl there?
Girl?
Yeah, a blonde. She looked wonderful, only maybe she had a little too much shellac.
Yeah, she is some girl of the Josefstadt Theater. A friend of Harry's, but you oughtn't to speak to her. It would only cause her pain.
By the way, where can I reach you again?
I live in the Russian sector. You find me at the Casanova Club every night.
Right, Baron.
I still think it won't do Harry any good if you go chasing after that girl. You do much better to think of yourself.
Don't you worry. I won't get hurt. Oh, Miss Schmidt. Miss Schmidt.
Was wünschen Sie? Ich habe doch gesagt, Sie kann niemand sehen.
Excuse me, but I recognized you on the stage when I figured out your name from the program, then I came back. I'm a friend of Harry Lyne.
Oh?
Holly Martins. I saw you at the funeral.
Oh. Come in.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Harry ever tell you about me?
No.
Had you known him some time?
Yes, for some time.
You were in love with him, weren't you?
In love?
I knew it when I saw you at the grave.
Yes. I was completely in love with Harry. And now he's dead. And I want to be dead, too.
I was talking to another friend of Harry's, Baron Kurtz. Although I don't know how he ever could have been a close friend.
Well, perhaps Dr. Winkle was a closer friend.
Dr. Winkle?
Yes. He was at the funeral, too. He was Harry's doctor. He came along just after the accident. He testified at the inquest.
You at the inquest?
Yes. Everyone said it wasn't the driver's fault. Harry wouldn't hire anyone that wasn't very careful.
You mean it was Harry's own driver who hit him?
Yes.
Well, I don't get it. What goes here? Baron Kurtz and this Romanian stand watching while Harry's driver runs him down, and then along comes Harry's doctor? See what I mean? No one saw anything except this group. Well, I'm beginning to think maybe it wasn't an accident.
Oh, what difference could it make? What difference? He's dead, isn't he?
But if it's an accident, that's one thing. If they bumped him off, that... Look, will you go with me to Harry's house? There's a porter there. So it happened.
If you saw it, then why worry?
Will you go with me? You could talk to him in German. Will you?
All right. All right, I don't mind.
Ja, sehen Sie da. Gleich da unten. Da unten ist es passiert. Passiert English. What's he saying?
He says it happened right down there. You can see it from this window.
You saw it?
Not saw. Heard. I heard the brakes. Wham!
Now, was he still alive? I was told that he did not die at once.
Na. War gleich tot. Fräulein Schmidt, wie sagt man in English gleich tot?
Died at once.
Yeah. He died at once.
That sounds crazy. If he died at once, how could he have talked about me?
Papa!
Yeah?
There's a note, Mrs.
Come here, guys. Excuse me, I go. My wife called me.
Why didn't you talk at the end?
Oh, I wasn't the only one who did not talk.
Oh, who else? Come on, who else?
And 3 men helped to carry your friend to the statue.
Yeah. Baron Kurtz?
Yes.
This Romanian Popescu?
Yes.
And?
Who was the third man?
Who?
Yeah. Yes. There was a third man. Yes. He didn't give evidence too, so why should I
smell nothing.
Come here. Excuse me, please. My wife. You see, my wife...
Listen, who was the third man? You don't mean the doctor.
Nah. He came later.
Mr. Martins was told there were only 2 men there.
No. Third man.
You got to tell this story to the police.
Police?
Yes.
Police? No.
You won't go to the police, I will. Who's that little kid? I never see him, Anna. He keeps staring at me like a little goose.
Excuse, please. The little boy always makes trouble, and now you go, yes? You know now that everything was an accident.
Devil, it was an accident. How do you know the 3 men didn't kill him?
It was accident.
Yeah.
He knows nothing. He saw nothing. He said
Yeah. It's not my business. I said nothing. Go at once, please. Go.
Why, the streets are black. Ruined buildings look as if they're ready to gobble us up. Shall I walk you home, Anna?
Mr. Martins, why don't you leave Vienna?
What's not? You're afraid about something.
I'm only afraid that whatever it is, it's deep and dirty like a sewer. And there's no point in your trying to clean it out.
In other words, you're saying you know Harry was murdered.
I'm saying I don't know anything, except if you keep on in this, you'll probably get yourself murdered.
You sound serious.
As long as you can't really help Harry, why risk your neck?
Maybe I'm risking it for you. I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
Bottom? I think death is the bottom of everything. Death and loneliness.
You mean that's true for you?
Yes. And for you, too, if you keep on in this.
Well, we don't have to have death and loneliness, do we? Can't things change?
Good night, Mr. Martin.
May I walk you home?
Oh, yes, if you want.
I want.
You are listening to The Third Man, produced by the Theater Guild on the air and presented by the United States Steel Corporation. And now the curtain rises on Act 2 of The Third Man, starring Joseph Cotton as Martins and Signe Hasso as Anna, with Anthony Ireland as Calloway. Featured are Barry Kroger, Herbert Berghoff, and Stephen Schnabel.
got to Anna's room, it was full of MPs. Russian, American, French, English. Major Calloway was there, rummaging through Anna's things.
I'm sorry, Miss Schmidt. You'll have to open
But,
this.
Major, please, it's my letter.
Hey, take these letters along and come along yourself, Miss Schmidt. We're going to need you.
They took away her letters, her passport, dragged her off to headquarters. The next night, I ran into her at the Casanova Bar. That was the place Baron Kurtz told me about. He was the manager there.
Come this way, Mr. Martins. Fräulein Schmidt sits here waiting for you.
Thank you, Baron.
You see, all of Harry's friends gather here.
Oh, hello there, Anna.
Please sit down.
Drink?
Whiskey, thank you.
Two whiskeys,
That's
please.
right, whiskey.
I hear the police took away your passport.
Well, it was forged. Harry had it forged for me.
Oh? Where are you from?
I'm from Czechoslovakia. I ran away. The Russians were trying to get me back. So Harry helped me out.
What'll happen now?
What will happen? Oh, I suppose the Russians will arrest me if they can.
Hello there, Mr. Martins. Remember me, Crabbin, CRS of GHQ?
Oh, yes. How are you, Mr. Crabbin?
Don't forget your lecture tomorrow.
Lecture?
On the modern novel. Oh, by the way, I've given you a title. You're going to speak on the crisis of faith.
Oh, I am. Oh, well, what do you know?
Yes. Well, then, bye-bye.
Bye. Cigarette, Anna?
Thank you.
By the way, I called on Harry's doctor this afternoon.
Dr. Winkler?
Yeah, I wanted to get his opinion whether the death was accidental or not.
Learn anything?
He said the injuries to the skull would have been the same whether Harry fell or he's pushed. But he was evasive, sly. That guy has rat eyes.
Here's Kurtz.
Zwei whiskey. Mr. Martins, my friend Dr. Winkler said you called on him this afternoon. Wasn't he helpful?
Well, he was limited.
Mr. Popescu is here tonight.
Oh, I thought he left Vienna.
Popescu, come, please. He is back now.
Huh? You call me?
Mr. Popescu, Mr. Martins.
How do you do?
Any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine.
Mr. Popescu, I understand you were with Harry when he was killed.
It was terrible, Mr. Martins. Terrible. I have never seen a man killed before.
Sounds to me as if there was something funny about the whole thing.
Funny?
Or something wrong. Who was the third man?
The third man? What third man would you be referring to, Mr. Martin?
I was told that a third man helped you and Kurtz to carry the body.
No, there were just the two of us. Me and the Baron. Kurtz, who could have told Mr. Martins a story like that?
Who indeed?
The porter at Harry's place.
Aha. And what else did he tell you?
That Harry was dead before you got into the statue.
He said that?
Yes. I have a hunch he saw a lot more than he says.
Not necessarily.
Popescu, was it possible that Harry was mixed up in some racket?
No. That's quite impossible.
Did you ever know a man called Harbin?
Me? No. Kurtz?
Harbin?
Joseph Harbin.
Joseph Harbin. No?
No, why? Who's he?
Major Calloway was asking me about him. The police say that Joseph Harbin disappeared the same day Harry was killed.
Well, that's odd. Rather interesting.
Coincidence. Look at Mr. Martin. He listens so serious, eh, Kurt?
Mr. Martins, you must learn what the city Vienna is for the coincidence.
Yeah, well, I think I'll be off. Want to come for a walk, Anna?
Yes, you can take me home.
Good night, Fräulein Schmidt. You're such a nice girl. But you, too, are a stranger in Vienna. You ought to go careful. Mr. Martins, everybody ought to go careful in a city like this.
Good night, Popescu. Good night, Kurt.
Good night.
Of course.
Yes?
Call Dr. Winkle. Ask him to meet us at the bridge. We will then go together to call on the porter, who seems to know so much.
Good.
Possibly he knows who is this stranger, Mr. Harbin.
Walking home, the sky was so black, windows so black, you couldn't tell which buildings were bombed and which weren't. It had rained. Every once in a long while, we came to a street light, made the pavement glisten like an island in the empty black. Everything empty. No cabs, no trolleys. All we heard was the echo of our heels.
Holly, that's Harry's house.
Well?
Yes, but look at the people in front of the door. Something is wrong.
What's the matter? What is los? What's that body they're carrying?
The porter. He's dead.
Dead?
Kaput.
Look, his throat's cut.
He's been murdered. Come on, Holly. We better get out of here.
Papa, there's the murder.
Hey, that's that little brat we saw on the stairs. What are you pointing at me for?
There's the murder. Papa's gesehen.
The little boy says you're the murderer.
Papa's doch gesehen.
He says he saw you. Well, let's turn around. All the people are staring at you.
All right, now start walking back as if we didn't understand. I wish that brat would stop pointing at me.
A terrible little boy. He says he saw you slit the porter's throat. And the people believe him.
Here, step down this alley. Oh, there he comes around the corner. Look at that pudgy little wretch. He's still pointing at me.
The crowd is starting after us, too.
Here we go, Anna. Run for it. Fast as you can and run. We ran for it.
Oh, dear God, here they come.
Down the alleys, down great flights of steps, stumbling through ruins, racing across the great cobblestone square, bang into a little movie house. We waited. When we came out, no one was in sight. Not a soul in all that square.
Don't take me home, Holly.
Okay. I guess I'd better not see you anymore. You'll be safer without me.
What are you going to do?
I wish I knew.
Holly, please don't try to find out any more of this for yourself. You'll end up like the porter.
Sounds as if you're worried about me.
I am.
Well, that's wonderful. Because if you're worried about someone, then life can't be all death and loneliness. Can it, Anna?
No, I suppose not quite.
Anna.
No. Be sensible, Holly. Go to Major Calloway. Get him to put you on that plane.
All right, I guess that's best. I'll be sensible. I'll get a cab. Good night.
Good night.
Hey, taxi, you free?
Yeah, free.
I'll get a nice, sensible cab. Bye, Anna.
Goodbye.
Detective, support. Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. I haven't told you where to go yet. Hey, driver! What is this, a frame-up? Come on, let me out of here.
You go in that door,
Hey,
please.
who are you, anyway? One of that gang?
Listen, they are waiting.
I'll bet they are, waiting to slice my throat.
Oh, Mr. Mountains, it's me, Clappin.
Oh.
We're all waiting. We thought you'd forgotten your lecture.
He took me into an auditorium, introduced me from the stage, and I stumbled through a few stupid remarks. They had a question period afterwards. By then, I'd driven most of the audience away, but I didn't care. I was so relieved to be safe. Safe and snug inside, where there were lights and friendly faces and people who were asking questions in my language. And suddenly a man stood up. It was the Romanian, Popescu.
Can I ask a question?
Yes?
Mr. Martins, are you engaged on a new book?
Yes, it's called The Third Man.
A novel, Mr. Martins?
It's a murder story based on fact.
Mixing fact and fiction?
Should I make it all fact?
Why, no, Mr. Martins. I'd say stick to fiction. Straight fiction.
I'm too far along with the book, Mr. Popescu.
Haven't you ever scrapped the book, Mr. Martins?
Never?
A pity.
Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no more questions for Mr. Martin, I think I can call the meeting officially closed.
Then began a real nightmare chase. Petesco had 2 thugs with him. They stood at the back waiting for me to leave, and I headed for a side door. I saw stairs. I ran up them. When I stopped to look over the railing, there they were racing up after me, their feet pounding like my heart. I latched onto some door, any door, and then I went into a pitch-dark room. Suddenly something sliced into my hand. It was the parrot. I ducked out the fire escape. On the ground again, I scrambled over ruins and black backyards till finally I found the shambles of a car that must have been buried in an explosion. I flopped in. I sat. And they went by.
Martin, you've been blundering around with the worst bunch of racketeers in Vienna. Well, now you're going to hear the facts.
You haven't told me a single one so far.
Have you ever heard of penicillin?
Well?
In Vienna, there hasn't been enough penicillin to go around. So a nice trade started here. Stealing penicillin from the military hospitals, adulterating it to make it go further, and selling it to sick people at $300 a tube.
I came here to talk to you about a murder, and you want to speak
These
to
were
the
murders, too. Men with gangrenous legs, women in childbirth, children with meningitis. That is the racket your precious friend Harry Lime organized. Adulterated penicillin.
All you can do is blame a dead man.
Here. Look at these fingerprints from my file. They're Harry's.
Proving what?
Well, now take a look at this enlargement. It's an infrared photo of a jar of the adulterated penicillin. Now, you see the fingerprints on the jar? They're Harry's, too. Well, what do you say now, Mr. Martin?
I'm waiting for you, Calloway.
Well, there was a medical orderly named Joseph Harbin who disappeared the day Harry was killed. Harbin worked for Lime and stole the stuff from the laboratories. And then they adulterated it to make it go further.
Adulterated penicillin.
Would you like to know what it does to children? Well, take a look at this photo. A row of coffins. And here's another row. These were mothers and babies from a nursing home. All dead from Harry's penicillin. Some, of course, went insane.
Okay, Calloway, I quit. You win.
We'll send across that airplane ticket in the morning.
Good night, Major.
I'd keep off the streets if I were you. It'd be safer.
I was thinking I might like to see Harry's girl.
Good enough, Martins. And, goodbye. Hello?
Major Calloway, Colonel Brodsky, Russian sector.
Yes?
Can I have that woman's passport? You know, the Anna Schmidt one.
Oh, we're not going to pick her up for that, are we?
What can I do? I have received my instructions. With your permission, then, I will send in for it.
Well, I'd better be going on. I felt I had to talk to you about Harry once more. Maybe about me, too.
Kitty. Kitty? Sleepy kitty?
Cat doesn't seem to like me. Goes right out the window.
You only liked Harry.
Harry the Great. $300 a tube. Why, in the letter he sent to me, he said he was in charge of a medical charity. I was supposed to come to Vienna and write for it. Probably thought I could raise the price for him to $350 a tube.
Oh, please, Holly. For heaven's sake, stop making him in your image. Harry was real. He wasn't just your friend and my friend. He was Harry.
You talk about him as if he had occasional bad manners. Whoever killed him, there was some sort of justice. Maybe I would have killed him myself.
Maybe you would.
Don't look down your nose at me. Oh, I'm just a hack writer who drinks too much and falls in love with girls. Listen, Anna. If I make comic faces and stand on my head, what a stand a chance with you. First time I ever saw you laugh. Do it again.
There isn't enough for 2 laughs.
What are you trying to wait for? Anna. Tears? Tears for dead Harry? Or for me leaving Vienna? All right.
Aren't you going to telephone? Have have the jeep come for you?
Oh, everybody must be in bed now. I'll walk.
But it isn't safe.
So what if something happens? Who cares? Not me, not you. Night. Well, if it isn't Kitty. What are you doing down here on the street, Kitty? Kitty. Come on, Kitty. Come on out of that dark doorway. What's the matter, cat? Got your tongue? Kitty? Well, you won't come to me, I'll come to you. Got a mouse there? What are you purring so? Who's that? Who's that standing in the dark? I can see your foot. I can see that cat rubbing against your foot. Come on, step out in the light. Come on, let me see your face.
Hello, Holly.
Harry.
Just wanted to look at you, old man. And Anna, too. Look, there she is in the window. Don't mind if I run now, do you?
Harry! Harry Lime, wait for me! Harry, wait!
Holly! Is that you down there?
Anna, I saw him.
What are you talking about?
He's alive, Anna. Harry's alive.
Harry alive?
Came out of the shadows, he grinned and said my name, and then he ran.
Holly, it must be tricked. Or it's a trap.
TCOT trap or whatever it is, I saw Harry Lime, and I'm going after him. Harry!
You are listening to The Third Man, produced by the Theater Guild on the air and presented by the United States Steel Corporation. We pause now for station identification.
Now the curtain rises on Act 3 of The Third Man, starring Joseph Cotton and Signe Hassel, with Anthony Ireland. Featured are Barry Kroger, Herbert Berghoff, and Stephen Schnabel.
I caught a glimpse of Harry at the next corner. Then I chased him zigzagging down the narrow street till he came to an open square. And he disappeared, completely disappeared in that open square. I telephoned to Major Calloway. He wouldn't believe me, but when he came, he found a passage that led from the square down to the sewers. We climbed down.
This way, Martin. Keep climbing down. Don't slip on the ladder.
Tremendous underground tunnels, catwalks over the running water, networks of tunnels for miles, all echoes and stink and filthy black except for a lonely light bulb string every now and then.
Actually, I don't know why we bother to look down here. Must be out for an hour, sir. Yes, come along, Martin. We'll go out to the cemetery. Have a look in that coffee.
'Miles of cobblestones, only black. Same miles of cypresses, only blacker and confusing the sky. We came to the grave. They lighted flares. The grave diggers dug up the casket. Calloway hopped down to open it.
Here, Payne, give me a hand with the lid. Hold the torch a minute, Martins. Half a moment, sir. There's a catch over here, like a trunk catch. Of course, the thing might be empty.
What was it now? Sounded like a now.
I think it's got it, sir. Shall we open now? Good heavens. Look at that. Bit of a surprise, sir.
What's the matter? Is it empty?
By no means.
Who is it, Major? Do you recognize him?
Payne. That corpse looked familiar. Yes, indeed, sir. That's Joseph Harbin.
Harbin?
Medical orderly at the General Hospital. The man that used to work for Harry Lime and disappeared on the day Harry supposedly died. Payne, bring in that girlfriend of Lime's. I want to have a talk. I want the truth, news, Miss Schmidt. We know he's alive, and we know that he's in Vienna.
Yes? Where?
That's what we want to find out from you. Miss Schmidt, I know he's somewhat across the canal in the Russian sector. You may as well help me. In a few minutes, Colonel Brodsky will be questioning you about your papers. If you help me, I might be able to help you. Tell me where Lyme is.
I don't know. And if I did know, I wouldn't tell you.
And if I turn you over to the Russians, do you know what they'll do with you? Cart you off to a prison camp.
Goodbye, Major. I hope you'll excuse me if I don't sell out my friend.
Took me half a day to find where Baron Kurtz lived. It was in the Russian zone, a palace of a place, except it was tumbling down. Right across was an amusement park that had sprung up out of the ruins. I didn't go inside the Baron's place, but I saw him on the balcony.
Why, that's you, Martin. Come up.
I'll wait here. I want to talk to Harry.
Harry? Are you mad?
All right, I'm mad. I've seen a ghost. You tell Harry I want to see him.
Be reasonable. Come up and talk.
No, thank you. I like the open. Tell him I'll wait in the amusement park by the Ferris wheel. I can still see Harry walking across to me. Sunny day, the park almost deserted. Way off across the empty flat space, I could tell him coming. There was a jaunty swing to his shoulders, a kind of carousel happiness that seemed to grow in his walk as he kept coming nearer and nearer. Then I saw his face, big grin. He held out his hand.
Hello, old man. How are you?
Hello, Harry.
Well. I seem to have been giving you quite some busy time.
Want to talk to you.
Talk to me? Of course. Come on. Let's have a ride on the Ferris wheel.
Why?
Why? We'll be alone. We can talk better. I got tickets. Fräulein, bitte.
2 Karten?
Geht in Ordnung.
Dankeschön.
Yeah. Good to see you, Holly.
Harry, I was at your funeral.
That was pretty smart, wasn't it?
You know what's happened to your girl? She's been arrested.
Stop.
Da.
Don't worry, old man. That won't hurt Anna.
Handing her over to the Russians.
What can I do, old man? I'm dead, aren't I?
Steigen Sie hier ein, bitte, meine Herren.
Holly, exactly who did... Oh, here we go. Holly, exactly who did you tell about me?
I told the police.
Unwise, Holly. Very unwise. You see, I'm safe in the Russian zone. That is, I'm safe as long as the Russians can use me.
As long as they can use you?
Yes. I'm a wise man, Holly. I have a great deal of information.
I wondered how they found out about Anna. She'd been left alone all these years, and suddenly they pick her up.
I wonder why we're stopping. The motor isn't busted.
Something you arranged, Harry?
Old man, have you noticed the excellent view from way up here?
You told them about Anna, didn't you? Didn't you?
Don't try to be a policeman, old man. You know, you ought to leave this thing alone. You never should have gone to the police. Do you mind if I open the door?
Why do you want to open the door?
Stuffy in here, don't you think? Here, Holly. Come lean out. Look down there.
No, thanks. Makes me dizzy.
See those little dots of people? Would you feel any pity if one of those dots stopped moving forever? Huh? Holly? Did you hear me? What if I offered you $1,000 for every dot that stopped? Would you really, old man, tell me to keep my money?
A lot of good your money will do you in jail.
Jail? There's absolutely no proof against me, except you.
Well, I'm sure you think I'd be easy to get rid of.
Hear that wind? Doesn't it make a sad, strange howl over the city? They'd never hear us up here.
So that's why you brought me up here. To get rid of me. Well, thank you. I'm not going to be pushed out.
I don't have to push you out. I carry a gun. And I don't think they'd look for a bullet wound after you'd hit that ground, not from way up here.
I'm sure they wouldn't. Wouldn't help you, Harry. Because last night they opened your coffin and found Joseph Hardin.
Oh, Holly, what fools we are to be talking to each other this way. As though I'd do anything to you or you to me. Come on, let's close the door.
Okay, fine. Let's close the door. It's going to be the end of the ride, Harry.
Not for me. I'm still heading places. You could too, Holly. I'll cut you in, old man. There's nobody left in Vienna I can really trust. We've always done everything together. What do you say?
No, thanks, pal. I don't have your guts.
Well, if you make up your mind, send me a message. I'll meet you any place, any time. And when we do meet, old man, it is you I want to see, not the police. Remember that, will you?
Look here, Martins. After what you've told us, you can't expect us to let you fly the coop.
Hey, you promised me a plane ticket.
I'll keep my promise after you help us to catch Harry Lime. I want you to arrange to meet him at some cafe here in the International.
Well, that would work.
We'll never get him in the Russian zone.
Calloway, 20 years of friendship is a long time. Don't ask me to tie the rope.
Okay, forget it.
Busy, Major?
What is it, Brodsky?
We have identified the girl. Here is her report.
Anna Schmidt? I've questioned her. We've got nothing against her.
But we have. We shall apply for her at a 4-hour meeting tomorrow.
Oh, I say, Brodsky, I've asked your people to help us with Lime. He's hiding in your zone.
Harry Lime? That's quite a different case. So long, Major.
What will the Russians do with Anna?
And nothing you would care to contemplate. Well, let's see now. You want a ticket?
Calloway, what would you pay if I lead you to Harry?
Any price.
Fix Anna up with papers and get her on a train before the Russians grab her?
Is that your price for bringing in Lime?
That's my price.
Then that's a deal.
Hello, Anna.
Holly, what are you doing here?
Just want to see you off.
How did you know I was leaving? Have you seen Major Calloway?
Well, you send me a wire as soon as you arrive in Paris, won't you?
Where is Harry?
Where do you think you'll stay in Paris?
Did you tell Calloway about meeting Harry? Did you?
Of course I didn't.
You're lying.
You're getting out of here, aren't you?
You have seen Calloway. You sold out Harry.
Come on, climb on the trains already.
Did you sell him out to get me free?
Well, they asked me to help take Harry, and I'm helping.
How big and honest you must be, informing on your best friend. Poor Harry.
Poor Harry wouldn't even lift a finger to help you.
You and your precious honor.
Squealed on you to the Russians, and you still love him?
I don't know whether I love him or I don't. But I know I'd never do a thing to harm him.
Hey, your train is pulling out.
I'm not going. Not at this price.
Oh, Anna, why do we have to quarrel now?
I love Harry. I thought you loved him, too. Oh, look at yourself. They have names for faces like that. Go on, go away. Show that face to the Major. I can't stand it.
There was never a question in my mind as to what was right. I knew it was right to turn Harry in, and I knew Anna was wrong. Still, she made me feel like a heel, and, well, I decided to quit. Calloway didn't seem to object too much. But on the way to the airport, he said he had to stop off at the hospital. Asked me to come in.
Come along, Martins. We'll walk right down between these row of cots.
And there are a lot of kids here.
There certainly are. And they're here as the result of Lime's penicillin racket. Now, this little fellow is delirious. He had meningitis. They gave it some of Harry's medicine, and now look at the result. Oh, why'd you turn away?
Calloway, come and go along. Air seems awfully close in here. Let's go out in the corridor. Oh, by the way, Payne lent me one of your books. Oklahoma Kid, I think it was. I liked it. I liked your straight-shooting sense of justice.
Okay, Calloway, okay. You win. You win again. Very late. Streets empty. I sat alone in a dinky little cafe waiting for Harry to come and meet me. In the deep shadows all around the square, police were spotted, waiting, armed. I kept trying to drink a cup of coffee, listening for footsteps coming across the square, waiting for the door to open, and then I'd look up. It'd be Harry. Anna, what are you doing here?
You're waiting for Harry, aren't you?
How do you know?
From court. They've just been arrested. But Harry won't come. He'll stay right in the Russian zone. He's no fool.
Drink?
No, thank you.
Well, sit down anyway. Fine view of the square from here.
You're watching for Calloway.
No, I'm not.
Lie. I saw Calloway's face across the street. He's hiding in that arch.
So what? So he is.
Honest, sensible, sober, harmless Holly Martins. Holly. What a silly name. You must feel very proud to be police informant.
Well, old man, I'm...
Quick, Harry! Harry, the police outside. Get away, quick! Out the back! Run, Harry! Run!
There he goes across the square. Cut him off. Don't fire. Cut him off.
He stopped now. Right in the middle of the square.
Work around him. Get on all sides. Keep to the shadows. He's armed.
Oh, what's that?
He's going down the meadow, sir. Hey. Take some men and go to the next block. Go down into the sewer there. Right, sir. We'll try to cut him off, sir. We'll follow from this end. Coming, Martin. Climb down after me.
Coming.
Hey, look! Halt! Stehen bleiben oder ich schieße! Bleibt hier, ich laufe hinunter.
Lucky the water isn't deep enough. Don't mind getting your feet wet, do you? Martin, here, take this gun.
Wieder sechs aus. Down Richtung Stadtpark. Halt! Stehen bleiben oder wir schießen.
Keep back, Martin. Keep close along the wall and don't get lost.
There he goes. Across the catwalk. Halt! Halt, da ist er! Harry! Is that you, Harry? Come out! What do you want? You might as well give up. Advice from a friend. Don't try that ladder. You can't get out, Harry. I'm just trying up for a jump. Gonna take a nice long dive. I'd like to see your face first, though. Step out. Let me see it, Al. Careful, Mr. Martins. He has a gun. Give up, Harry. You're finished. Give up. Come and get me. I will.
Again, the long, thin road down the cemetery lined with those scraggly cypress. This time, Harry was in the coffin. Same priest was there. Calloway was there. Anna was there. Standing by the grave, silent and unknown as when I first saw. Kurtz and Dr. Winkel were absent. Again, his spoons full of earth sprinkled on the lowered coffin. And Anna turned and started off down the road.
Climb in, Martins. We'll have to step on it if you're going to catch that plane.
Anna looked sad all alone in the road as if she had an awful ways to go. You going to pick her up?
No. Just let her pass. She wouldn't ride with us anyway. Watch now and see if she looks up. See? She didn't look up. Well, don't keep turning round to watch her.
If
That was such a long, straight, narrow road. Fading away behind us, she looked so desolate. Calloway, wait a minute. Let me out.
There's not much time.
Well, I can't leave it like this.
Well, be sensible, March.
Come on, let me out. Don't bother to wait. I stood at the side of the road watching Anna come towards me. I began to hear her sharp heels on the cobblestones. My heart started pounding, my left knee shaking like a kid in public speaking class. I waited. I watched her coming nearer. All inside of me was scrambling for some word to say as she came up, some word to stop her and keep her from passing. She kept coming, eyes on the cobblestones, looking lovelier and sadder every step. There she was, right in front of me. My tongue stopped. My heart stopped. I lighted a cigarette. I watched her going down the long road. Watched her get smaller, smaller. And that was that.
Joel McCrae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Deadhead Freight.
It is shortly before midnight, August 27th, 1938, at the Santa Fe Freight Yards in Lubbock, Texas. A deadhead freight hauling empties back to the west coast from Galveston has just pulled into the yard. The brakeman and the railroad detective are making a routine check of the cars for free-riding vehicles.
If I was a yard dick, I'd be snoozing in the roundhouse. You ain't found a free rider in months.
Yeah, so what? I get paid to check and I check.
Oh, you know, Bozon, the freights always hop off before we pull into the yards.
I ever think one of them might fall asleep in the car and not have anybody to wake him up?
Well, could be.
Yeah, face your light missing, okay?
Yeah, see? Nobody. Now, the car up ahead is the last of the boxcars. I walked the flats and gondolas while we was rolling, so I know that they're clear.
Hey, why's the door rolled shut on this one?
Well, I don't know now. It shouldn't be.
Let's get it open. Yeah, throw your lighter on.
Yeah.
There's nobody riding, huh? Come on. All right, Bo. On your feet. And throw that light right on him.
Yeah. Well, no wonder it didn't move. Just an old duffel bag.
Yeah. What's a duffel bag doing on a deadhead freight? Hey, there's something in it, huh? Hey, come here. Feel this.
Right. Feels like a body.
You got a knife on you? Yeah, here. It's a good thing we didn't pass this car. Top of the bag sewed up tight. I'll have to cut right through the side. Yeah. What? It's a young woman. Yeah. Stabbed to death. Throw that light around the car. So what are you looking for? There's no blood any place. She wasn't killed on the train. Somebody must have loaded the body on to get rid of it. Yeah, so the murder can't be pinned down to any definite area. Hey, where did you stop last, before you pulled in here? I saw you west of Sweetwater. The body must have been put on someplace between there and Galveston, then. We better call the police. They can notify the Texas Rangers.
After a brief but penetrating study of the situation, Ranger Captain Stinson had the body removed to a Lubbock funeral parlor. He then requested Texas Ranger Jace Pearson to take over the case.
Well, there it is, Jace. Pretty brutal job of stabbing.
You figured having a good piece from here, huh?
Couple of reasons for that. Here's a map. Shows the route the freight train took. Spot circled in red shows where it made stops. And at what time.
I see. No stops after it left the siding outside Sweetwater, huh?
Right. And most of the stops were made much further east.
Well, according to the time of these stops, body must have been loaded on a train between Presby here and Turner City here.
Well, how do you arrive at that?
Train made all its night stops between these points. Isn't likely the killer loaded the body on by daylight. Too much chance of being spotted by the train crew.
That's good reasoning, Jace. You may be right.
You said the body was sewed up in a duffel bag.
Yeah. You better look at it before I send it on to the lab. I have the undertaker lock it in this cabinet and give me the key. Yeah, here it is. Regular opening at the top of the bag is sewed up tight. The drawer cord is missing. See?
Good thing the man who found the body cut into the bag instead of ripping out those new stitches.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Kind of funny stitching.
It may have been made by somebody with a special trade where that kind of stitching's used. Lab gets a look at it. May be able to tell us what trade.
Well, I hope so. The bag itself won't help much, I'm afraid.
Probably picked up in war surplus. Could belong to anybody. Hey, look at this. The bottom of the bag.
It's kind of soiled. Whoever carted it around with the body in it must have set it on the ground to rest.
He sure did. On reddish brown earth. Blood seepage made some of it stick. Let's have a look at that train map again. I think that earth stain kind of narrows down our search, Captain.
Oh? How come?
I know the country that train passed at night. I've been over it plenty. Only place I've seen earth that color is right around this area in a few stream beds. Cotton Belt runs parallel to the railroad for about 40 miles through there. Well, I've seen all I want to see, unless you have something else.
Nope. Let's go. I'll get this bag off to Austin.
Body going to be held here for identification?
Yeah. If she isn't identified, we'll see if we can run down something by her clothes.
Any laundry marks or anything on them?
Float not, Jace. Homemade and home laundered. No dental work to help us either. And her fingerprints aren't on the file.
I'd have a man check on the shoes she was wearing. They weren't homemade.
Yeah, we'll try it. You got any ideas about what you're going to do?
If it's all right with you, I'd like to take a crack at that Cotton Belt area. Tow charcoal down on the horse trailer and then ride parallel to the railroad tracks and see what I can find.
Yeah, it's a lot of territory. How about Steve Clark riding with you?
Good deal.
We get anything from the lab, I'll let you know. I'll radio Clark and assign him. Then you can pick him up on the way. Good luck, Jace.
Thanks, Captain. You'll hear from me. I met Clark. We drove down to the beginning of the area I wanted to check. Left the car and used our horses for the long ride along the rail bed. By noon of the next day, we'd covered 15 miles.
Horses are getting tired, Jace.
I know. But there's a siding a little ways ahead. Freight stop there.
Yeah. Look, another culvert coming up.
Yeah. Bank's pretty steep. Watch your horse.
Right. Careful, boy.
Easy, Charcoal.
Careful. Steep climb out of here, Jace. Maybe if we ride... Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, the ground, huh?
Yeah. Same reddish-brown color we've been checking for.
Don't see anything else, though. Want to ride through it a ways?
Yeah. Come on, Charcoal.
Boy. I don't want to be a killjoy, Jace, but we've done this in a dozen creek beds.
Yeah, but none of the others were as close to a train stop. Siding's only about 50 yards further up the... Ooh, charcoal.
Oh, boy. Whoa. Find something, Jace?
Yeah. Come here.
What is it? Yeah, marks in the sand.
Trace of a couple of footprints, not enough to make a cast. Look at this other mark. A round impression.
Yeah. What made it?
Might have been somebody setting that duffel bag down.
Yeah? Well, that would account for the dirt you found on the bag.
We'll find out. Get a glass jar from your saddle pack.
Okay. Gonna cut a core around that mark?
Yeah. Lab can test it for blood trace. Earth this color, we can't tell anything by sight.
Well, here's the jar.
Thanks.
A few empty cans around here, Jace. Those marks might have been made by a hobo.
I don't think so. Dentists travel light. They don't carry duffel bags. What's the nearest town to here?
Bowlville, about a mile further on.
Well, let's get there. We can phone for a highway patrol car, and they can drive you back and pick up our car.
Right. You going to check around Bowlville?
With a fine-tooth comb. The cotton crop around Bowlville was good. Too good. Migratory pickers were jamming the town. I have photos of the dead girl and tried to find somebody who might have seen her.
No, Ranger. Never saw her around the gin here. Town's full up, though. It's possible one of the pickers saw her someplace.
You know anybody who comes in contact with a lot of the pickers?
No. Afraid you have to tackle them crew by crew.
That's what I was trying to avoid.
Yeah. Must be a couple of thousand migratories around.
You mind if I ask your man at the weighing platform to check with the haulers when they bring cotton in for ginning?
No, it's all right with me.
Thanks.
Ranger, hold it a second. Just happened to think. There is somebody who gets to see a lot of the pickers.
Who?
A Mexican woman. Name's Old Rosie. Drives a junky old truck around peddling soda pop in the fields.
You know where I can locate her?
Yeah, haulers give you a lift out to the fields. And somebody will steer you out to her. Everybody knows Old Rosie.
Somebody killed that poor girl, huh?
That's right, Rosie. You ever see her?
You find who killed her, you're going to put him in a jail?
That's my job. How about it? You ever seen her around here?
She, one time.
Where?
At the bus station in the town. She was with a man.
You know who the man was?
No, senor.
Why'd you hesitate? Is that the truth?
Why should I tell a lie, senor? I don't know who the man was.
She described the man, a vague, stumbling description that might fit anybody. And while she described him, I had a feeling she was lying. A feeling that was strengthened by a faint odor of whiskey coming from the truck. Whatever business Rosie was in, it wasn't limited to the sale of soft drinks. I pretended to swallow her story, then I got a lift back to town where Steve Clark was waiting with our car.
Better hop in, Jace. Just had a call from Austin.
Yeah, they checked the earth sample we sent in the jar?
Yeah, blood trace all right. Same type as the victims. They got a line on a few other things, too. The shoes on the dead girl have been traced through the manufacturer to a store in Sheffield. Yeah, I wrote down the name of the store and the address.
Better get over there and see if we can establish identity.
Yeah, shoes will be waiting at the Sheffield airport. Isn't likely that a shoe clerk is going to remember who he sold them to, though.
I saw the shoes. They've been repaired recently. Whoever fixed them might remember.
Well, that's a chance.
Any information on that duffel bag?
Yeah. Lab ties it in with a seaman.
How?
Well, stitches used to sew up the bag are the kind seamen use to mend a torn sail. Jace, you look like that throws you.
It does, a little. I was beginning to have a sneaking suspicion about an old Mexican woman.
But she's no seaman. What made you suspect her?
She said she saw the dead girl with a man. She gave me kind of a phony description. Not only that, but she's supposed to be selling soft drinks to the field hands from an old truck. It reeked of liquor.
Oh, bootlegging, huh? Hey, that could mean something.
What?
A report from Austin mentioned liquor stains on that duffel bag. Naturally, they just figured that a bottle had been broken in the bag at one time or another, but...
Yeah, but it could be something else, too.
Yeah?
That bag might have been used for hauling moonshine. Stop the car.
Hey, Jace, what's the matter?
Slide out. I'm going to Sheffield alone. You stay here.
Okay, Jace. What do you want me to work on?
Tail old Rosie, the Mexican woman, while I'm gone. Check on any special contacts she makes. Whoever she sees, find out who they are. See See if you can run down any who've worked as seamen. I burned up the road to Sheffield. The clerk who'd sold the shoes couldn't help, but I got the information I was after in a repair shop.
Sure. I fixed it is, all right. Look, here's where I sold the broken strap, you see? I remember because of something else I thought I never get paid for the job.
Whose shoes are they?
Mrs. Watson. She lives 2 blocks up at Brownwood House.
Mrs. Watson, huh? Is her husband around?
Oh, no. He go away months ago. That's why she got no money for pay for the shoes. I know you bother her. She lived with her mother and her little baby. She's a 1-year-old.
Any idea where her husband went?
Oh, no. Sometimes she says to go away for work or someplace with the cotton, or sometimes to Galveston to work for the boats.
Oh, you've been a sailor, huh?
Sailor, everything. Whatever he is, there's no send the money. Last week she come in. She says she's going to meet him and she's going to pay me when she's come back. But she's not come back. Hey, just a minute. Why you asking me all this thing, eh? And how come you got the shoes?
Because Mrs. Watson doesn't need him anymore. She's dead.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Deadhead Freight, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
It wasn't the kind of news you enjoy breaking to a dead girl's mother, and the girl's baby crying in the next room didn't help it any.
See, they'd split up about a month ago. And then last week, her husband wrote to her from Bowlville. He said he was sorry and he wanted my daughter Helen to come to me. I thought she was there with him.
Looks like she was for a while.
Oh, he promised Helen everything in the letter. Said he had a lot of money for her and their baby. He was never any good. And now the baby's left to me and I'm just too old.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you give me your son-in-law's full name and his description?
Herbert Watson is his name. They call him Bud.
Herbert Bud Watson. About how tall would you say he was? You better pull yourself together, ma'am. Somebody's at the door.
I'll call out the wind and send him away. I don't want to see anybody now.
What is it, ma'am? What's the matter?
Oh, somebody! Open the door!
It's him. My son-in-law, Bud.
All right, ma'am. Open the door and let him in. Go ahead.
Well, what took you so long? Where's Helen?
You know where she is. What did you do to her? What did you do to my girl?
Are you crazy? What's the matter?
Let him go, ma'am, and stand back.
What? Ranger, what?
Get your hands up and turn around.
You killed her. And you got the gall to come here with your own baby crying.
Ranger, what is this? Kill who? Helen. Where's Helen? Where is she?
Don't you know, Watson? Or did you think she'd never be identified?
Helen's been murdered? Oh, no. No.
You did it.
No, Mom. No, I gave her money. Told her to come back home and I'd meet her here today. We was going to take the kid and make a fresh start.
How much money did you give your wife?
$1,000.
That's a lot. Where'd you get it? Come on.
I was bootlegging to the pickers.
How long you been getting away with that?
Started it last season.
Did old Rosie sell any of the stuff for you?
How did you know about that?
I didn't for sure until now. Come on. We're going back to your place of business in Bowlville.
Hi, Jace.
Steve?
Yeah, I got your message to meet you here. Rosie's over there. Want to get her off the truck?
Yeah, she can talk from there. Come on. You too, Watson.
Okay.
Bud Watson, murdered girl's husband. Been bootlegging here. Rosie's been moving some of the stuff for him.
Oh?
Why you keep me from my work, senor?
Your work isn't as legal as it could be, Rosie, so sit tight. Yeah, you ever seen this man before?
You know she's seen me before.
They didn't ask you. How about it, Rosie?
See.
All right, Rosie. Now, is he the same man you saw at the bus depot with the girl whose picture I showed you?
He's the man.
At the bus depot? But that ain't so. I was never with Helen at the bus depot.
You didn't meet her when she came down here?
No, I tell you. I didn't know what bus she was coming in on. Or even if she would come after she got my letter. First I saw her, she turned up here at the shack.
Well, how about when she left to go home?
She only stayed 2-3 hours all told. Let her go back to the bus depot alone because, well, it was getting dark. Near time for the pickers to be coming there to buy drinks.
You hear that, Rosie? That means one of you is lying.
Rosie, tell the truth, senor.
You don't always tell the truth, Rosie. The first time I asked you about the man you saw, you said he was a stranger, a man you'd never seen before.
Forget, senor. I see a lot of people every day in the fields.
Yeah, you trying to kid me? You've been selling liquor for this man. You couldn't mistake him for a stranger.
But I do, senor. I make mistake. You wanted help, I give you help. Rosie tell you all she knows, that's all.
Now it was obvious that Rosie was lying, just as I'd suspected her of lying the first time. There had to be a reason for it. We took Bud Watson into Boleville jail and then went back to search his shack.
I can't figure something, Jace. Why won't Watson admit it if he was at the bus station with his wife? That wouldn't hurt him.
No, it wouldn't. That's why I think he's telling the truth.
Rosie must be covering up for something.
Covering up for somebody's a better guess.
She might have done it herself.
No, I don't think so. She's too old to cart a body across the country to the railroad.
Then you figure she really did see Mrs. Watson at the bus depot with a man, huh?
Yeah. The man who killed her to get the $1,000 Bud Watson had given her.
Well, then what's Rosie's angle in lying to us?
That's an easy one, Steve. Shake down.
Hey, Jace, you're right. Couldn't be anything else. Why, it'd be worth the cut for her to forget seeing the man and say it was Watson instead. Only one thing wrong with it.
What?
Well, I watched her while you were gone. She didn't make any suspicious contacts, nothing that could have been a payoff.
She might have gotten her payoff right after I showed her the Watson girl's picture and told her she'd been murdered. That was before you started to tail her.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. She had time. Well, we combed this shack, Jace. Nothing here. What do we do now?
Go back to tailing Rosie again? If she squeezed hush money out of the man once, she's liable to try it again. They all do. We'll start by watching her house when she comes in from the fields tonight. We staked out near Rosie's adobe hut, but it got dark and she didn't come in from the fields. I left Steve on watch and went out to look for her, keeping an eye out for her old truck. I found it about 5 miles out, surrounded by a group of men carrying torches. Hey, what's going on here?
Ranger. Rosie. You better come.
What happened?
We was walking into town. We saw the truck here by the side of the road, thought maybe it broke down, so we started to call for old Rosie. Then one of the boys spotted the blood on the ground.
What blood?
I'll show you over here. Must be old Rosie's, I reckon, because we found her over here in the cotton row. She's dead, Ranger. Somebody cut her throat from ear to ear.
Old Rosie had tried to shake down a killer once too often, with the usual payoff. I sent a rush call to Steve Clark to tow his horse out and join me. We followed the trail which led to a deserted picker shack way off in a field that looked like it hadn't been cultivated for years. The shack had been occupied, though, recently occupied. But whoever had been there was gone. There's a lamp there, Steve. Light it.
Yeah. It's clean as a whistle, Jace.
Yeah, it's too clean. The floor's been scrubbed mighty hard for a shack like this.
It sure has. Especially for a place nobody's living in. Must have been cleaning up blood.
Yeah. And there are 2 other things.
What's that?
Whoever was hiding here was mighty handy with a knife. Look at the inside of the door. Circle drawn on the wood. Wood chipped where somebody practiced throwing a knife at it.
Yeah, good aim. All the marks are right smack inside the circle. Now, what else?
Take a look at the lamp you just lit. The cord it's hanging by.
It's just an ordinary hunk of rope.
Except for the knot holding the lamp, a running bowline. So the light could be raised or lowered toward the table.
A running bowline is a seaman's knot.
Yeah, and that cord is just about big enough to be the draw cord from a duffel bag. Our seaman was here, all right.
Well, it couldn't have been Watson, Jace. He was safe in jail when Rosie was killed.
Yeah. Whoever Rosie saw with Mrs. Watson at the bus depot must have met the girl after she left Watson, after she had the money.
Yeah?
Married woman on her way home to her baby isn't liable to leave a bus depot with a stranger, is she? Chances are it was somebody she knew.
Well, Watson's been a sailor. Think it might have been an old shipmate of his?
Let's go see if he remembers one who was handy with a knife.
You say somebody killed old Rosie?
Yeah. The same man who killed your wife. Now think and think hard.
Yeah.
The killer was a seaman. We got reason to think it could be an old shipmate of yours who knew your wife.
Oh, but Helen knew shipmates of mine all along the Gulf. I introduced her to lots of them.
The one we want had a habit of throwing a knife.
He drew targets on a door. Never missed.
Matt Corbett. It was Matt Corbett.
How do you know? Any reason for him to be around here?
Yeah. He was my partner last year. Bootlegging here. Business got bad and he left. I wrote to him months ago asking him to come back for this picking, but he never answered me.
Did Rosie know him?
Sure she did. From last year.
That's it, Clark. Rosie'd seen Corbett with Mrs. Watson. That's why he couldn't run with the money after he'd killed her. He had to wait to see if the body was found and identified.
And when we moved in and she knew about the murder, she really had him pinned down.
He used to be my best friend. That's sneaking.
Never mind that now. Where would he run to?
I don't know. He was always roaming, like me.
Hey, you wrote to him someplace, you said. You must have an address.
Yeah. Yeah, it was general delivery at Port O'Connor. There's no bait shack there. He lived in it whenever he had enough money to stop moving for a while.
He's got enough now. What he got from your wife. Come on, Clark. Let's get him. We headed for Port O'Connor, made it by morning, and found the abandoned bait shack.
Nobody inside, Jace. Can see through the window. He isn't here.
And he's probably traveling by freight to avoid being spotted. He couldn't have beaten us here. We rolled too fast.
Gonna stake it out and wait?
Yeah, our car's out of sight where we left it. He won't spot it coming along the wharf. Come on, let's go inside.
Yeah, looked like Matt Corbett's the man we're after, all right. Same trademarks here we found on that picket shack at Bullville.
Yeah, knife marks in a circle on the door. Same running bull and holding a lamp. Draw that burlap sack across the window.
That'll make it pretty dark in here, Jace.
You want it dark when you're throwing a surprise party. Hey, Steve, wake up.
Huh?
Shh. Somebody coming along the wharf.
It's dark. What time is it?
A little after midnight.
Steps are coming closer.
Yeah, it must be Corbett. Nothing to bring anybody else this way at this time of night.
He's heading for here, all right.
Yeah. Let him get all the way inside. And remember, he's got that knife, and he's handy with it.
I know.
All right, Corbett. Never mind that lamp.
What did I say?
Stand clear of the light, Steve.
First, stop your stumbling, Corbett. You stinking... My arm. You broke my arm.
All right, just wrench your shoulder, Corbett.
Keep you from throwing that knife for a while. Come on, get up. Better light the lamp now, Steve.
It's a good thing you jumped him, Jace. I felt that knife passing my ear. Look, buried in that wall a good inch.
Rangers? I thought you were a couple of crooks. What's he doing here?
Just dropped in to arrest you for the murder of Helen Watson and old Rosie up at Bullville.
It'd be nice if you could prove it. I haven't been near Bullville.
I think we can prove you were. By marks you left on the door and a few other things. How'd you come back, freight?
Are you kidding?
No, I'm serious. You should have rode Pullman. Get your shoes shined on a Pullman. Would have taken that reddish-brown earth off your shoes. Our lab can match that with Bullville.
Watch out for that shoulder.
Yeah, that's better, Corbett. Want to cuff him, Jace?
No, I think you'll come quiet. All right, Corbett. Let's move.
Herbert Bud Watson served the
required term for his bootlegging activities, and Matt Corbett was tried and convicted of murder. The sentence of the court was carried out on February 20th, 1939, when at Huntsville Penitentiary, Matt Corbett died in the electric chair.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea, with another interesting story about the Texas Rangers.
In the early days of Texas, major disturbances were not infrequent. It was a lusty, brawling, growing territory, and as happens in such a territory, there were days when the streets were not safe for the good citizens. An Easterner, happening into a Texas town at such a time, found shelter in the house of a minister. Everything would be all right soon, he was assured. Later that same afternoon, the minister, who'd been looking out the window, said, "Well, friend, the streets are safe now. You may go about your business." The Easterner looked out the window, but all he saw was a lone figure riding casually down the main street on a horse. "What makes you think it's safe for me out there now?" he asked in bewilderment. The minister pointed to the horseman. "Because that feller on the horse is a Texas Ranger," he said. "Only folks that aren't safe in this town now are the ones who started the trouble. And when he finds them, they'll wish they'd been peaceable." Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Ellis, Tom Holland, Byron Kane, Tom McKee, and Lillian Byer. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keats. Al Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC.